I see a younger crowd sitting over here.
That was me.
Checking 3. I can project maybe. All right, so everybody, welcome to day 2 of our Developer Summit.
Please still use the mic for the stream.
Oh, okay, fine.
Unless you want to yell really loud.
All right, fair enough. So welcome to day 2 of our Developer Summit. This morning we're going to start with a talk from Michael on a topic I'm not quite sure yet what the topic is, but he will explain.
Oh, perfect.
I'm pretty
That's
sure.
great.
So go for it, Michael.
It's a surprise. Hello, everyone. My name is Michael Windsor. I guess I'm Canadian by birth. I live in the United States, but I swear like an Australian. So this talk will probably have some punctuation in it along the way. By background, I have been working in an area called supply chain security or software supply chain security for about 8 years now. It started when I was at Google working on developer tools, and as part of it I was building developer tools for cloud, and talked to a bunch of CTOs and CIOs and asked them what they were doing about vulnerability management, and they all sort of wrung their hands and cried a little bit into their tea. And talked about upgrading their VMs, and I asked them what they were doing about their packages, language packages, and sort of the other levels of supply chain security and risk. And they all looked at me kind of shocked and said, either what, or please don't tell my CISO, they'll shut me down. And that's has begun a journey. Somewhere along the way, I ended up working still at Google doing supply chain security for Google's internal needs and our open source presence. And that turned into this project called Alpha Omega. And Alpha Omega started as a fund that was jointly created by Microsoft and Google with about $2.5 million each. And it's actually sat there as a fund inside the LF for about a year before a gentleman named Michael Scavetta and I started talking. And all of a sudden, we figured some things out and decided to try some things. Did some experiments, and the experiments worked well enough that Google and Microsoft kept funding us, and Amazon joined the party. And so we've been at it now for quite a few years. That was in 21 we first started the conversation. And this talk is about sort of the observations, the lessons learned from spending money in the sort of the almost impossible task of fixing open source security. So when we first started out, Michael Scavetta had written a paper called Alpha Omega, and he was sort of imagining funding Alpha being the top 100 most critical open source projects. And then the Omega was the long tail of everything else. It turns out that there is absolutely no way to get even 3 people to agree on what the top 3 open source projects are, let alone what the top 100 are. And there was a working group at the OpenSSF that tried to put this list together and just got longer and longer as everybody was like, this one definitely, that one. Even more interestingly, the ones that were obviously up there and they were important didn't really need our help. Sometimes they needed more help than others, but really at the end of the day, they were so putting money into those didn't make sense. And so we kind of pivoted and thought about Alpha instead of meaning sort of the top 100 projects. We really said, let's look for points of leverage where we can have grants and funding towards specific things that have outsized impact, that scale out beyond what we can do. And that actually helped us create this mission statement from the previous slide about catalyzing change. The amount of work that needs to be done to improve security, to make all of open source truly secure, could be measured in the billions of dollars. It's a staggering amount of money. And the real problem is not that the engineering resources aren't available to do that, it's that they are prioritizing other things, and they're also not good at it. And so catalyzing that change has been a goal of ours for a while. On the Omega side, there are literally hundreds of thousands of projects that are either, single maintainer, abandonware, individual people working in their own little corner, and focused on other things, and trying to sort of solve them by direct intervention was never going to work. And so we need to get to a place where there are scalable solutions, where we can literally just throw money and compute at problems, and or better infrastructure around those things to make them more secure. So over the past few years, we've raised a lot of money. We spent most of it. It's an inside joke for us that we keep sort of planning to have our Alpha Omega offsite in Fiji, and somehow we've never done that. I'm actually quite proud of the fact that last year, our efficiency in terms of how much money came in versus how much money went to improving open source was almost 93%. And that includes the Jim Zemlin LF tax on top of the money that we're getting there. So that's, and I even got paid to do some of that work, which is pretty exciting. We recently added Citi as a sort of member as part of the group. They're not coming in with the same money, but they're coming in with money, and more importantly, their name, their brand, their attention, their experience. Honestly, if you wanted to look around the sort of corporate space to find a company that is really doing it right when it comes to supply chain security, Citi is nailing it. And I talk to John Meadows, they're the head of that sort of security engineering group all the time, and learn from him every day. These are just some of the things that we've spent money on, and we'll dig into a little bit along the way. So I'm going to first start talking about the scaled side of the problem, because it's really, really fucked up. It's incredibly hard to make change here, and we've learned about all the ways how not to do it. One of the first things that we tried were various automated approaches to finding vulnerabilities, creating patches for them, submitting PRs, filing vulnerability reports on the systems and so forth, and then expecting the maintainers to go, oh my God, thanks for that. It did not work out that way. We then hired a vendor who had some automated techniques as well, and had them go off, and instead of they started out by doing 3,000 projects and just scanning them for vulnerabilities, finding new vulnerabilities, creating the PRs, patching them, and then they kind of did a little bit more hand lifting and contacting them to try and get the PRs picked up. And it sort of felt like, okay, it wasn't too bad. Like the cost per vuln fixed was not outrageous. We could see how if we just kept adding money, it would play out. But when all was said and done, and they came back and they said, we scanned 3,000 packages, we found 300 vulnerabilities, we fixed 30 of them, and 3 were accepted. And I made up those numbers, that's not the actual numbers. But it sort of felt like if somebody, if you told somebody, I want you to clean up the Pacific garbage patch, right? And they came back with a rowboat full of plastic, or maybe a barge full of plastic. It doesn't matter, because the orders of magnitude here are off the charts, right? The garbage patch is gigatons of plastic. You came back with a rowboat or a barge or whatever, and what can I do differently based on what you've done? I can either send out 1 million rowboats, or I can tell people, hey, we've made the world safer. Nobody can do anything differently based on that. So it's not actionable, it's not useful, and one of our many tenets is we want impact, we want outcomes that we can benefit from reasonably quickly. So it was pretty clear that we had a problem. And so we thought about it again, and around the time, do you remember the XZ utils attack? Right? Everybody remembers that. It's like the poster child of why your small maintainer project is a nightmare for you and you didn't know it yet. And I realized that one of the problems here was the economics of how people were thinking about open source were wrong, but also, somewhat ironically, right? How many of us, as maintainers of open source, have complained about those corporate players who just take our source code for free and use it without giving anything back and profit from it and don't want to spend any money because their competitors aren't spending money, so why would they be the first one to blink, right? Pretty much every open source project ever has at least had someone saying that, right? How many open source projects have looked at their dependencies and said, my God, those poor suckers are working for us, we should go help them? Yeah, the correct answer is none, right? And then we looked at, in the XZ thing, and looked at the projects that were open source projects, were well funded with resources and engineering, right? And were working on things and used XZ, and how many of them had even looked up to say, I wonder if there's a human being behind that project? And the answer was a deafening 0. And so instead of trying to pick up the Pacific garbage patch, we came up with this idea, and actually started with a project called Airflow. And a gentleman in Yarrick came up to me after a talk and says, I want you to speak at the Airflow conference about this stuff. And I'm like, I'm not going to speak for nothing. We're going to talk about something we did. And we started talking, and he had already done the most important thing, which he had an inventory of all of Airflow's dependencies, 719 of them. We will not speak of the front-end dependencies. The world of JavaScript and browsers is a whole other problem. But he had 719 back-end dependencies. And he knew all of them. And I said, this is great. I want you to go and look at all of those and see which ones need your attention. See which ones need help from your project. See which ones represent risk to your project. And so we started a very new kind of audit. And the idea here was, instead of trying to pick up the Pacific garbage patch, right, we just wanted to find one beach, a community beach that we'll call Airflow. And we'll get that community of people in the Airflow space to give a shit about the beach and to pick up, not everything, but to clean that beach of, broken glass, cigarette butts, whatever other strange things they find, do a cleaning of the beach. And the goal played out incredibly well. The Airflow, we funded that initial project. They did an audit, and the audit wasn't go look at the code, because it turns out that the code and the vulnerabilities you can find in a project are the least interesting thing to look at. And that's at odds with every CISO today sitting there trying to get to checkboxing on 0 vulns on their releases, right? The real risk is around the culture, the process of how that project handles vulnerabilities, right? Now, I want you all, because I'm here today for a purpose, to think about that in the context of BSD, right? That's why we're having this conversation today. And they did, honestly, it was a little bit more than scorecard and a sort of a bit of a script here and there and a cursory analysis to go look at these things. And they realized, wow, there's a lot of them. We can't look at them all, even in level of detail. And it turns out that didn't matter, because they could look at, I think it was 150 pretty easily. And there was some manual, some automation, some inspection, so forth. And then they came up with a list of just 16 that were immediately, going back to, remember what I said, the top most critical projects? Well, they had no trouble identifying 16 that were worthy of their attention. And they paid attention to those things. And amazing things happened. And I'll come back to this topic. I'm trying to remember my slides here. So I'm going to come back to this because we build on this theme, right? So scaled is hard. If you think about it, what's really happening here is scaled is best done fractally, where you look at the top of ecosystems, where you have funded engineering resources, often connected to a business model, and you help them reprioritize their work. So instead of working on the next new feature all the time, they're looking not only at their own code, but upstream and saying, where is my risk? We're going to come back. This is a theme you will hear a lot. So in a more broad sense, going back to the alpha side of catalyzing change, right? We think about transforming the security culture of organizations. And what we have learned time and time again, and this project here is no exception, is that the best way to start is by funding an actual audit. And you learn a lot by how an organization responds to even the, hello, we're from Alpha Omega, we'd like to fund an audit for you, right? How they respond. We don't need one, we're fine. Or, what's an audit? Or, what have we done wrong, right? Which are all like cliches, and yet here we are, right? We've also learned that code audits are great, but even the first few hours of the conversation tell you everything you need to know about where that project is in their journey, and make decisions about how to help, and also as a consumer how to use or not use that project a lot easier to make. I think I'll talk about it later, but if I don't, Ed, please remind me, we've started a concept now called rapid security reviews. And we've started this with the Eclipse Foundation. I also work with them. And the idea is, what can we do in 4 hours? Not 4 weeks or 4 months, not $40,000, $50,000 or $100,000. What can we do in 4 hours, less than $1,000 of time? And the answer is, it's a lot. It's pretty cool. So everything starts with an audit. The organization will then find out all the things that are wrong, the risks and like that, prioritize them, and then coming back in 6 months and finding out what happened after the audit tells you, again, much more than you wanted to know. The other thing we've learned is that when security is just that big problem, right, it turns out into being the nobody problem, right? And so the cliche of syndrome, when everybody's special, nobody is. And, you know, honestly, when we first started working with FreeBSD, we were pretty thrilled that there was this dude named Ed, whose name I can never remember how to pronounce correctly, who was already there, right? Yeah, no, it's Ed. I got it. Thanks. I set it up, you tied it, boom, it was right there. And so this actually turned into a common engagement for us when there wasn't somebody whose job it was to worry about security, and where there was enough of an institutional framework around that project or that culture or that ecosystem that they could in fact hire somebody. Because the other thing we've learned is that we are hands-off. We're not actively doing things, we are funding things, and that 92.5% efficiency doesn't come from having a lot of people. And so making it someone's job has all kinds of amazing implications because, well, it's funny, when we first started this, our goal was, we will fund your security engineer in residence for the first year, maybe 2, but we want you to start funding it yourself over a course of 3 years. And we said that to a bunch of our recipients. Any guesses as to how that went? Yeah, it went really poorly, right? It takes a long time to change the funding priorities of an organization. And also, most open source foundations or parent organizations are not development shops. They don't fund development work. They are organizational, governance, marketing, eventing, and like that. And so the context for which that work needed to happen is it's different. And the organizations that are funding development work in that space are jealous about how they do that. They put their engineers into the space, but they don't just hand over development money to other people, right? And again, economics plays out a lot here. So we've been doing that. We haven't been able to wean them of our funding, but what has happened has been almost even better. If you think about a boat pushing its way through the water, right? There's a bow wave, and we're paying for that bow wave. And there's all these cool dudes foil surfing on the wake behind that boat, right? Doing all kinds of great security work in the wake of that effort. And we've seen that over and over again, is that when somebody's leading the way, good things happen, which is why I love this slide here. The role in a security engineer in residence, it's not about actually doing the work, right? There's I mentioned before, there's billions of dollars worth of work to be done. In any project, there's just an unmanageable amount of work to be done. But setting the tone, normalizing the process, normalizing the kind of work that gets done, and then prioritizing and actually having an intentional voice about what things we should do. By the way, these slides are available. I'll give you a Go link, and you can get to them afterwards. By the way, all these images were made with an AI. I had more fun doing it, and the prompt wars were hilarious. It's a lot of fun. So the big lesson out of this, right, is that the people involved are more important than the culture, which is more important than the process, which is a hell of a lot more important than the current volunteers you have, right? And so the question I would ask for you, right, is as you think about this, it's your team and your work and this set of people here, is where are you? Where do you feel your strengths are here? Where are you prioritizing your security thinking? What is good? What is bad? What do you want to change there? Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit now about how we have turned money into security, right? Security is a function of the money we put in. Great. How does that work out? And these are almost, again, you could apply most of these things to good software development practices, but it's harder in open source because everybody's doing their own thing in their own way. And as a funding group where I'm not the boss of you, right? You don't work for me. And that's true, by the way, for everything, right? And the classic passive-aggressive defense of PR is welcome, asshole, right? So one of the things that we are very clear about is that we are focused on shovel-ready projects. And by that I mean there's a clear hole to be dug, there's a shovel with which to dig it, or we know what the kind of shovel we need to do it is. There's someone who's going to do the digging, and then whatever's going in that hole afterwards is ready to go in that hole, right? We don't fund things where we say, this is great, you should totally hire someone to do this project. Here's a pile of money, let us know when you found that person or that vendor or that organization to do that work, right? We want everything lined up and ready to go because we don't want to just transfer a pile of money from our foundation to some other foundation and then them go through the not fun process of finding qualified security people to work on hard problems. And so if you're not ready to do the work, we're not ready to fund the money. We will tee it up and have it ready to go, but we are very clear about that. And we also like to be able to talk about that impact in a useful way, in a quarter or 2 quarters, a year. A year's a long time for us. We're also really focused on making sure that since we are a foundation for open source improvements, that we're always creating a public good. That is not always as easy as it sounds. There's a lot of open source out there, and we all experience the variety of licenses that are emerging in this space. We're focused on the public good of organizations consuming open source. The organizations that are producing it have as many different varied approaches as you can imagine. And in particular, the AI space now is creating some real challenges for us in terms of like where we would feel comfortable putting money, where we feel like we have to help out. We're now looking at dozens of companies that are springing up around an open source project doing AI. But the governance of the project is entirely in a corporate entity funded by VCs and so forth. They have money. Why are we propping up their insecure process? And the answer is because a whole bunch of other dumb schmucks are pulling their insecure stuff down and using it and creating real damages. So we're still developing a strategy here. Our thinking now is we want to get involved early on projects before they become big and overfunded, and see if we can plant lots of seeds of good security in there and see how that plays out over time. But we'll also do a few things where we'll create a poster child or two and just say, look everybody, these guys are doing a great job. Wouldn't you be bad if you didn't? And see if we can guilt a bunch of companies to caring. So as I mentioned before, we look for leverage. By the way, this was an impossibly hard image to generate with an AI. If you try to get an AI to generate an image of a fulcrum, right, or a lever, where it is not a seesaw, it is not competent to do so. Like I managed to get it inch over to like about, I don't know, like 5/8, right? And then I like a little bit more, boom, it gives up back to the seesaw every time. So this was a composite one, took a little fighting. But we look for leverage notably around large ecosystems. Something like BSD, where there are an awful lot of organizations and projects and things around that. There is a community there, and when things happen, they can spread further than we could ever achieve on our own. Right? I mean, most of you have never heard of Alpha Omega or me. That's a good thing as far as we're concerned. I talked about this before, but it's actually really key for us, right? We very much want to be there to help. We like to be there with you on the journey. We learn as much from everyone's journey as we teach. It is, I think, a fully bilateral experience, but we are not there to manage, micromanage, or control the outcomes. And that has allowed us to scale well. As I said, I work maybe 1 to 2 days a week, and we have dozens of active projects at any one point in time. I would be running around with my hair on fire pretty quickly if not. And this is probably my favorite outcome from Alpha Omega that none of us could have anticipated, is that the family of organizations that we have funded, we started pulling them together and having literally a round table. We did virtual, we did in person, we try to do it now 4 times a year. And we just have people from all these different walks of open source and different roles, from foundation directors to security engineers to marketing people to business development, fundraising, in a room together talking about the problems of open source in a security context. And every time I ask, was this worth your time? Should we do it again? And by the way, I never go in there with a plan. I don't even have an agenda. We just show up and we start talking. And everyone's like, yep, we can't wait for the next one. We're doing it again. And the network of what is becoming sort of a boys and girls network of security, trust, and knowledge, and transfer of knowledge, and how to set up this and how to do that, has just been amazing. And we're building on that. So although we bring money, what really matters are the resources and the culture. The organizations that find it in their self-interest to commit engineering towards a project and a culture around that commitment is what really makes a difference in open source. So going back to the Airflow example, Airflow is a well-funded project because it's very close to revenue. Lots of businesses are able to monetize Airflow as a service, and so they are quite happy having 4 or 5 engineers working on the project. And by working with them and creating that beach cleaning effort, those engineers are now putting security on their roadmap. The 2025 roadmap, the V3 and beyond roadmap for Airflow, has a lot of security work on it, and they've taken active steps. Right? That wasn't happening before. And that audit, by the way, I think we spent $50,000 on. I like that kind of impact. So let's talk about the economics. Economics of open source are, to put a word, completely fucked up. Most people don't understand them. People are either thinking, someone's working for free for me, this is great, right? Or they think that corporations are running the show in some way. And I could go on for days on this, but I'm going to run out of time. I'm already like way past my time as it is. But like, understanding how humans choose to work on open source, how they are in a corporation getting paid and they find a way to work on an open source project. Why? Because when they leave, they have value. That's one of the reasons, right? Like if you are at Google and you work on Borg and you decide, I'm done with this Google place, I'm going to work somewhere else, your Borg skills are worth exactly 0. Right? The number of entities that are building Borg is 0. If you worked on Kubernetes, you're a hot ticket. It also happened in research. Researchers would work at a school somewhere doing some stuff, and then when they leave that school, they want to be able to take their source code with them so they could reproduce their research somewhere else and do something else. Right? There's a tension between the venture capital that wants to control the outcomes and benefit the profits from software, and the engineers who are creating that software. Right? Early days of Silicon Valley, engineers made all the millions and the billions. And then money people are like, oh, we're the ones who make money. You make software, we make money. They changed the game. Open source move things around again. We're seeing the change there. So there's all these changes around it. But the unfortunate part, right, is that no matter how funding or engineering resources come into open source, right, they are not wired for security engineering. Everybody is in a growth war, one way or the other. Whether it is a growth war on revenue and market share, or it is popularity for your open source project, there is some other one that's doing another thing that's similar, but yours is more popular. Whether you are seeking personal validation, financial gain, or creating a market for your side consulting business, all these variations, right? Very few of them reward security up front, right? That is the world of capitalism that we live in, whether the currency is dollars, or GitHub stars, or dependencies, or dependence. I don't have cool pictures for these because I haven't figured out a way how to make these look cool in pictures. But here's another thing. So now you've got some project that you depend upon, and you look at it, right? And there's a person working on that project, and they're working nights and weekends. Can you buy more nights and weekends from that person? When you give them money, what's going to happen? Are they going to say, this is great, now I can do all those security things, including my other roadmap, right? No, you can't. And in fact, you can't even do that with corporations, because they have planned out their year, they've got their OKRs, they've got their business goals. They've got people who are working, let's just honestly say 5 to 9 as opposed to 9 to 5. You can't get more time out of those people. So until those priorities change, and they care about them in different reasons, you can't pay them to do this extra work. And in particular, those XZ projects are high risk. Because you can't just walk up and say, you're a problem. Already they feel great, they love you now, right? Here's some money, stop being a problem. That doesn't work. Right? I've had people come to me asking for money because they're working on some project. It's a nights and weekends thing. It's relatively popular. And they want to be able to work on it full time. If I had $1 for every time that had happened, I'd have a lot of dollars to fund all that work. Right? It doesn't play out that well. So people are focused on growth. It is true in corporations, but it's also true in open source. And people don't always think that one through, but it plays out every single time. So I think FreeBSD may be an exception to this, but an awful lot of open source ecosystems depend upon external funding for infrastructure, for better and for worse. And so the operating costs of something like crates.io, anyone want to take a guess? How much do you think it costs a year to run crates.io? I'll buy a free croissant in the lobby for someone who gets it right. You're close. It's on the order of 10 million. It's a little bit less than that. and that's the best model they've got. They're one of the more diligent organizations in terms of tracking that budget separately. That is including all the cloud credits they get, the CDN credits they get, the operations cost, and the security engineering work that goes into it as well. We fund some of that. So, open source projects have bad business models. They haven't figured out how to create sustainability. It is very common, whether it is PyPI or FreeBSD, right? When you think about the project's sustainable health, you can look at how close it is to revenue, how easy it is to track the impact of the work to a corporate revenue space or to an individual's personal outcomes, and you can see directly how likely they are to get the resourcing they need to do the things that they do. It's kind of weird to talk about a business model for an open source project, but that's the kind of guy I am. I spend a lot of money in this space, and at the end of the day, whether it is their personal time, which is a currency of its own, or whether it is corporate engineering because we need these features for our whatever, or because it is grants or credits, there's always a purpose, and understanding it is really important. Okay, so now this is, I think, particularly relevant today and what we've been talking about with all of you, right? So you can look at your dependency graph, and you all have some, right? Whether you vendor them in or you pull them into a package manager or whatever, you have a bunch of dependencies, right? And you can pretend that that is someone else's problem. It's XZ utils again, right? But hear me now. It is all your code. If it's in your system and you're compiling it in, it has total access to your build environment, and it has total access to your production runtime environment. So it's not someone else's code. It's your code. And when you sign off on a release or commit something or talk about how proud you are to have done this work on whatever, right? You are including other people's code, and you are taking, or not, responsibility for the outcomes of that code. And the implications of npm install foo, right, are poorly understood, right? The average developer working in a bank, right? They're on a deadline, their boss is not holding hands, but he's very much hands-on, right? Needs to get this feature done by the weekend, right? And they're stuck. They can't get tab A into slot B. So what do? They Google how to tab A into slot B. A Stack Overflow article comes up, and it says at the top, how to get tab A into slot B. There's an explanation. At the bottom of it, there's npm install foo. The top-rated comment that has more upvotes than the entire article itself says, do not install foo. It is bad. It will wreak havoc on your systems. What's going to happen? Of course, right? He doesn't give a shit. Get tab A into slot B. Got to get my job done, right? Even if npm itself has a warning says, this is a bad idea. You're an idiot. Stop. It's like, got to fucking get it done. Checking it in, right? So open source and corporations behave as if the source code from somewhere else came down on the back of a unicorn with rainbows coming out of its ass, right? And it is just not true. It is much more likely to think of it as, you're not getting free beer, you're getting free puppies, and they shit on the carpet, and they eat the couch, and they bark at the neighbors, and they do stupid things, right? Every dependency you have and have ever had is still a puppy, right? You could look at your code and say, we're pretty mature, and then you look at the dependencies like, right? Here's another great one for you. Anyone feel this one? This is my favorite image of all time. I had so much fun, took many iterations to get this one. But at the end of the day, right, you may be very proud of the code that your systems have built, right? But you're sitting here depending upon something that is a nights and weekend project for somebody who hasn't been active for 4 years and doesn't know anything about vulnerability reporting. So and by the way, actually a quick show. How many of you work for a corporation who is paying you to work on BSD? Okay, this is you, motherfuckers. I'm talking about you, okay? We're super clear. It was a trap. You fell right into it. But this is you, right? Your organizations are sitting there shipping products, investing your features and go-to-market things on top of those products, and that is awesome. It's great. You should, and that's why FreeBSD continues to exist, because there is a business model connecting to it, right? But you are neglecting this. Maybe you individually are not. You're here because you are in fact not neglecting that part. But it's transitive, and your companies need to have a better understanding of the risk they're carrying and the prioritization they're making about it. right? And I'm generalizing. Some of you better than others. I don't know any of you from Adam, but I've seen this a long time. Part of this is what we used to think of as critical and identifying which are the critical dependencies we should pay attention to has turned out to be completely useless, right? Rob Pike wrote a criticality score algorithm a while ago. It's junk. It looks at literally popularity and this and that. It doesn't matter. If it's in your dependency tree, it has total access. And every now and then someone's like, well, what about sandboxing? I'm like, great. Have you found a way to sandbox all of your dependencies and the whole process swing? Like that's great. Let me know when you've done that. It doesn't happen, right? So since I was on the automatic images, AI images track like that, I took the infamous XKCD, because you can't have one of these presentations without having the XKCD image, right? And we asked it to generate. Can you even see it in this light? It's a bunch of like little boxes of routers and whatever, but we recreated the XKCD image in image form. It's almost invisible here. Bottom line, the size of your project is not the same thing as your risk, right? So you could have a one-line dependency, and by the way, the code could be immaculate, but how you bring it in, how you update it, and how it updates and how it handles vulnerabilities all create interesting risk, even if it's a one-liner called leftpad. So the lessons came out of this were really interesting, right? You have a graph underneath you of dependencies. And for every single one of those dependencies, you are doing one of these three things. Whether you think so or not, you are doing one of these three things. You're either actively involved in fixing it and helping maintain that code so it is secure. You're forking it. That fork may be a hard fork. You say, fuck it, we're going to get out of it and move on like that. It may be a soft fork where we'll live downstream of it, or it may be an inadvertent fork where you haven't picked up an update for a long time and you occasionally put a patch in there by hand. I see one nodding vigorously there, right? You're feeling the pain right there, right? Or you are fucking it. Get it off your damn system, right? So going back to Airflow, they looked at this list and they started doing these three things intentionally. There was one project like, why are we using this? Ditch it. Get it out of the system. Risk gone, right? There was another case where they, well, we don't need all the code. So they did a very hard fork where they forked it out, took the pieces they wanted, and said, we're now maintaining it. It's our code now. Let's be honest with it, right? And I'm very interested in that approach because far too many of us have these giant dependencies that we only use a teeny portion of, but we carry the whole risk of it, right? And in other cases, there was one that was fascinating. So if you're familiar with the CRA, this is legislation coming from the EU that is going to make everyone's lives more complicated when it comes to publishing software, responsible updates, supply chain security. And there was someone who was maintaining a project called Chronitor, which is a Python library for managing cron files because no human should ever have to edit a cron file twice. And this individual was also making money on the side consulting for people who wanted to use their library and things like that. And they felt like they were going to be declared a manufacturer under this legislation and therefore liable and subject to fines for the vulnerabilities of the software. And so they announced their intent to shut the project down and to back away from the whole thing. The Airflow folks got involved, found a foundation home for it, helped the individual get over that moving their cheese stuff, and then moved the project into that foundation. And now that individual can keep maintaining it. They are no longer the benevolent dictator for life. They are part of a project. They're still a lead on it. And Airflow engineers have committed to supporting that project as well because they care about it. It's part of their dependencies. So there's a lot of things that can happen, and they're all very interesting there. So the takeaway is, it's all your code. It's all your problem. And you should be looking at your stack and saying, where are my problems here? Not about the code that you own directly, but the code at everything. So of all these lessons, right, the most important thing comes down to actually, it's about people. The Airflow thing was fascinating. We had some automated tooling following vulnerabilities on their dependencies. And it would show up, and the maintainer would do what every maintainer does when they see somebody else filing a vulnerability. They did nothing. And then someone from Airflow would show up on the issue and say, hey, I'm from Airflow. We use your project. This vulnerability is actually legit. We've had some tooling around it. We'd love it if you could pay a little bit of attention to it. We've got a PR rate here ready to go. What do you think? And people are like, oh my God, you know I exist? You're from Airflow? This is so cool. You use my stuff. I'll get it right tomorrow. Done. Right? And the goal here is actually to have an adopt a highway mindset where people from a project are actually thinking about who is the person responsible for that relationship, because it's about people. If you have a personal relationship with every one of your dependencies, and I mean the whole graph, transitively, right? And you may say, well, that's a lot of people. I'm like, well, that's a lot of risk. Or you may have a dependent project, a dependency project where you're like, oh, they've got their shit together. We can talk to them. They'll take care of their dependencies. So great, we can trust Bob on Project Food to take care of Barv and so forth like that. Great, okay. But you got to know those people. And you really want to know them before the shit hits the fan, because when the shit hits the fan, and we've seen this over and over again, whether it's XZ, where the shit was starting to hit the fan, somebody noticed but nobody else did, and interesting things happened, or Log4Shell, when the Log4j team was absolutely inundated with people who were very willing to help, very eager to help. It was overwhelming. They can't handle it, and they're not going to start a new relationship at a time of crisis. So really, the people that we worked with, these are just a fraction of the people, I think, Ed, you're up there somewhere, that we've worked with in Alpha Omega. It is all these people that have actually made everything we've done over the past few years possible, because I'm just me. I talk to them. This is my extended family now. It's more fun than anything else. So just briefly looking ahead at where we're going, but also kind of a little bit explaining of what we've been doing. So our funding gets spread across these 4 buckets. So we talked about staffing. Package repositories they're the software, they are the app stores of software development. Going back to that npm install foo example, right? When you go to the Play Store or the App Store and you're trying to find the budget car rental app and you inadvertently type nudge it and you get an app that looks like budget, even has a B in there, right? But it's actually the nudge it app, right? You would be extremely upset, right? And for all that Apple and Google don't do enough and could do more or whatever, right? They do some basic things to make sure that really awful things don't happen to you. And it's an implausibly hard problem, right? And it's even harder for an underfunded, non-monetized open source package repository, which is why we spend a fair amount of money helping them be more secure. And also the risk of somebody being able to attack one of these systems and to therefore insert and tamper with the packages you download. So even if npm install foo is a totally good idea, if the foo you get is really someone else's idea of foo, now you have really hard problems, right? And these are persistent, nasty problems that don't go away. We talked about audits and remediation. It is a critical part of what we do. The amount of money spent is not as large as we thought it might be, and we want to spend more. We think we're cranking up this year. And going back to those rapid security views, we're working with OSTIF and the Eclipse Foundations and other organizations to do that. And we'd love to have similar patterns happening inside FreeBSD of what can we do organizationally across, because FreeBSD is a lot of modules, a lot of teams. What can we do to have a process? And we specifically don't call them audits, right? Because audits are very much, you have done something wrong, I'm here to find out what you did wrong and make you feel bad about it. The rapid security review is, hey, we're here, we just want to do a checkpoint. And we explicitly, at the Eclipse Foundation, chose to use this framework I love called I like, I wish, I wonder. And so the process is a little bit of automation, a little bit of questioning, a little survey you fill out for half an hour. We do some stuff, and then we come back with, I like, these are things you're doing great, right? I wish these things were better, or this was different like that, and I wonder why you did that, right? And by starting with that, they feel good about the conversation, they don't feel threatened, and they're eager to go off and do the things, and we don't overwhelm them with all the things that are wrong. We pick 1 or 2 and see if we can get them to fix that. And then we touch base with them again for another half hour in a few months. And then finally, because none of us know what the fuck we're doing in this space, we are continuing to try new things, right? Because it's very easy for us to just latch in on those 3 things and just pour money there and miss out on a whole bunch of opportunities. And some of those things that we're trying, I think I've got a list. No, I don't. Okay. Is it cropped off? No, it's in the next slide. Great, here we go. So looking ahead, we like to co-fund. So going back to any of the corporations that are working on FreeBSD and care about it, right? If there are things that you would like to see happening more and are willing to put money or resources, we are willing to match that, right? We want to see the extended community around a project get more skin in the security game. We want that to become a normal part of the business. We are very keen on foundational technologies like SALSA, which is essentially a framework for reasoning about security risk, and a technical level of tools for preventing tampering at every stage of the software development process. If you go to slsa.dev, you can see the threat models. The primary effort was done around build integrity. If you remember the SolarWinds attack, that was a lot of build integrity attacks that essentially allowed the build system to keep doing and persistently keep inserting malware into the build artifacts with nobody knowing. Now there's a source integrity track, which is easily adopted and allows you to ensure that the source code has not been tampered with by the underlying forge or by users running that forge. We love the idea of transparent and reproducible builds because they basically mitigate most of the threats on the build side of integrity. Things that we're looking at, we're looking at the AI library thing. We have started this project, currently called the Open Source Core of Security Engineers, which just rolls off the tongue. But the idea is to take the security engineers that we work with, put them in a room together, and to talk about what we can do collectively to act as a sort of backstop or leader across these communities. We don't know what it's going to be like. We're taking it literally 1 month, one meeting at a time. And the next step is actually, last meeting we gathered together like just ideas or existence of playbooks around security that we wanted to put in one place. And then in a couple of weeks in Denver, we're going to get together and we're literally just going to put them into the repo and start organizing it. And it's just going to be a working session. I talk about business models, right? I'm actually putting my money where my mouth is here. I'm funding someone named Ava Black, who's quite well known in the open source circles. They are going to be working with major ecosystems to understand the sort of economics behind it and where we might be able to change their business models, right? Anchoring back on this, if you think about PyPI, right? PyPI's revenues are flat. Let's put them into the Python Foundation bucket, they're still flat, right? There's donations and it's a pretty flat thing. If anything, they're dwindling, right? But the PyPI costs look like this. They scale with the number of people putting and downloading packages in there, right? And so the math is not good. And things are going to have to change. And it's going to be things that some people are going to find, and I'm unabashedly happy to charge in here and piss people off, right? We're going to have to start doing things that people are not comfortable with to find sustainable models. Like charging for things, right? I know we're here in Canada, and I am a proud Canadian, but like, you know, hospitals get paid for the work that they do, right? Even when it's insurance or whatever, it's a nonprofit entity, but it still gets paid for work. You can charge for value propositions. One of my favorite examples is an example of ICANN. Now you could look at ICANN and say, man, there's some fat cats at the top going on, and they are doing the trips to Fiji, right? And there are some fat cats making the next TLD and generating millions of dollars and like that. I don't give a shit. Because they generate an unbelievable public good that has been reliable and effective for decades. Any idiot can get a domain name for $9 a year and have their own site and know that it has certain truths about it. Everybody can consume that domain knowing certain truths about it. That's amazing. That is a symbiotic relationship. I don't care if there's profit at the top, and the correct amount of fraud is never zero. So if we have all these risks around putting money in the picture for nonprofit and open source organizations and people start chasing revenue and so forth, I'm like, these would be great problems to have. I would love to have to put more governance around that. And at the end of the day, the governance is what makes a difference. So I'm very interested in that. We'll learn a lot. We're also very interested in AI-powered audits. You know, unless you've been living under the biggest rock in the world, right? You can now fire up these tools and do amazing things. Hilariously, I tried to get most of the AIs to do the Airflow style audit of go look at my dependencies and find this sort of institutional risk, right? And it produced this long description of all the stuff it was going to do, had the plan. Now they'll tell you what they're going to do because I give a shit. Just do it, right? And then it produced the table. And the table had really good looking stuff. And there at the top of the table in almost fine print was, this is a made up table to show you what it would look like. I'm like, fuck you, why am I doing this, right? But the great thing about AI is if you don't like the current state of AI, it's like the weather in England, just wait an hour. It improves or changes constantly, and we actually are seeing opportunities, which brings me to this point here. Every project I've encountered doing automation in open source security ends up rebuilding the same stupid stuff over and over again. They go off and do something to go off and get stuff from GitHub, they pull data from NVD, they pull data from over there, they do all this stuff. And the amount of work they have to do, whether it's research or security, to just go off and get the basic metadata they need, is stupid, and they all end up doing it over and over again. And I'm like, why don't we have something? And it turns out we do, and it's a subject of an entirely different talk, but ecosystems, ecosys.me.ms, an amazing gentleman named Andrew Nesbitt, he actually created libraries.io, sold it to Tightlift, they crushed it. He got funded to go do this, continues to deliver great things here, and we're going to double down on that and look at how, among other things, we can add, say, an MCP server to that. And by the way, MCP, the S stands for security. And see if we can get that AI-powered audit to have structurally meaningful data about its analysis so we can do things at scale. So with that, as promised, this is not the right QR code, but it'll get you to the same deck that I used at a different talk. That was the Go link. I didn't update the last slide. But it's exactly the same talk except for the header. And I'll share it with Deb, and you can pass on the decks any way you want, like that. I think I careened in on time, which is a miracle of scheduling and luck. I'd love to take questions, or you can throw things at me and I'll run away. It's fine. Okay, I'm going to start throwing mics at people, or I can repeat questions.
No, we got mics.
Yeah.
I have. Can you hear me? Is this on?
You're getting thumbs up from the people up there. Yep.
You said something about doing stuff in Denver and putting together repeatable builds. I live in Denver, and if it's something I could turn up to and help, I would love to.
Excellent.
The question is, I guess, I'm drawing a blank. I guess, how do I do that?
Okay.
I was going somewhere else, but I lost my train of
I will
thought.
leave a stack of business cards at the front. You can contact me directly. For Denver, it is the, so in Denver, in the week of June 23rd, I think it is the Linux Foundation's Open Source Summit. It's their umbrella event for a lot of open source things. We are co-located with that, and on the Tuesday? Wednesday, thank you. We hosting in the morning a 3-hour meeting of the open source core of security engineers, and then, and you're gonna be there?
No, I think that's probably Tuesday. I think
Okay. Oh, we're giving a talk on Wednesday. Right. So Deb and I are giving a talk about Alice's good work. But on Tuesday is a meeting of the open source core security engineers. You'd be welcome to that. And in the afternoon is the round table. You're also welcome to that. That is not, he came first, so he gets dibs. But if other people are interested, please come and see me. We're not unlimited in our capacity, but happy to have more.
I can vouch for one or two.
Good. He's all right? Yeah. You passed. You're good.
Well, so I'm good most days, huh?
That's it? No more questions? Lulled you into sleep. Deb.
I do have a question. So you talked about matching. So if a company offered a match, so say we as the FreeBSD Foundation, and so are you saying matching within Alpha Omega, or you would match their
So if
contribution?
FreeBSD went, got a bunch of companies drunk and said, if you cough up $10,000 each and 10 of them do that and it's $100,000, and you came to us and said, would you match that? We'd say, here's $100,000.
Okay.
It's not a blank check here, but one of our explicit goals for 2025 was to normalize other organizations funding security and benefiting from the outcome. And so matching is a great way to get people excited about that and see how, and we'll learn if it plays out. But yeah, we're keen to do that.
Okay, you all heard that.
And also, we would take in-kind matching too. So if an organization says, well, we don't have the cash, but Bob has been screwing around building some UI and we really want him to do something else, we'll look at that as well.
Yeah.
Okay? So I have a question for you. Since nobody else has questions, you thought you were going to get away with it, but I still have time. I'm going to use it. I'm hosting a workshop next week at the UN Open Source Summit. It's called a Maintain-a-thon with the Sovereign Tech Fund folks. And we thought about how we wanted what we wanted the individuals to come away from the workshop from. And I came up with this silly little framework, which is today I learned, tomorrow I'm going to, and I wish something. So I'd like to hear from you. Today, did you learn something? Tomorrow, are you going to do something or different? Is something going to change? And what is it that you wish? Like you heard all this and man, I wish there was a blank. Anyone? We need more coffee. Well, please think about, yes.
So, supposing I realize, all right, I'm dependent on XZ.
Yep.
I'm dependent on XZ. How can I somehow get somebody to deal with the issues that are going on there? I mean, I can realize I have a problem with some piece, but I don't know how to go about getting it dealt with.
I love this question. And so I think that the answer is, it depends upon your organization, right? So let's put you in the context of FreeBSD, which I think is the right context here. And what I would say is, you'd go to Ed and say, Ed, who among us has a relationship with XZ? And how should we, as an organization, establish one? And of course, Ed, being the master, he says, you should do that. That's great. Here's the email address. But I mean, at the end of the day, you don't want to be random about it. I totally agree. But as an organization, right, I would ask Ed, Ed, do you have a list of your external dependencies, right? And can I share that? So we are funding an Airflow-style audit for FreeBSD to go off and build the inventory of your dependencies, whether they're coming through packages or you're vendoring them to the source tree of source code that comes from somewhere else. And I would encourage you to include your own organizational boundaries of different projects because Conway's law. And just have that thing of like, okay, what are the relationships here? What are the projects we depend upon? How are we vendoring them in? Are we fixing? Are we forking? Are we forgetting about these things, right? And then to have an intentional outcome of that that says, whatever your name is, sir, is now the contact for XZ and is going to approach them and say, hey, I'm from FreeBSD. We use your stuff. Just wanted to say hi and let you know, and we're here to help. If you have some crisis, we'd be happy to help out from time to time, right? And in all likelihood, you'll never have to do anything at all except be there and give them some sense of not being alone. Yes?
So that suggests a question to me. Have you funded any efforts to, either for white papers or software, to help large organizations institutionalize this knowledge of the person-to-person connections? You know, Ed is great, but someday Ed might move on. He can't keep it all in his head. And now who do I go to find out who the contact at XZ is? You know, how do we pick up and hand off and still maintain that knowledge so that people can, you know, curate it and deal with that on a regular basis as people are coming and going from an organization, you know, that wants to do this stuff, wants to be good, but, you know, aren't very good at tracking these things. We have the same problem with vendors. They'll commit code to our tree, and then the person that facilitated it moves on, and we don't know who to talk to anymore because the person that committed it moved on, and there's not additional relationships that we can pick up, you know, 5 years or 10 years later.
So this image, actually, I generated this image the first time when I wrote an article published on LinkedIn talking about the 3 Fs and talking about how organizations, private, open source, or otherwise, need to start doing that. We haven't funded a specific white paper separately. I think that article itself, and I can put up a Go link. It might be at the end of the deck as well, actually. Let me see, could I go here? Yeah, 3 Fs. So go.xwin.io/3Fs will link to that article as well. And so feel free to pass that on inside your organizations and have a conversation inside your organizations about, hey, what are we doing about these? I think the article is good enough. I don't need to pay for, I paid for myself to do it basically, so I think it was good enough to start. But I think we're also, rather than telling, we're showing, you know, this work here, other work we're doing, we've actually set an explicit goal of having more Airflow style beach cleaning exercises across various ecosystems so that we can build up more data, more knowledge, and also just have more people, you know, walk the walk. So I think with that, I think my time is up. I will be here all day, and I think probably kibitzing and generally making trouble for most of the presenters all day. Thank you very much for having me this morning. I look forward to talking all day long.
2, free. Test 1, 2, free. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Test 1, 2, free.
especially when we're a few minutes behind. So one bit of housekeeping is, as I try to multitask, it's never a good idea. We do have shirts. They finally arrived a day late. So here's our lovely logo on the front and our sponsors on the back. So during the next break, not during this session, please, you can come down and get your shirt. They're ordered by size. Small is farthest away from me in increasing order. Not gratuitously randomly sorted. Aside from that, our next session is going to be talking about 15.0, and I'm going to have Colin and Ed come join me, and I'm going to pop up our HackMD in a second. But unlike our kind of have, need, want sessions we've done in the past, we're going to repeat something we did, I think, 2 years ago for 14.0, where we're going to just focus on what are the things we need to kind of get done for 15 itself. The kind of the critical blocking issues as opposed to brainstorming what we're going to do for the next 2 years. I mean, the next year we'll return back to the kind of brainstorming schedule for 16.0. But I'm still missing Colin and Ed. Oh, Colin's coming. That gives me time to try to get the HackMD on the website, so that's on the screen. The HackMD link is on the wiki. I just put it there. It's also the same one we've used for the past several times. To add to new window. And I have an initial start of some issues that I had gone over with Colin. And we will flesh this out, but these are ones I think we wanted to, well, in particular, the first three are ones we definitely want to make sure we talk about today. So I will, since Source Manager, we talked about the first one yesterday. I don't think there's a lot more to say, except that I think the next step for this item is that we will, here, I'm going to, yeah, you and Ed will swap this one back and forth.
Sure.
For the 32-bit platform deprecation that we're doing, that's something, I guess I'm the stucky, but we'll send out a mail probably to ARC with the plan that we discussed yesterday, and if there's consensus on that, then we'll merge the first few commits that we talked about to main, and that should be all we need until we get closer to the release. But I think that one's kind of has a plan, is in hand. OpenSSL, so the OpenSSL folks, their current LTS branch, which is 3.0, ends its support cycle soon, and certainly soon within the lifetime of the stable 15 branch. And OpenSSL took a while to figure out that they were supposed to have a new LTS branch, but recently I think they have finally decided which one. And Ed has told me that Pierre is working on bringing in the new version, the new LTS version, which I think is 3.5. But hopefully we'll land that in main, give it some soak time before the release. So I think that one's also in progress. But the next one probably invites a bit more discussion, which is we have a goal, and perhaps ambitious, to switch our binary update system going forward, starting with 15 to base system packages instead of FreeBSD update.
I mean, it's not just the update system, it's also the install
Yeah,
process.
also the install. But in general, the way we distribute binary artifacts away from FreeBSD update and distribution sets and artifacts built as packages instead. So do you want to talk about this one?
I
We want Ed to talk about this one?
I was hoping Ed
There's
could...
Ed. There we go.
Yes. Yeah, so over the past couple months, because I've been doing FreeBSD 14.3, Ed, as deputy release engineer, has been busy doing all this package-based stuff. I'm sure Ed knows exactly where things are at.
Yeah, so the foundation has been funding work on package base of late, which I will talk about a little bit later on today as well. So that's mostly Isaac has been getting some improvements into package itself to be able to address some bugs with that came up from installing or the ordering of package installation, and then he's got changes which are mostly in now and a couple in review to add installer support. Initially, so a few things that he did.
To maybe back up slightly, I think a useful outcome for this session is perhaps to, and we can do it in the HackMD if some other folks want to help along, is maybe to flesh out a more broken out to-do list of the of what are the items on package base and who their owners are. So I think we know about the installer is one.
So the installer is largely ready to.
Right, and who would be the owner? Who's finishing the installer bits? Is that you?
So I will take the ownership of
Okay.
what's left. The largest outstanding issue is the build infrastructure and like the meta issues of building and releasing those.
So I think so how would we describe that? That
Build process.
Yeah.
well, is it build process integrity? I know there's we currently have a system that builds package-based packages. That's a cron job on a machine. But it doesn't quite give the flexibility to, say, the security team to be able to stage updates. So when we release an advisory, we want to be able to pre-build the packages before we announce the advisory and kind of push everything to the public as quickly as possible with minimal latency between when the announcement happens and when you can get the bits. And also minimal latency of the bits showing up before the announcement so people can try to figure out what is going on ahead of the announcement. So that's one area, right, where security team needs more control than they have today over how Relling sets are built.
The way that they're being built right now doesn't really work with the release building process because, we always build everything on the release builders. If we wanted to get bits from Baptiste's package build cron jobs, we would need to, I guess, wait until they're up to date and pull them from there rather than building them on the release engineering build boxes.
Well, the build infrastructure for that is in place. You can build them either way. You can build the packages. So the release builds can
the release builds can do it, but if we
deciding which ones to publish, and
we
making
want
sure
to
the
figure
right
out
ones
which to
get
publish,
published.
and hopefully there's no reproducibility issues, but we at least need to figure out signing because probably we want the builds built by the release engineering team and the builds built by the security team to be signed with the same keys, but I don't know. Ideally, the release engineering team should not have access to those keys to sign a release after it's been released, but I'm not sure if there's any way of doing that. So there's stuff to figure out there anyway.
Brooks also might have, I'll let Brooks raise his issue instead of me just say, go ahead.
So Alpha Omega is funding work at the Apache Foundation right now around release infrastructure and signing infrastructure. I'd love to put you in touch. There's no need to build things 3 or 4 times or to design them 3 or 4 times. I know everyone's unique and different, but there's also a lot of commonality here. So, and one of my goals is for this not to be this, like, everybody does it differently, right? So if there's anything we can do to help there, we'd love to see that connection happen.
So my question is, what is the path where every step is a supported step to go from 14.3 to 15.0 with a binary update?
I think the answer there is we have not entirely decided yet. It might look like you package basify a 14.3 system and then you use package base.
Supported package-based packages for 14.3. That was an announced decision.
That is true. Decisions can always change, but that is one possibility. The other possibility is that we have FreeBSD update able to take you to 15.0 release, but not past that point. And then we have package basify able to turn that into a 15.0 package-based system. It is very unlikely that FreeBSD update can actually take you into a package-based system because all of the packages are registered in the same place as packages from ports, and FreeBSD update doesn't know anything about taking 2 SQLite databases and squishing them together. But it could probably get us to the point where you have a 15.0 system installed, and then you package basify to just register what you got there already.
Yeah. Yeah, I
I
want to
think-
make sure we don't have steps that we have knowingly decided are unsupported.
Yes,
or
no,
don't need to be
steps
supported.
need to be supported. Another problem is, what do we do going from 14.4 up to 15?
Well, and also 14.x up to 15.1 later on.
Right. So we could say we only want to go from 14. We only want FreeBSD update to take people from 14.4 up to 15.0, and you use package base after that. But if we do that, then we need to make sure that nothing gets merged to stable 14, which will make this not work.
I mean, I think really we want to be able to support the same set of upgrade cases that we support today, which is latest stable to, or like latest from the previous major to the current minor of the.
But we also need to recognize our capacity, engineering and person capacity, and maybe make some pragmatic choices that this is a special upgrade, unlike upgrades between other major branches. So I don't think it is unreasonable if we have a more restricted set.
Yeah, I think.
And Warner is trying to talk to.
Okay.
No, I was going to make exactly that point, and we did something similar with SVN to get, where we had a limited support of SVN for the duration of the branch, and then we cut it off. If FreeBSD update can only go to 15.0, and that's all the resources we have, then if you want to go from 14.4 to 15.1, then you're taking a trip through 15.0 if you're doing it with that mechanism. And I think that's a reasonable restriction, and I don't want this. Is basically the question we have to ask: is this feature important enough to delay, other things for? And I don't think it is. I mean, others might disagree, but I think that's the question we need to ask and get answered.
Yeah, so as far as the FreeBSD update from 14.4 to 15 situation goes, it may be, so I'm going to need to do some special hacking to make FreeBSD update for 15.0 work at all, because right now the build infrastructure is set up to use those distribution sets that we have right now. So I will need to rewrite that build code to get something that FreeBSD update can ingest. If it is easy, if that turns out to be easy, then I could do that for 15.1, 15.2, 15.3, whatever, then that'll be straightforward. If that turns out to be hard, then we run into a problem where if there's new syscalls added in, which are in 15.0 or in head rather, that are merged back into 14.4 but are not in 15.0. So sometime after 15.0, there's a new syscall which gets merged into 14.4. The first step of doing a FreeBSD update to 15.0, we would then be installing a new kernel, which might not work with those 14.4 userland binaries.
Right. If we do that, we absolutely positively have to do forward compatibility, no exceptions
Exactly.
whatsoever.
Or don't merge that.
Or just
Or don't merge that.
stuff.
Those are your
And-
two choices.
Yes,
And historically, we haven't been sticklers, but we need to for this.
So it is also the case currently, and we could continue to do this, that right now we will build both the dist sets and the package-based packages. We can continue to do that. There's been a desire expressed by some people to keep the dist sets, at least in the short term, because they've built custom tooling for creating jails or things like that. That's a discussion that we need to have.
I would, as a release engineer, I'd prefer to not do that, just because it is more likely that something will break on one side and not be noticed because everybody's using the other side.
Yeah, I just want to request that we not break that. At least in the next year or two.
I almost feel like we're going to need a wiki page on this topic. 'Cause it's,
Yeah, what works? What do we?
So who's going to be the owner of this topic? I already tagged Colin, but are you really going to be the owner of this topic?
I mean, Ed's been doing most of the work of managing.
All right, I'm
package-based
happy
stuff, yeah,
with
so.
changing who gets to be in charge.
I like that you make it sound very gets to be in charge. PR's welcome, asshole.
We used to have that column called Stuck E.
Yeah, you got voluntold. So backing up slightly, we briefly discussed the operational things of deploying packages. Who's going to be the owner for that?
I think that's me and Gordon, who I was hoping he would be here, but he's not here. He
even
wasn't
more
he
volatile.
He wasn't able to make it, but yeah, I mean, that has to be a conversation between release engineering and security team. And I know he's already managed to get some HSMs for signing package-based packages, but they're not being used yet because we haven't actually set up the system for using them. But
So are there other package-based topics, and this is also open to the room, not just Ed and Colin, that we don't have on our list yet, right? So we have the installer, this question of how we deal with publishing the packages and upgrading from 14.x via binary. Are there other topics about package-based that are open issues that need to be addressed?
I'm gonna ask a stupid question.
Sure.
So I talked earlier about package repositories like PyPI and so forth. The word package has showed up several times in your words
Yes.
here. Are we in the same space? Is this a package manager and used for distributing packages to?
Yes, so a little bit of background is FreeBSD's way of managing packages for third-party things that were installed outside the base system has evolved over time, and the current generation of that is a tool we call PKG or package, and that's kind of our shorthand.
Got it.
The base system, for up until now, has been, the release process generates some tarballs. And yeah, good. That's the appropriate reaction. Colin, several years ago, wrote a tool that will allow you to generate binary diffs and download binary diffs if you stay on kind of that process of doing binary updates instead of updating by building from source, which some of our consumers do. And the big change we're making is to actually use the same tooling we use to manage all these tens of thousands of third-party packages to manage the software that's part of our base system. Because in FreeBSD, there's kind of a pretty big distinction, unlike, say, Debian. So we kind of, in some ways, I would say FreeBSD is a different kind of system because we're a whole operating system that we have the equivalent of the Linux kernel and glibc and various other libraries and core utils and things, as well as the equivalent of Debian, all grouped together in one big happy family. With all the, the bigger the family, the more fun. And in some ways, we are unifying a little bit more of kind of different parts of the family doing things in different ways.
And what is the infrastructure at the center of this that people publish to and people can updates go to and then updates come down from? Is there is a service?
Yes.
Everything goes through Git.
Everything goes through Git?
The binary packages go to a package repository. So we have
Not a distributed publish system.
Okay.
The project builds it.
Project builds it. I love that. You made me so happy with those words.
I mean, it goes, and we do.
It's not Brandon Young who's pushing things into a package manager.
But the client is walking through, Git is the database that the client walks? Please don't say yes.
No. So we have Git as our source of truth for source.
Yes.
Okay.
But we do build binary artifacts that go to a centralized database the project maintains. And we're going to start including the base system in the same repository we've been using to manage all our third-party stuff.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to write a funding proposal to go off and do an audit of this and to visit the Securing Software Repositories working group and their guidelines around levels of security towards package repository security. And then let's figure out how to do something there. Because I hadn't understood this, and now I have. And regardless of how you package up the bits and do things like that, there's a lot of interesting problems. I'm going to be a pain in the ass all day, I can tell. This is going to be great. So.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, so
It's
just
intended
to
as an
clarify,
interactive discussion.
The fundamental
clarify-
issue, I think, with in package base is that our base system has never, until this effort now, has never been managed by something that you would describe as a package repository.
Not very well,
Yeah.
no.
And you should look at Homebrew, because Homebrew is implemented 6-door across the whole space, so we have end-to-end provenance for all the binaries coming from source all the way to the binary. They have a similar model, they build everything themselves, and then there's just a lot of infrastructure things that are worth doing in terms of two-factor off on how people can publish, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, just to clarify, when I said everything goes through Git, I mean any contributions that people are making from outside, they go into Git first, and then stuff gets built from there.
The reason I winced at that is because there are still some legacy package management solutions that use Git as the database of truth.
Oh,
That scales
yes.
poorly.
Well, or the reason Brooks mentioned Yahoo is some of us worked at Yahoo previously, or have scars from working at Yahoo, or know the stories, because they were for FreeBSD consumer for a long time. And they perhaps suffered from being first in some ways. And so it was a common practice to random engineer of 10,000 or 15,000, build random package, generate tarball, and upload to their internal package distribution network. And you had no notion of what source it came from, or did it have diffs relative to what's in maybe one of 4 different version control systems that's checked in, and if it's on some random branch or not. And we mostly don't have that problem. I think, Alex, you had a question.
So the transition to package base has a lot of fallout in our doc.
Okay.
I'm interested in doing the manual bits, but we need some fresh blood to work on the handbook. I don't want to work on it. And then I need a lot of help too, because I don't really understand this so much. I build from source. But the jail manual, the build manual, the release manual, you guys have been doing a lot of awesome work there. But just to raise awareness, that's also a spot.
So I get to mark you as the Stucky in charge of prodding people about it?
I'm really bad at prodding people.
If you're trying to encourage people to raise their voice and say something, and then every time they do that, you sign something.
Well, no, I guess part of my goal is I want items on the list to have an owner, or they don't get done.
Right, how about we say that you are in charge of reminding somebody else to prod people?
So actually, that's an important distinction. An owner does not necessarily have to do the work. An owner just has to ensure the work gets done, whether by, and in some ways it's like paying attention to the work isn't getting done, so somebody needs to be bugged. Otherwise, it's going to fall through the cracks if someone's not watching to make sure it doesn't fall through the cracks. And sometimes the person who's an owner does the work, and that's how it doesn't fall through the cracks. Sometimes the person who's an owner is just watching for it and trying to bug other people and make sure that it eventually gets done, whether by someone else or by them.
I can commit to keeping track of and trying to get the source docs done, but the handbook, I don't think there's anybody to prod. I think that the handbook's fallen through the cracks.
That's a bigger problem, yes.
I think one other item that you brought up in this this topic is just enumerating all of the places that need to be updated. So there's any documentation on installing, but also jails, and there's perhaps other references. So that is probably the first step of this, is just identifying all of the documentation that we're going to need to.
Do you feel comfortable producing a list of the parts of the handbook that need updating?
I will produce a list.
Okay.
All right. That's plenty. That's good.
If we have that, we can solve the doc problem other ways.
So I listed man pages and I listed the handbook. Are there other bits of documentation outside of that? Do we think we need do we need some giant blob in the release notes, more like bigger than our normal blobs in the release notes, explicitly about dealing with the New World Order?
I'm not sure if release notes is the right place, or if it's the installation page, but
I think
it needs to go somewhere.
We absolutely do need some documentation that isn't just a handbook update or a release note. That is, you're a longtime FreeBSD user. Here's what you need to know with the package base world order. Sort of like a 1 or 2 page guide that just has, here's exactly what you need to, here's what you need to do differently.
And do we want to link that from
We
very
can
prominently
link it from
on
the
our
release notes in various
wiki,
places.
or not on our wiki, on our website, that 15.0 available, click here for important whatever the wording is, but, just put it there so that it's ubiquitously in people's face.
I am hoping that when 15.0 comes out, people will read the release announcement. That said, I know some people don't.
History suggests that that's...
People don't read things.
Yeah.
But I mean, if they're not going to read things, they're not going to read the thing you write anyway. But for the
Well.
ones who pay somewhat attention, if we have a document, then the release notes and various, you can point to it from many places if you have it in at least written somewhere.
I think a document that is, here's an interesting, very important thing you need to know about 15. That's its own standalone thing. So
Yes.
people will read that. People
Yes.
will skip the release notes because they'll think like, oh, I read the release notes every time, and often I just ignore them because there was nothing I needed to do. So I'm never going to read the release notes because I just want.
But they'll
the latest.
read the release announcement, and the
Yeah.
link to this can be
Yeah.
in the release announcement. Or
I
like
mean,
on the-
I can put that as the very first thing in the release announcement.
yeah, well, yes, it should be. Yes, yeah.
And we can also cut and paste that one link when the question pops up 100 times in the forums and on mailing lists and whatever. Hey, go read this, and if you still have questions, talk to me. It sounds like it's covered.
Alex is a.
Gentlemen, I would like to offer a counter offer.
Well, if you're going to do the work,
So in the,
I don't
release
have the cool
announcement,
graphics.
mentioning that this is the thing is I think a good idea. And then, but I think you should put it in the release notes because it is applicable to the release note and point to it. We can make a subsection and a link and everything. But we have an issue with there's so many places for information that, like I've been trying to work on build. Like we've got the build documentation. We've got it on the man page. We've got it all over the wiki. We've got it all over the handbook. We've got it at least in several other places. That's why there's a trouble with reading. I don't think that it's that people don't read. I think that it's that there's too many conflicting and competing things for them to read and too many entry points into stuff to read that causes the problem, which is why I'm only interested in working on manual pages as a overall thing. But you guys should put it in the release notes and not make another thing. To me.
Delete 90% of the release.
Brooks said that if we wish to put in the release notes, we'll probably have to delete 90% of the release notes.
Yeah, I think
there's
there's been a recurring problem with the release notes that either they're full of, we updated OpenSL from version 3.0 point something to +2 of that. And then there's some sprinkling of like, here's an actual new feature or whatever. But it's usually the useful bits are buried too much. And like Colin's been working on having a highlight section. But if we're having to do that, how much of it should be that should have been the release notes, not all the kind of trivia?
Yeah, the uneven weighting makes it hard to usefully read the document.
Yeah, so we're getting a bit off track here, but
Yes.
in terms of communication, I'll just say very briefly the highlights I put into the announcement. My basis for deciding what goes there is there are news media who copy and paste this into their articles about FreeBSD. So the stuff that I want to list as highlights is things that some random Linux user may see and say, oh, that sounds cool, maybe I should try FreeBSD. Whereas what goes into the release notes is stuff that existing FreeBSD users may want to know about when they're updating to next release. So it is really two completely different audiences for the highlights versus the release notes.
But I do think we need some specific language around this. And my next question. Is there someone who will be the responsible owner for having this specific documentation written?
So I think I can take the ownership of making sure that documentation that documentation exists, and I can maybe see about getting Mark to do
I
something.
was about to say Mark could probably help because he's very good at understanding what
Different
users
Mark,
will.
not this Mark.
Yes.
He's like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's very good at understanding what users will need to see.
And we'll get a really nice 5-minute video of here's how you can do this.
Which will also help a lot of people.
Yeah.
Are there other package-based topics? We haven't talked about ports at all, which is the kind of the Debian side of things.
One quick question about package base, well, package tool really. Does it have any understanding of we need to install the new kernel and reboot before we install the updated user land?
No.
Because that needs to happen.
That has to be external. We can't just ask users to use PKG to update their systems. There has to be a script around it.
Okay.
Like it could be called FreeBSD update.
Oh, Colin will love that.
There needs to be a supported path by which a package-based system gets upgraded to a new kernel.
Yeah, because well, without catching fire.
Well, I mean, I'm not just talking about upgrading to a new kernel, but we've talked about getting to 15.0, but we need to get from 15.0 to 15.1, which it is quite likely that in 15.1 there will be some new syscalls or something added to the kernel and the user land.
Yeah, right now you install everything and then you get bad system call.
Right. So
It's not with PKG you can do once. It's not very. You do a lot basically like -d FreeBSD -kernel -star, and then you update your kernels, and then you can upgrade the rest of your.
yeah, I think we want to have some.
It needs to be friendly with that.
Yeah, we need some logic in PKG to understand this. This is not just a dependency. It's not just that libc depends on this kernel version, but we need to have rebooted into the new kernel before we install the new libc.
You depend on the running kernel rather than the installed kernel.
Right.
We do need something in package to be able to say, I'm not going to do this because I'm going to doing this would break your system. Whether there is a wrapper script that people use to do it or whether it's built in, we have to figure that out as well. But
Yeah.
I think as a hard requirement, package needs to be smart enough not to let you do the operation that's going to result in a bricked system.
Yes.
So package has some support for noticing that your ABI isn't right, but I think it needs to grow support specifically if you're looking at the running kernel, not just the installed one, to be able to say, you're not running a new enough kernel for this package to work. There's an environment variable you can set if you want to do this anyway because you're crazy. But I think
Or a jail or something.
To kind of Mark and Brooks's point, maybe a wrapper script that takes care of doing the steps if it's
I don't think a wrapper script is good enough because people will just run PKG
Right.
upgrade -a and
well, that means you have to keep the PKG base repo disabled by default. Like you need a wrapper script which actually knows. Like, it doesn't make sense to me to bake all this functionality into PKG itself, right? Like it's fundamentally doesn't know about whether a given kernel is appropriate or not. At least in my head, it's always been, well, you have this repo that you can use to pull upgrades from, but you need some special invocation in order to actually access it. If you just do PKG upgrade,
I think some logic has to go into PKG, and I mean it doesn't need to know specifically about libc versus kernel, but I think it needs to know about updating things in a certain order.
I think the advantage to putting it in PKG is that PKG can update itself better than the
Yes.
script in the base system, which would depend on PKG to get the update.
Either way, the item that we need to have on here
Is the fully supported story from end to end that actually doesn't require you to be a developer and understand how it works to make it work.
the upgrade path. Yeah.
I put this because I wasn't sure if it's a wrapper tool or documentation or what.
Well, I think we need to have some changes in package to at least detect that you're going to brick your system and not do that.
Yeah, I mean rather than upgrades based correctly, I would say specifically make sure you're running
Kernel
the new kernel
versus userland?
Yeah, make sure you're running the kernel before installing a userland that won't boot or won't even reboot.
So I have some questions from the YouTube channel when you guys.
Yeah, I was about to get to those too, but actually you're a good proxy, so why don't
Yeah.
you do some of those?
Okay. So Jan Bronkamp, I hope I'm pronouncing their name right.
Yep.
We're talking about package base. How long will the old FreeBSD updates stay around? And what are the existing installations going to do once FreeBSD Update is retired?
So FreeBSD Update will not be building updates on 15.0. We will probably have FreeBSD Update let you get to 15.0 and maybe to 15 point something else if you're coming from 14, but you will not be getting security updates for 15 using FreeBSD Update. You will need to switch to using package base.
So it's fair to say FreeBSD Update will be supported as long as 14 is supported, and then after that?
It will be supported for security updates to 14, as long as 14 is supported, but it will not provide security updates for 15.
Right, okay. And the other question, and this is a little bit of a tangent, is anybody working on using package cache to only download the delta between the cached packages in the repo?
That is something that I looked at about 10 years ago, and at the time there were issues. We were recording we were recording the hashes of the compressed packages and not of the uncompressed packages, and then we were using a compressor which was not reproducible. So it was not, in fact, possible to have a patch that you could apply the patch to the, because you have to apply patches to the decompressed packages. And so at the time, it was not possible to apply a patch and then compress it and get the same file that you would have if you downloaded it directly. So you couldn't validate hashes that way. I think we might be using a reproducible compression tool now.
So Z standard is better there. I don't think we're enabling the new functionality that Clara added to libarchive that actually makes Z standard, like when you're creating the tarball, it will actually reset the compressor between files so that you can seek to a certain file in the tarball. I don't think that's specifically helpful, but I think it might make it easier for BSD diff to do stuff just because it will know the compressor will reset between files, so a file that was the same in two tarballs should compress more reliably. Or more
So I mean, I was planning on having diffs on the uncompressed tarball anyway.
Okay, I don't know if that'll be required if we can enable that flag for Z.
Okay, so the answer is nothing is there yet. It might happen at some point. If it's going to happen, I need to spend some time reworking the BSDiff code, which I wrote in the middle of my doctorate back in 2003. And it has basically been abandonware for 22 years, with the occasional security fix getting added.
Sounds like normal PhD ware.
Very much so.
Do we need an item in the list for like package deltas?
So
that is not happening in 15.
Yeah, this list is for 15.0, and I think that's a
package deltas may happen in 16, may land at some point in package in the future, but that's not going into 15.0, and there's significant work involved in doing it.
Okay, so there were two more questions from Jan. I'll take I'll take them, I think, which is a question about will package-based security and errata builds be affected by ports? Like, will I have to share time on the same machines, or do we think we'll have dedicated hardware?
No, we are absolutely not using the same machines.
Yeah, all right, that's what I thought the answer was. And then when we roll out like a patch on a release branch, where we only change the affected packages instead of building everybody and bumping the versions of everybody.
That already happens.
And okay, that's what I assumed too.
Maybe one more for the to-do list is, have we looked at integration with ZFS boot environments so that it takes a snapshot of your system before it upgrades?
Well, I was actually going to mention that in the context of the kernel versus user space, because if you use boot environments, you actually can safely install the new kernel with the new libc in the new boot environment, because you're not running the new libc when you install it.
You also want to make sure you have a boot environment for. You want to make sure you have a boot environment for going back if something doesn't work.
Right.
You want a before state as well.
Yeah, I think we can say that Alan Jude will take care of integration of PKG with ZFS boot environments.
We're definitely running into the problem he had here of volunteering and asking about a problem means you are now on the list.
Yes, but Alan added to the boot environment support to FreeBSD Update, so he knows how to do it.
I didn't.
No.
You didn't?
No.
No? Oh, okay. I thought you, at least, it may be that you committed it, and so somebody else wrote the code, but.
Well, so is there anybody who would like to be an owner for either of these two, the new ones we just added, which are the kernel versus userland. Maybe I need to just do that. Make this shorter. And boot environments.
You can put me down for the boot environment.
Oh, outstanding.
There's a few more questions from YouTube when we're ready.
Yeah, go ahead.
They're all from Jan. We should have bought him a ticket. Does package have a point or hook to trigger inside of the kernel packages so they can be safely updated? Which I think we're going to do that by. So.
Needs to be figured out.
Here's a
Bart.
clarifying question. If I'm on 15.0 and I'm using package base and 15.1's been released and I type package upgrade, what happens? Or what should happen? Should it
I
upgrade
think-
my third-party packages, or should it upgrade the whole system, or?
That's a very good question. And I think the workflow you probably want is that probably upgrade your kernel first and refuse to do anything until you reboot.
So, but what if I just want to upgrade my third-party packages?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that if you're running 15.0, 15.1 has been released, and you write package upgrade, it should give you the latest security fixes of FreeBSD 15.0 and
Okay.
Yep.
update your third-party packages.
Okay.
Yeah, I think to opt to go to 15.1.
It should not be migrating you to 15.1 unless you say package install FreeBSD 15.1, whatever the name for that meta package is going to be. At which point it will download those and say these conflict with 15.0. I will deinstall 15.0 and install 15.1 for you.
But is that going to be one repo that will contain the 15.0 things and the 15.1, or is it actually going to be a different repo where you'll have to change a URL in your package repo config?
I would think it could be a single repo with just different packages for each version.
I think the way that we build the packages from base right now, I don't think we would have the 15.0 and the 15.1s in the same repo.
They're separate repos today.
So you'd have to say -r, whatever the.
Well, you'd have to have a config file that exists for 15.1 even.
Sure.
Or
yeah.
edit your existing, FreeBSD base
Well, yeah. so-
repo file and point it to _1 instead of _0 in the URL.
Yeah, I mean, the repo config you could probably ship as part of like a 15.0 update.
Yeah, I guess there could be a meta package in the 15.0 repo that updates the config file
glad-
to
glad
make
we
it
have a lot of
15.1.
My point is just that, like, yeah,
You don't want a surprise upgrade.
Yeah, we wanted
we're
to
changing
find-
the PKG upgrade means to upgrade your packages, your third-party stuff, but now it's going to automatically mean something else.
So, yeah, and apt-get in Debian requires you to say, it'll get you all the latest where you are right now. And if you want to upgrade the versions, there's a special command you have to do to go to the next LTS release. So that's the mental model people might be used to and would match what Mark is saying.
We have a fundamental difference, though, that we have two different classes of packages
Right.
that are on different release schedules, right? So even the Debian, like I want to switch to the new Debian release, doesn't directly apply because we do have to consider the base packages and third-party packages.
So if I'm running on
separately
15.0,
somehow.
that's going to be a stable base until a security release comes out or announcement comes out, and that'll be just one or two things that'll be added to the base. We could conjoin those with the ports, or we could have a config, or there's a number of ways we could do that. But I think we need to have an item here to figure out what we're doing exactly, document it, and have the plan. Okay, I can't read that, so.
Yeah, this list is actually not scaling near
Okay.
as well to the normal.
And-
Our descriptions are too long.
Yeah, and just one quick comment from IRC, and then I'll let you go, or from YouTube. And that was just having the package repo store the uncompressed stuff and let the file system deal with the compression might be a way to deal with that. That brings up a second question, which is, do we support UFS anymore for upgrades and packages? We're talking about all these ZFS features that might not be supported in UFS. What's our story there? And maybe we need an item on this list. What's our story there?
I think we want to keep support for UFS, particularly for.
Kirk's in the room.
Yeah, well, okay. I wasn't looking at him when I said that. I mean, when people come to me, I get a lot of random emails as release engineer, and one of the questions I get fairly often is, which file system should I be using? And if it's people talking about laptops, I tell them use ZFS. If it's people who are spinning up an image in EC2, and they've got a 10 gigabyte disk and maybe half a gig of RAM, I tell them just use UFS. So there is a place for both. I think most people, if they're asking the question, they should probably be using ZFS, because if they are spinning up 1,000 cloud servers, they probably know what they're doing already, and they're not asking me that question. But yes, there's place for both, and both need to be supported.
So we need a story for both.
Yes.
That's the only thing we need to decide
We
here.
can't presume ZFS,
Yes.
I think is the right way to say it.
Correct.
Yes.
And I wasn't talking about removing it from the kernel or anything, Kirk. Just to be clear.
So I'm no longer an active engineer, and I'm a sort of engineer in a product manager's clothing, or the vice versa, depending on how you look at it. And what I'm hearing between the lines here are unvoiced requirements and user scenarios and product requirements being resolved in implementation details. And that is, in my experience, and I've been fucking up software for a long time, and I think some of you are in the same boat as me, that is not a good plan. And I'm very curious because I know that FreeBSD gets used in a very wide range of contexts, some of which are individuals and hobbyists on their laptops, some of which are cloud deployments of software, and some of which are NAS servers and other types of sort of, embedded oriented devices and like that, right? When we talk about upgrades, right, I imagine that the upgrade scenarios are infinitely variable. I had the same conversation with Greg about the Linux kernel and some security questions there. It's like, well, it does everything, so everything can happen. I'm like, great. And so at some parts of the system, you have no choice. You have to be infinitely flexible. But then the whole point is resolve it down to some big chunky use cases that you can prioritize and bet on. Like how do people upgrade their NAS servers? My guess is nobody wants to get into the fine-grained stuff of it. They want their vendor to go, it better now. And I'm just picking the obvious one. So maybe write some of those down, like that you implicitly said some things there that were walked and smelled and quacked like a duck of a requirement, but I don't see them being talked about as the primary context of the work. Maybe I'm missing, this is super obvious already, everybody knows, but my experience is no, that's not true, right?
No.
So, 2 bits, not trying to derail your conversation, but
No,
in order to resolve these things, you should go backfill some of these things. They really matter.
That's a great point, and you're discovering that while we're planning for the release, we're finding these holes and dynamically designing a way to figure it out so that we have a story for something we're doing in 3 months, even though we're not completely prepared for it.
And to make you feel better, by the way, Google Cloud, when they do their big, next events, right? Like engineers have built stuff for the past year. Marketing has no clue what the story is because nobody ever wrote one down. And so they make up a marketing strategy that then becomes the business strategy because nobody else bothered to write it down. It's a terrible way to do shit. So I would happily do a little mini workshop over lunch or whatever about how to do this or how to get better at it. It's a passion of mine to help engineers tell the stories of the work that they already know they want to do.
To be fair, that is a better way of doing things than the other option I've seen many times, which is marketing writes a story first before engineers write a single line of code.
All these matter, like it's a triangle, right? You've got marketing, you've got product management, trying to do business requirements, and you've got engineering, and then you have those, what are they called, those users? They're such a pain, right? Get them out of the picture. Anyway, I've said enough. Happy to help if I can.
To that point, there is an unwritten, well, sometimes we say it. Certainly we have different classes of users, and we expect many users will actually not be using this at all. That we have a bunch of people who build things from source. A lot of our appliance vendors actually have to do that because they're doing, FreeBSD for them is a toolkit for how you build something that you extend and you modify. And we do know we are, even if we're not saying it explicitly, there are a subset of our users that actually want to use binary updates, that we've tried to constrain some of the design of this around that use case and not. So for example, we don't expect Netflix to use these packages, but they may use this infrastructure to build their own set of packages, which is why we try to have our system reproducible so that vendors can use the same tools to build their own distribution, but they don't necessarily use our distribution, or the official project distribution, if that makes sense.
And along a similar line of requirements, Jan is also pointing out that it's burdensome to have 14.1, 14.2, 14.3 jails evolving on the same system because you get a lot of bloat from having to download the same packages for each one that are otherwise identical, and that might be something on the list for the long term. Yeah, I know. I had that same thought too with your body language.
There are
but
technical problems that make some of that hard.
yes, I get that. But that was an ask from a user we should capture somehow, because I think it's a good point that we need to consider, but not for 15.0.
I'm not sure if that's possible because the packages have the ABI ingrained in them. And so even if the binary is actually the same between 14.0 and 14.1, the metadata in the package is going to be different. And it can.
And binaries are not the same.
The binary has
binary
an
would be
ABI
the same. So
written into it.
binary has it too.
It's stamped into the ELF headers.
Yeah,
or
the
notes or
note,
whatever.
yeah, one of the ELF notes has the version.
John, do we want to have on this list a specific item which is enumerate the requirements for package-based upgrade scenarios?
Maybe phrasing that as writing user stories around the upgrade. So actually looking at it from a couple of different perspectives and seeing what the steps they would have to go through are, and make sure that that's all sorted out for your desktop user, your NAS user, and then even like we were talking about maybe an appliance vendor that's going to roll their own version of this and ship packages to their customers, but they're not going to be our packages.
Yeah.
Do they have all the bits to be able to build that and all the documentation and so on?
Well, and I think part of that exercise is which upgrade stories use which paths. Because I think we are being intentional that we are constraining the paths for different use cases and not trying to have the all singing tool, because we know how that usually works. By the way, if it's not clear, my main goal here was to take the one package-based item and do this, because I knew that there was a lot more behind it than one item.
You talked about user stories.
User stories are awesome to start, and they're really great to finish. So you finish doing the work, the engineer's like, it works, it's great, compile it, ship it, have some other idiot take the user story and then write the friction log of I tried to do what it said was possible, and sorry, it wasn't possible. Or here's where I got stuck, and here's where I needed documentation. Like, it takes half an hour. If it takes longer than that, you've got another problem. And it generates tremendous cultural improvements about how everything gets built as well.
Friction logs.
So several of these don't have owners that we've enumerated, which is fine for now. Well, minor release upgrades should be intentional. That's more like a note. I don't know if that's an action item.
That's a requirement.
It's effectively a requirement, yes.
And
I'm
somebody
leaving it
needs
there
to-
for now because it needs to be written somewhere.
Yeah.
So somebody needs to make sure that that actually happens.
Yeah, we can curate the list in real time or in
Later.
offline later
Yes.
if we need to.
Well,
This
this is a brainstorming exercise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is taking up a ton of time, but it needed to.
Yes. That's why we're not doing have, need, want today. So actually, speaking of which, are we here till noon or 11:30?
I think
Till noon? Oh, we got a half hour. Good.
The only other thing that's come up on the channel seems to be what's our story for backup kernels? Is that something that we need to add to the list, or tell people to too bad, or what's the story?
Can we get package to know how to create a kernel.old?
I think that's the question.
That's exactly the question.
And well, so
It
there's
could-
kernel.old, there's LDF, the runtime linker.old, which we also do.
Right. I mean, this could just be a deinstall script, right?
Yeah, like I think you just copy,
Yeah.
I could volunteer.
Or move, but Today it's move.
Well, before you install the new,
Oh, right, well,
because BKG it tracks, it knows all the old files, right? So it just removes them and then, you don't move anything, you just make a copy and then.
It could be a hard link, and then the move is effectively a hard link followed by a delete. But PKG will do the delete.
Fine,
So
okay.
The requirement is for some.
Actually, particular for RTLD, for example, and some things like libc, it needs to be atomic.
But the requirement is for a package base equivalent of kernel.old and RTLD.old.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so related to that, would mostly be for UFS setups? Because you could just switch
No,
to the previous boot environment.
Not everybody, even on ZFS, uses boot environments.
Yeah, but they should. Yeah, okay. But yeah, you need them for UFS anyway, so yeah. I guess.
And RTLD to old is usually about recover. Like even there are times even with boot environments where you might actually really want to get the thing, and you can only get to it from single user mode, so you can't probably get to the other boot environment to get it back out again, and things like that. There's also loader.old.
We probably also need to audit what all we're putting in the boot environment to make sure that we have a useful single user to recover all the scenarios we need to. We did that ages ago, and they're probably missing pieces. I don't know if I want to mention this.
We can always take it out of the list. We can't put it magically back in the list.
Okay, so the reason I don't want to mention it is everybody will groan when I say, what about slash versus slash user being separate partitions? Is that something we want to commit to still, or is that something we can leave behind? Because as we're dealing with most of these scenarios, that complicates everything all the time, all at once, in not a useful way.
Do we not do that anymore because of boot environments in ZFS? Like, I'm wondering, have we already, for ZFS, I feel like we already don't do that.
Yeah, so ZFS doesn't make /USR separate. It makes a data set called USR that's not mountable so that you can have children under it that
Right,
are separate
to
data
get
sets.
properties,
but the main chunk of /USR is not separate, but that's just because it makes boot environments more convenient. It's not to say that, you know, a UFS system shouldn't be supported. I don't know.
Well, the other question I guess I have we actually, I don't remember if we have changed UFS installs to stop separating user and var and so forth.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I've not done a UFS install from in a while.
Well, and all my UFS installs
Well,
just get
I thought we
upgraded.
did.
They don't.
My VM that I build ZFS with is UFS, but I've not reinstalled it in a long time.
I feel like we have changed it.
I think
so
we
there's
have.
a UFS install. Like my VMs that I install with UFS, because I tend to use UFS for my little VMs, they all just have one file system.
Yeah, all the cloud images that we build are just a single file system, but they don't go through the installer.
So install and upgrade single file system. If you want to have them separate, you're on your own? Is that where we're at?
What exactly goes wrong?
Yeah, what are these?
The problem usually is when we have them separate, the versions queue between upgrading, but also if we have them separate, stuff in RC runs stuff that should be in user before user's mounted, is the classic.
But that has
thing.
nothing to do with package base.
Right, true.
And that's a bug in RC. That should get fixed.
But I do think this is not related to package base and a bit of a red herring for this topic.
Yeah, fair point.
That is a scenario we'd want to test, I think.
Oh, God.
And I have one more item for the list.
Stories kind of.
Yeah.
I have one more item for the list.
List of things we don't prioritize.
All right, I'm going to make an actual user story.
Yeah. So, John, I have one more item for the list. When you get done with that,
Well, other people could type, by the way. I don't have to be the only one typing it. I can keep talking.
this is around, I'm not sure if it's package base or user story, but I think it's package base. How does package base deal with upgrading the UEFI bootloader? It doesn't. Put that on the list, put my name by it, and I'll try to do something.
Speaking of UEFI and bootloader, we might have a /boot/loader.old, but we certainly do not have a /boot/EFI /blah blah blah /whatever.old.
Right, we don't.
Which might not matter, but
If you don't update the ESP, you'll have problems later.
right.
And this is around updating the ESP. I don't care about the .old
Okay.
For this conversation anyway.
But do we possibly want to actually have like EFI boot manager have the .old as a second boot option if we actually do install one, so that the user has a way out if somehow their EFI loader is botched, that they can choose the last one?
With the shell?
Well, not in the shell. Like it would actually, if we use EFI boot manager, it
Oh,
would be
you
a
could
second
actually
boot
be
option.
oh, yeah, that's true.
And on some systems, right.
Some systems, it's too many and they lose their mind. So.
That's a good point. It's easier to just not.
Feature, I'm not doing it.
Understood.
These are like user stories, but I'm going to put them down anyway. Like some things.
It's a mostly mandatory, semi-optional part of the standard. Something about a breakout session that Mark Linneman mentioned. So I'm not sure what he meant by that. If he's in the stream, I'm sure he will type what he meant by that. I'm guessing he's going to suggest that we need to do this as a wider outreach to gather.
Yeah, I think we're definitely going to want to have more events, specific,
Yeah.
like on either a
Right, and I think the length of this list and the time in the schedule calendar suggests that we will have some disappointed users with 15.0 with package base and upgrades, and they'll be very bumpy. We don't want it to be. We'd love all these to be done, but I think we need to be careful what we promise in the release notes for 15.0 as working and supported, so that we don't, run too many people off the side of the cliff that we know is broken. So what's next, John?
Well,
SD card images is next?
So these are small things.
Yes.
Which is, Colin would probably like to figure out how many SD card images we actually need to have.
Yeah, so I've been building SD card images for all the releases because that's what we've been doing for years, and we've got I think Pine 64 LTS, Raspberry
There's
Pi.
about 20.
I think there's 6 of them that we actually built as
And
part of the release.
And generic SD.
And a generic SD, yes.
So what we need, so this is a need, but we need to build one for ARM64, one for ARMv7, and then have a tool that pours in the magic U-boot stuff into that image, and then you can boot that image. So it's basically bring your own U-boot, but we get the U-boot images out of ports, and we could make a tool around that, but we don't have that right now. So if we want to reduce the number, we need to have something like that.
Okay, I mean, the reason I brought it up is I don't even know if this hardware still exists. Maybe it all does, but nobody's looked at this list for 5 years, so.
A lot of it does, but we should go through it and solicit.
Joseph, when you're done, Warren.
Yeah, we should go through it and solicit from the lists. Are people still using this? Do people still use it?
I don't do embedded stuff, so I don't have any sense of what this hardware is. So.
While we're speaking of the download images, Ed and I have talked about this a few times. When we were installing Deb's laptop, do we still need to have ISO images and memstick images, since the ISOs can?
6 months ago, I think it was, I put out a question on Twitter, and I had people on both sides saying I used the other one and it did not work for me. So right now, I think we do need both.
Okay. So
Yeah, the ISO boot stuff was mostly finished, but not hardened.
Yeah, I mean, it was mostly people running fairly old systems. I think new systems will work fine either way, but yeah, there's still hardware out there that people are trying to install FreeBSD onto, and they're running into problems when they get pick the wrong image.
Just a quick note, I think ISO is pretty useful as a kind of common standard for provisioning all kinds of VMs. And I think it's going to be relevant.
Yeah, the ISO images won't go away. The question is, can we stop producing what are
Can the
called the
ISOs
memstick?
be the memstick images effectively? If you can boot the ISO as a memstick, that's...
So
yes, and that works for most people, but a
So-
couple people wrote to me saying they tried that.
So I would like to see a PR for any case where someone writes an ISO to a memstick and it doesn't work. And then if there's a problem, we can fix those.
Probably a pain to debug. My desktop that I gave to my son, it's an Ivy Bridge thing, will not boot with EFI and FreeBSD, even though it has EFI. And like, good luck figuring out why. So it doesn't, but I mean, that is pretty old, but it does not surprise me that there are things that may make poor assumptions about what they're going to boot off a USB stick.
Yeah, I think one of the examples was an Acer laptop from 2013.
But I mean, the ISO images, they are also MBR file system or like partitions, right? Like they are both. And so.
Is it MBR or GPT?
It's MBR.
It's MBR. Well, GPT is just MBR.
It's MBR on both, though. It's MBR on the memstick images as well.
Right.
You wouldn't surprise me if they have there's certain assumptions that the first thing they're going to load is at a certain like it's always at 101, like the first sector in, so it's always effectively 63. Like, the firmware is stupid a lot of the time. Like it wouldn't surprise me, unfortunately.
But I do think that, like in the Linux world, they only produce hybrid ISOs. Like,
I think it's a fair ask that. But like,
Yeah, we should trim the number, and we should have that be an intention, at least for 16.
Yeah.
And we should have an intention for 16 for, you know, a single SD image with the tooling to make that happen for whatever's current at the time.
Well, maybe here's a way to try to provoke. Do you want a way that if you boot off the memstick image, you get a scary warning of some sort? You should try the ISO image. If it doesn't work, open a PR, because this won't be here in 16.
Yeah.
Is that an actionable thing we can do?
I think that is something we can do.
That is the actionable thing we can do.
Okay, so maybe
I mean,
deprecate memsticks, and I'm going to make Ed.
I mean, yeah.
You have a passion about this topic.
Do you have any instrumentation about the current usage of the great question.
I'll
That's
repeat
a
it for the
good
stream.
question.
Do you
I don't
have
have
any
an answer to it.
instrumentation for the install types by usage?
I suspect somebody has some access logs on the servers. We
That
can
would
look
be
at
our
what
best-
people are downloading.
And I don't, who, is that a cluster atom question?
Probably cluster admin, yeah.
Certainly help you prioritize.
Yeah, we've talked about adding phone hone instrumentation to FreeBSD for a number of years, and our users have an extreme visceral negative reaction to even suggesting that we add it, let alone whether it should be opt-in or opt-out.
I think that deeper instrumentation in open source projects has been solved a few times, not without controversy. Mozilla has probably done the most effective job because you can't run a browser without getting almost every signal. VS Code, to take another extreme, has opt-out. But I think if you can have your installers pulling from various things, have just the basic information in the URL. It's not quite the same as instrumenting the whole operating system, but the installer can say where it's pulling from and whatever. You get a lot of data. Like there's very light approaches you can take to get you signaling about primary use cases of your product.
Yeah, I mean, we should get some information with package base, although if people are getting updates at least. But I actually remember sometime around 2010, I was talking to people about FreeBSD Update, which I wrote back in 2003. And there were actually a couple of people who said that they never installed security updates on FreeBSD because they did not want to send a signal over the internet telling anybody which version of FreeBSD they were running. Because, of course, if you were downloading security updates, then whoever's running the server knows which security updates you're downloading, which version of FreeBSD you're running. So there are some people out there who are just incredibly paranoid about not
But we don't have to
disclosing
solve the
information.
problem for those people.
Fair enough.
I think access logs, we can actually see who are downloaded. I think one thing that will distort is many people, myself included, still just download the memstick images out of habit and haven't actually tested to see if the ISO would work. So I think it'll be a bit skewed.
Yes,
If you
and-
yell at
and-
people and they change their behavior, I think that might
Yeah,
give us good signal.
This might be as lightweight as at first, just in the 15.0 release notes, a notice that the
People won't read that. I think you need the installer to actually pop up a little box because you've like set something to loader.conf and the memstick image that says whine at the user.
Yep.
And in the installer, it pops up a box saying,
Yeah,
have you
it's-
tried
it's
to
one
put in the
line of
ISO
dialogue
instead?
shell script.
And that will,
it should
that
be easy
will.
to do.
It's hard to do a QR code in a text-based
no, we
interface
can do
because
it,
that's
we
how
can
we
do
make
it.
We surely have logs at the edge, at the level of what files.
No, so we should be able to do that. I just think that'll be skewed even now.
Well,
Yeah.
but the thing is, like, I know with certainty that people download the memstick images.
Oh, I do.
In part because they don't know that the ISO images are.
Yeah, just out of habit.
Are dual
Yeah,
loaded.
I also know with certainty that there are people who download the i386 images because they think this. I have an Intel laptop.
That problem will be solved in 15. But
That will be a problem that goes away in 15. Yes.
I mean, we could also think about adding a deprecated folder to the FTP stuff and shove the memstick in there. And there'll be a lot of yelling, but if it's not the thing you find first.
Well, people don't
People click on
browse
the link
through the
from the
FTP. They
webpage.
just click on a link.
well, most
If
people.
they can find it.
If we don't
Only
provide-
really old
if-
people
if we
still.
if we deliberately bury the link, then
Ma-
yes,
may-
people
Maybe
get
I
wrong.
need to make a change to the template for announcements then.
I mean, if we make the obvious path the thing we want people to be using, and make the other path unobvious,
That's
then
true.
we'll at least start collecting more data about what's broken with the path we want to use.
Right.
People are using the Braille fonts, which we don't have in our font, but I did ask Frederick Camus, who makes our font, if we could have that. But people are using Braille to make QR codes in consoles, and that's an idea.
We could put a QR code on the console
Okay,
if we
all right.
really wanted.
Another place where ISO images are pretty useful is all sorts of KVMs. Not all of them support like USB or something. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, we have had a couple bugs recently with ISO images. What was it? MakeFS glitching with
Well, we're gonna fix those
files,
too.
but yeah.
Um,
I mean, I think our code for creating ISO images may be slightly more brittle than our code for creating UFS disks, but hopefully all those issues will get sorted out.
Did we have a person for trimming SD card images? Were you going to talk with Warner to try to get a sense of which ones are relevant?
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll talk to Warren about that.
Okay. This one is really small, the VM image names, just that we don't have we have a basic cloud in it, which that makes sense. We have basic CI, which is actually the generic you should use if you're not sure what to use in a VM, which is not the right name. But that's a minor thing, we should just rename it.
I mean, well, you also have a generic VM image.
We do?
Do we?
I thought we just had basic CI, and that is the generic VM image, but we don't call it.
No, I mean, so the VM images directory on the server has FreeBSD, and then has FreeBSD Cloud in it.
Oh, but basic CI is just a source code name for that one?
Basic CI is separate from the VM images. Basic CI is a VM image with it's got SSH turned on, I think. Something like 5 years ago, some people were doing some CI testing in VMs. They wanted to be able to SSH into them, do stuff.
Do we still need it?
I don't know. I looked through the Git history, and I couldn't actually figure out which groups asked us to add this. I know it was added at the request of some projects that wanted to test their code on FreeBSD.
QEMU.
Could have been.
Yeah, QEMU and the ZFS folks have asked for the VM engines to
All right. Okay.
pull it down, and we just run. Now,
Okay.
Yeah, I think ZFS actually wants the cloud init VM images, not the basic CI ones.
Right, and,
Okay,
and
back
QEMU
then,
could
okay.
potentially migrate to the cloud init images as well. They just,
Maybe we should do that.
We should.
It may be that we just want to deprecate the basic CI images.
I mean, the basic CI images are usable as a simple rootfs to run with QEMU, for instance. And they're, well, right now they're the ones that don't require root. So,
Should we rename them to something that
I mean,
indicates
they could
that
have another
purpose?
name and maybe a different location.
That's actually what I just want them to have a name that is a better indication of what their use case is.
But something that's just a very, an essentially unconfigured system.
Yeah, my recollection is that the name basic CI actually came to us from the project that asked us to add it. That their images were called basic CI for different operating systems. But,
then that might not have been QEMU, because they don't have that requirement.
Yeah, okay. No, I have a vague feeling it was like one of the desktop projects.
Yeah, you may be right, and QEMU just added
KDE or Xorg or GNOME, one of them, yeah.
Well, KDE I know uses runs QA for FreeBSD using VMs, so that's my guess.
It's probably them then, yeah.
There's an article in the journal about it. Okay. Can I have you rename that one to something sensible? It's a good bite, Jed.
I can try to figure something out, yeah.
All right. Okay. So we did the list of 4 things, or 5 things that I had at the start. We can talk more about package base, or we can talk about anything else, but we have 9 minutes. So is there anything else that we think needs to be resolved in 15.0? It can't wait for 16. Well, is there anything that fits that criteria that anyone is aware of? Or do we could also, well, we might flesh out user stories over lunch or something, but are there other things that are release blockers for 15 that we can think of?
Do we decide which version of ZFS we want to ship in 15?
That's a good question.
What's the kind of drop dead date for merging a version into 15? Because I think Mav's trying to get OpenZFS 2.4 out by November?
I would say November is too late. In November, we're going to be doing release candidates. November is way too late to be bringing in a major update to OpenZFS.
Well, with ZFS, yeah, we bring in ZFS every week right now, or every few weeks. So bringing a new version in wouldn't be bad, and the splitting, when they split, is when we need to do that, and we might need to, if we want to follow 2.4, we might need to split and follow them a little bit on main if they do it early, and then, go back to tracking their master branch. The question though is, well, if we do our branch in October, is it okay to do that split in November when their release is done? Am I understanding what the issue is here correctly? ZFS is very special.
Here, give a mic.
Idea is that we should stop updating our ZFS in the tree by the moment it get branched upstream, so that we would not get any features that we would have to revert in FreeBSD later when we release it there. Hopefully, window should be smaller, but again, right now we're already updating master regularly, so it should not be a big change or dramatic something new code.
Yeah, so I'm totally fine with new ZFS code coming in August. I would like to avoid being in a situation where we are ready to do a 15.0 release in like middle of November, but it is shipping with like 2.4.0 beta 3 or something from OpenZFS. And we're sort of like holding off. We don't want to do a release until there's actually a ZFS release to be in our code.
No, we actually done, we have to do even worse thing when we release it. We use it master ZFS, was it in 14 or in 14, I think, up to 14.1, we use it master ZFS, which was even worse than that. We survived it, but now we're trying to coordinate slightly better. So even if it would be some later RC7 or whatever, what can we do?
Yeah, I mean, I would prefer to, like, I prefer to have the release cycles line up so that OpenZFS has finished deciding that their code is ready to use, and has a release before we want to ship something as our release.
But I think the issue is that we already are going down the 2.4. Like, we're already bringing in what is going to be in the 2.4 release.
Right.
There's no
Yes.
code, there's no weird
Yeah, okay.
stuff. It's
Right.
how do we manage?
Well, worse that what's in 15 right now is past 2.3, so you can't go back to 2.3.
Yeah,
so
okay.
your only
So
choice is
we're
2.4.
going to go with 2.4, and
Yeah.
I just
And we're gonna have, so we'll want head to start tracking the 2.4 branch when it starts in like August.
Yeah.
To make sure it doesn't go past what is going to be
Yes.
2.4.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Well, when is the branch point for stable 15?
I can't remember if it was beginning of. I think it was beginning of September.
Because it may be that the strategy that involves less Git gymnastics is you do free, like you stop importing at the branch point of 2.4, but you actually wait for stable 15, and then on stable 15, you then catch up to the like 2.4 Relling equivalent branch from OpenZFS, like when stable 15 is branched. And then at that point, you're in the right phase. You can be tracking 2.4 in stable 15 for the rest of the 15.0 release cycle. And then you can, at some point, resume merging on head. But you don't, Git may be very unhappy way, you can probably handle it. But it probably makes things a little more complicated to kind of bounce between branches for main versus just pausing and like waiting until you can sync up again.
Yeah, so we'll need to coordinate that with MM.
Yes.
Martin.
This is a related question, if we're done talking about that. Release engineers should set a deadline for all updates for upstream imports. When is the last time I can merge a new Lua, a new awk, a new whatever?
I mean, it does kind of depend on the project. Like
But pick a generic one that would be
Pick
the
a generic
the
one and
default
give
de
us a
facto.
deadline
so-
and make exceptions for the ones
Right.
that are it depends, is
Right.
my advice.
So yeah, I would say I would like those upstream projects to be updated by beginning of September when we're branching stable 15.
So beginning of September is the goal for everything. Sooner if it's more major. Anything later is a discussion with release engineering about why do we need this.
Yeah. So I mean, you know, often
like
I'm letting things like OpenSSH get updated fairly late because we don't want to be dealing with old versions of OpenSSH. Or security team doesn't want to be dealing with old version of
Right,
OpenSSH.
right.
But top or other things,
Yeah,
like not the top
major stuff. Yeah, get it in before we branch stable 15, please.
Okay.
Okay. I put 1 September. But
Yeah, I think
as a guess.
it's the first Friday in September, but yes.
Well, so I've assigned it to you, and I think the suggestion would be you have this nice list of deadlines and dates.
Yeah.
Make this one of them. Just
Yeah.
insert a new row in the table that is that.
Sure.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, adding it to the release planning thing
Yep.
before the branch,
Yeah.
basically, this is the cutoff for.
Right, and
And once it's in the template, then you know to do it at least for every major release. I don't know
for
this,
every major
minor
release.
releases, this doesn't matter, but major releases, probably this is a good thing to have in the template going forward.
right, and it depends, you know,
Those
we'll
you can
handle
hand
on an
wave.
ad hoc anyway, so.
Yeah. But just the default. Okay, we're down to 2 minutes. Unless y'all don't want to have lunch. All right, I think we've earned we get to go have lunch. So let's take a break for now. So a couple of scheduling things before you all run off. We're supposed to take a group photo at 1:15. So what I would like is if you could all be back here in the room by 1:05 or so that we're all together and we can go wander out as a gaggle to where we're going to take the picture and be back in time just at our next session at 1:30.
Are you doing a photo in the usual spot?
I believe we're going to attempt to do the photo on the side stairs of the building right across the street, like that way. But let's meet in here at 1:05 so we can all gaggle together. Sounds good? And come get your shirts. Thanks. Yes, if anybody picked up the glasses or has seen them, please let Joe know. He would really like to be able to see. Okay, so our next session is a little different one. Benedict actually had an idea to do a session like this in Dublin last year, at least for the first time in a Dev Summit context, and I thought it was a pretty neat idea. At least I did. So we're going to try to do a similar session here today for about a half hour. So I've called it a round robin session, and the basic idea is I have 2 chairs here, and we're going to have 2 folks talk with each other and just kind of have a discussion about whatever. It could be FreeBSD related. That might be kind of nice given the venue and probably a natural thing that folks will have in common. But it doesn't have to be. You could talk about the weather or how wonderful a city Ottawa is or something, I don't know. But whatever topics kind of come up. And then every 5 minutes, I'm going to have a timer on my phone or some other suitably annoying buzzer. And we'll swap out one of the people and do another person. So every person will get a chance to talk with at least 2 people and for about 10 minutes total. And then at the very end, whoever was the first person that I'm going to ask to leave, they'll come back in for the last slot so that everybody gets 2 slots. So the next thing is the schedule, and I've volunteered a few folks already in advance. So you know who you are. So if I got to have Alexander and Alan come down, y'all are the first 2 contestants. And we'll do 5 minutes each. So there's your mic, Alan.
Is that one?
Well, no, I'm giving you this one.
Okay.
And
Hello.
have at it.
Hello.
Introduce yourself whenever you'd like to start.
You're first on the list.
I was going to say I normally start first, but yeah, still alphabetically. I'm first. Yay. My name's Alexander. I work at NetApp in the OS group. Been there for 15 years, mostly focused on FreeBSD integration into our operating system called ONTAP, but I work with Alan in that work.
Yes. So I'm Alan Jude. I work at Clara. We provide ZFS and FreeBSD professional services, including development and working with companies that are based on FreeBSD and trying to keep up to date and upstream things and all the fun stuff like that.
What do you want to talk about?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the first question that I prepped you on yesterday was just, are there things that the FreeBSD project could be doing that would make your life as a vendor consuming FreeBSD easier? I know the one we talked a little bit about was more consistent uses of the fixes tag in commits, so that we pulled in this commit and it broke stuff. Is there a commit later on that already fixes that? Or do we have to just figure it out, fix it, and develop our own fix and then find out, oh, somebody already fixed it later?
Yes. Yes. That would be very helpful.
In addition to that, are there any other things?
We've been having discussions around, like, you guys were talking about package base and all that stuff. We don't use packages at all. We build everything from source. I think we're not alone in that. But we build it using our own build system. I don't think we're alone in that either. So I do have a question for the room maybe, but you're here, so I'll talk to you. How do we continue to have a build system for FreeBSD that scales from the laptop to a build farm? Because I don't know how well the native FreeBSD build system, which is very mature, can do a lot, but it's also very complex and hard to parse, how that scales beyond a single machine.
So you're thinking like spreading it across multiple machines, or just scaling up to a machine that has 192 cores?
Both.
Yes.
Right, if you have a farm of machines with 192 cores, how quickly can you build it? And how quickly can 100 people build it all at the same time?
Yeah. That's interesting, and then you get into the complexity of trying to do things like Ccache and distcc, and
right. Next level.
It gets all kinds of complicated. I don't know that I have a good answer. The build system's not really my specialty, but yeah, I think that's a good thing that we could maybe continue the conversation later about how do we advance that parts of the build system, and then like in your use case, have you looked at the newer stuff that came from the Cherry folks to be able to build FreeBSD on not FreeBSD?
I don't think we've looked at it. We use, so all of our build servers are Linux-based, and so we cross-compile everything. But then I have looked at all the latest developments in the BSD BMake usage of cross-building. And that's how we do any sort of internal upstream work where we're trying to contribute stuff back to the project. It all has to do the same thing, build on a Linux VM, test on a Linux VM before pushing. But I'm talking more just about the the cross-building distributed builds. So if Cherry has done a lot, then maybe I'll have to go talk to Brooks. No. Come on. Yeah, that's something that I think would be useful.
Any other things on your wish list?
On my wish list. Ooh. More unicorns. I don't know.
All right, well, I guess now it's your turn to ask me a question.
I thought I just did. What would you think about hosting a conference in Vancouver on the West Coast?
I'm not from the West Coast, but Colin is. And actually, the most helpful person organizing BSDCan has been Colin's older brother, Graham. So that's who we should talk to.
But Whistler in February.
Whistler in February?
Yeah, there we go. And this will be high to the event and low to the actual participation.
Yeah, and cost 10 times as much, Colin says from the back row. Definitely interesting to, we've also been having talks with other folks about, trying to revive the kind of ping pong we used to have with MeetBSD and FreeBSDCan with alternating between East Coast and West Coast, just to save people travel and to get, people that wouldn't come otherwise. So I think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Time to tap out. So,
I'm stuck here.
We'll hear from Alex in a little bit.
So
introduce you.
Yeah, of course. I'm Bojan. I'm a source committer, FreeBSD source committer from Zagreb, Croatia, and currently employed at Clara Systems. So it's kind of like a company meeting, right?
Yeah.
No particular questions come to mind, so maybe we can continue where we left off with the last conversation.
Sure.
Yeah. Or maybe...
Well, I have one for you.
Sure.
That helps you buy some time. So at AGBSDCon in 2024, you talked about your VM defragmentation work, and I was very interested in that. How is that coming along?
Stalled. Yeah, getting patches into VM is a bit difficult. It is the backbone of the whole system, of course. And measuring things, which is really important there, is tricky. And we kind of don't have a well-defined way of doing that, which is something that I personally like to see. So, in addition to a feature / just test regression suite, something that measures performance regressions would be also really nice. Help immensely in performance-sensitive areas, I guess.
Yeah, I think having a kind of consistent way to measure performance of probably a couple of different workloads rather than just one even.
Yeah, exactly.
But how do you define what those workloads are?
Well, I mean, for starters, the usual thing is either a Puglia run or build world or something like that.
Although those are more difficult to use as a benchmark because they will consistently change.
Yeah,
unless
exactly.
we're always building a Puglia run of the packages from the January of 2024 or something.
Yeah.
Then and even that can have problems. And so, and then, there's other workloads we can think of, like the Netflix KTLS type workload, which is a good workout for the VM subsystem. But yeah, how do we come up with a couple of those and have workloads that are going to give us kind of consistent results run to run?
Yeah. Fortunately, there are lots of. So in the academic world, usually there are preset sets of benchmarking suites that people tend to use. We could kind of easily integrate those, but then again, are we even hosting those types of workloads? Are they representative? in the end, you're only interested in like a relative speed up or slowdown, right? That's what matters most.
Yeah, that's a good point, that it doesn't have to be a perfect benchmark for someone's workload. It just has to tell us, kind of similar to Olivier's NetBenches thing. If we have a graph of packets per second versus version of FreeBSD, and we can see over time, hey, when somebody did this commit, it went way down or way up.
Yeah, exactly.
And, is that a good, if just because it got faster doesn't mean it was actually better.
Yeah.
But making sure that we understand why the performance changed by a large degree.
Otherwise, like, there's always this subtle paranoia that something you did is going to ripple out and just cause unpredictable things, which just happens all the time. So yeah. Maybe the other question that always comes to my mind, since I am a relatively fresh committer, and the way that I came into the community was, of course, through GSOC. It's always like the question that always comes back: are there any other, untapped sources of potential new people that we can take advantage of? I guess, for instance, collaborating with universities. Last year I mentored my last year GSOC student. His project ended up being his master's thesis, so it doesn't necessarily have to be funded through GSOC, right? Maybe something like that could be, done on a more like a formal, organized scale, right? Because I feel that it's vital to the project. In more than one way.
Yeah, I think leveraging more of the, when we do identify sources of potential new committers, easing that path and doing anything we can, whether that's matching with mentors or even a scholarship at some point or something, to also try to solve the problem we talked about yesterday, and that kind of you just mentioned, that we need like 4 VM maintainers, not 1, so that there's people to review patches, and just that we're all volunteers here in the end. Organizing BSDCan, we were very much trying to get to the place where every job has 3 people that know how to do it, so that if someone's out, that we can not be interrupted.
Yeah, of course.
So I'm taking Alan's mic here, and speaking of organizing BSDCan, Alan and I are the 2 money people for the conference, being people who can sign checks and also people who pull out our personal credit cards to put down deposits in the university. Last year it was mostly my credit card, this year it's mostly Alan's credit card. But if somebody else wants to join the conference team and offer their credit card, we would be happy to have 3 people doing this rather than 2. Now, you were talking earlier about benchmarking, and one thing I've started doing just in this past year is benchmarking in Amazon EC2. I can take that mask off right now. So one thing I started doing with EC2, because it's particularly relevant in the clouds, is measuring the boot time of FreeBSD. And so I now have graphs. Actually, I went back and used all of the weekly snapshot builds we have going back to, I think, 2018. And I have a graph on my website of how long it takes FreeBSD to boot on each of the stable branches and on head for every week from 2018 onwards. And you can see some big drops there. Around 2020, I was doing a lot of work on speeding up the FreeBSD boot, which I presented here. And then you can also see some places where it suddenly jumps. So sometimes it is for reasons that you would never imagine just looking at the source code. So one issue that I had to fix in, let me see, January of 24, FreeBSD suddenly started booting about 3 times slower in EC2. And so I started bisecting the commits, and I found, and each time I was bisecting, I was building a new EC2 image, an entire VM image to boot that and test the performance of that. And I tracked down the problem to a commit which bumped the size of the root disk from 5 gigs to 6 gigs. Now, there is no good reason why this should make things slower, but apparently this tickled something inside the Elastic Block Store system in AWS. And the solution to this was, well, if I bump it up to 8 gigs instead, then it gets faster again. I see John tearing his hair out. So yeah, it is very important to do these benchmarks because you can't just assume that a commit will not affect performance. You really do need to measure things because stuff may happen that you do not expect.
Yeah, completely agree on that front. Yeah, the other problem with all of these, the benchmarking suites tend to be unwieldy. Works with configuration and how to run them and whatnot. So, yes, something like the Linux test suite, having this in the tree or as a blessed but unofficial repo somewhere to the side, just having a way of, I guess, declaring a set of benchmarks you want to run in a config file and a set of, I guess, metrics that you want to track, just plopping them in and letting the CI runner do its thing. Would be something.
Yeah, and I think it is very important to have these tests done. Have somebody in charge of running them every week.
Yeah, exactly.
To make sure that things don't regress, because it's one thing to have tests in the tree, but if people don't run them, it doesn't help us.
Yeah.
And you don't want to have the situation where some people are running tests and they check that their commits don't make anything worse, but then other people aren't testing, and then we find out months later, oh, something got worse. Whoever did it clearly didn't test, but because we weren't doing regular testing, it's a lot later now when it's discovered. So, yeah, it's good to have somebody running those tests regularly, and then they can either fix the problem themselves or yell at somebody or start bisecting commits to find out where it broke. But yeah, if somebody's one person or a team of people is in charge of making sure that the testing happens regularly. And ideally publishing it so that everybody can look at. But with performance, it's easy to have a graph, and if the line does not go horizontal, you notice.
Yeah, exactly. Decreasing graphs, decreasing overhead is also good publicity as well. So
yeah.
Is it time to tap out?
Okay, it looks like Dan is coming down to replace you.
Oh, okay.
We keep talking until he gets here.
Yeah.
So you're from Zagreb. So are you part of the team organizing your BSD?
Of course.
This year? Yes.
I got roped into it. I think 2023.
Right.
It's been going on for
a
little over a year.
I am hoping to make it there, but I am not very optimistic, just because Zagreb is a bit difficult to get to from Vancouver.
Really? Okay, yeah. I mean, makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, actually, getting to Zagreb isn't too bad. Getting home from Zagreb is more difficult.
Yeah. Probably 2 connecting flights, right? Or even more.
Three connecting flights and staying overnight somewhere.
That doesn't sound good.
The easiest option is to stay overnight in Istanbul, which is not my favorite place to stay overnight. So yeah, I'm hoping that something will show up in terms of good options. But if I don't make it to Zagreb, I hope to make it to EuroBSD the following year, which will probably be in Western Europe and probably be easier for me to get to.
Yeah.
Given the tradition of bouncing back and forth.
Probably.
Is that time?
Yep.
Thank you.
So speaking of conferences, of course, you ran BSDCan for 20 years.
Was it that long?
Well, the first BSDCan was 2004.
Yes.
And we took over from you in 2024.
Yep.
So I think that counts as 20 years.
So my name's Dan. I started using FreeBSD in 1998, I think, after I got DSL at my home where I was living at the time in Wellington, New Zealand. And someone, after I said I need a firewall, they gave me a CD and a 386 computer and said, here, install this. And so, trying to remember the guy's name. He worked for New Zealand Fisheries. That was my client at the time. But anyway, that's why we're here today. Mm-hmm. It's because of that guy.
And because you were in Ottawa at the time?
No, that was New Zealand. But that's how I got involved with FreeBSD.
But when you started the conference?
Yeah, but then I moved back to Ottawa and then started the conference because I was unemployed.
Yes, and then a few years later you decided to run a conference and move to the States in, what was it, the same week, the following week?
I think it was about the same time, but I also started a second conference at the same time, PGCon, around that time. And
So now I've been down in the States now for 17 years, so that means after the fourth or fifth BSDCan, I moved down there.
Right. But you kept on running it here.
Yeah, because people must understand how complex it is to do a new conference in a new venue. An existing venue helps because you know all the people, you know where to get the stuff, and you can just do it year after year, and it takes a lot less time. Going to a new venue is a whole lot more work.
And I'm sure all the EuroBSDCon organizers here understand
yeah.
that because
Oh,
they
yeah.
go to a new venue every year.
Yep. Yep. They also get new people every year. I remember PJD talking about running Poland, and that was a big job. I remember the conference in Warsaw, and I remember giving a talk at that conference about how to run a conference for 250 people on your own. I think that was Warsaw. I'm not sure. You can find it on YouTube. We can change the topic to something not about me so much, but something in general that everyone else.
Running conferences is both of us now because I'm part of the team running it now. and given the number of people who are involved now, I am amazed how well you manage to run it by yourself.
Well, thank you. The first year was such a relief when I stood at the podium at the closing session and people applauded. It was just like, oh, thank God it's over. But it was more along the lines of, yeah, okay, did a good job not knowing what I was doing. And it sort of got easier after that, but the conference also got more complex after that. So.
And it also got bigger. The first year, I think, was 130 people.
Yep.
And then it peaked around 200. I think 275 was the largest year.
And it was a few years before we got catered meals. Those came.
I remember going off for lunch, and the entire afternoon schedule was delayed by an hour because the lunch service was incredibly slow.
Yeah, because I didn't tell them we were coming. You learn. You learn. Those were good times, though. The first conferences were a lot of very good stuff that happened at those first conferences, despite the fact that we didn't have big-time sponsors like we got later on. Like, I don't want to name them because I'll forget some of the big ones, but the sponsorship funding allowed us to do things like food and allowed us to fly in speakers. PGCon, for example, there were speakers that could not afford to come to PGCon. They were located in Western Asia, and they just could not afford. But as time progressed, they could then afford. They had started up their own businesses, and they could then afford to pay for themselves to come to the conference, and they became sponsors. But yeah, you can't do it without sponsors.
Yeah. I remember my very first talk at BSDCan in 2005.
I remember that talk.
It was, let's just say Intel tried to get me fired over doing that talk.
I remember bragging to the people I was working with at the time there was going to be a big security revelation, and they poo-pooed it. Oh, wait, I'm staying.
I think I need to. I'm terribly sorry for robbing you all of Colin. You're stuck with me now. For those of you who don't know, hi, I'm Christoph, and like Dan, I'm a recovering conference organizer.
Yes. It's a great skill, but not one to be practiced liberally.
Well, the recovering bit is an excellent idea. I will take credit for being smarter to run away faster.
Yep. The most interesting part of not running the conference is thinking about what you're going to do that weekend. Not this weekend, but like for the 6 months before the conference. You often come up to the weekend and, what do you want to do?
So why is there so little email in my mailbox? Why is nobody shouting at me?
It's a good feeling. I wanted to swing the topic around to something that is near and dear to my heart, and that's home labs. Computers in the basement, network, basement data centers. Do you have one?
Strictly speaking, no. I don't have a data center in the basement, but I do have a couple of computers in the office. I have a couple of Dell boxes with Chelsea 100 gig NICs in them. Every so often I will run traffic between them and do performance testing.
What Dell boxes are those?
They're Dell T640s, some Xeon something or other. Dual socket in one of them and single socket in the other.
One of the benefits of where I work is that the discarded, the e-waste servers are recycled mostly to employees. And so I have a pair of Dell R730s in the basement, and I use them mainly to run dev tests and stage of fresh ports.
Yeah.
And it costs me, I guess, about $120 a month to run them. I'm pulling about 8 to 1,000 watts.
I get away with a relatively low power consumption because those Dell machines I tend to only turn on when I'm doing work with them.
Yeah.
And when they're idle, they're really not terrible, assuming I can believe the power estimate that the IPMI gives me.
Does anyone else have a home data center? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, about 14. So I'd say about at least a quarter. At least a quarter. It's a terrible habit. Once you've started, it keeps growing.
I just always told myself that I was not allowed to get a rack to mount stuff in. And I still don't have a rack. I bought tower machines, and that was the right choice.
I wish I had started in on rack mounted stuff earlier. I was just telling someone that the other day. It's just, it takes up less room, it takes up less space, and the hardware is cheaper because my employer.
Right, but you know, many of those reasons are exactly the reason that I don't get a rack, because I get too much hardware.
You don't have a need for old tape servers?
No.
Oh, okay. Anyone here use Bacula with Postgres? Okay, good. One of you makes a good choice. One of my lesser-known contributions to open source was the first backend on Bacula for Postgres, and now it's widely used. And the second one on Bacula was the first test case for encryption at the client. Oh. And it was a very complicated ROT13 implementation, but
it gets a lot more performant if you run it twice.
It's really easy. It was a very short patch, but it just proved that it could be done. Someone else took it and actually implemented a proper encryption solution.
What's that
It
law
slowed
called
it
again?
down terribly.
The best way to get the right answer on the internet is to
Is to
post
do
the
it
wrong
wrong.
answer.
Yep. So that's all I did. I can't think of any other contributions.
Well,
I've
thank
done
you for
that
your
was-
contributions to Bacula, because it is useful software.
Yep. This morning I've been figuring out how to add ZSTD compression, because at the moment it's not valid. It's missing a run depends and a couple of upstream patches to make the configuration actually detect and pick it up.
I should keep an eye on that, because better compression would make my backups faster.
Yep. This is compression at the client. So yeah, if you got a fast client, it should compress it and send it down. I do it at the server because I let ZFS compress all that stuff.
That makes sense, but one of the reasons I run Bacula is because it's network backup. My clients tend to be all over the place. And the moment that you have to push your data over the internet, your client is always faster to do the compression.
Yeah, that's fair enough too. Okay, thank you.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Hi, Christoph. How's it been?
It's been pretty good.
So I actually don't, I know you work in networking space.
Yes.
I don't know how you started in the project.
Well, because it didn't work. So I'm sure most people know that I mostly do PF, but I started out doing FreeBSD, well, because it didn't work. I was interested in embedded development, mostly in Linux, and I bought a little embedded board, Marvel something or other. and build a Linux, install the Linux, it works. Okay, well, this is boring. So I had a friend who was really into FreeBSD. Okay, I'll try FreeBSD, and I build FreeBSD and eventually get serial output and it boots and all is well, but the network doesn't work. I'm sure I can figure this out, and I did, and I'm not going to tell you how long it took, but I did figure it out. Those of you who are interested can go look at the MGE driver version history, and you'll find what is, I believe, my very first patch to FreeBSD. And eventually I started running PF at home and got really, really tired of it not understanding IPv6 fragmentation, and I had the worst idea I've ever had, which is I'm sure I can fix this. And I'm still not done with PF.
I stay away from networking. It seems hard.
So, yes and no. Is it Kirk who said this or George who said this, but playing in networking is much nicer than playing in storage. Because if somebody gives you a network packet and you throw it away, they'll just give you more network packets. But if somebody gives you a data block to store and you can't give it back to them, they get very upset.
I like that. That's good. When I started at NetApp, I was in the performance engineering world, developing APIs and interfaces to track performance of this software. And I think I was at NetApp for like 4 years before I realized we were running FreeBSD.
I mean, it's just Unix. It's the difference is which side of the door you hang your coat up.
Nice.
So do you guys have ongoing performance measurements based part of CI?
Yeah, very well. I would love it to be part of CI. It's independent. We have highly, as you guys have talked about, right? There's so many variables that can go into the performance of a product. So we have labs that are dedicated to performance that are very well managed.
Yeah.
From the clients to the switches to the software and the way you initialize the software, and then all the different benchmarks as well that we would run. So there's push button, automated weekly kinds of things.
Well, it goes a long way.
It goes a long way. But if it takes 2 weeks to find a regression, then they have to bisect it. And
yep.
The tricky thing is we also, we optimize the software by going through training runs and then taking that data and optimizing that, compiling it with all the counters. And if you detect a regression on the optimized build, and then you have to go through the whole process to bisect it every time, it takes a long time. So
yep.
You find a regression and then you start testing on the non-debug, just, not fully optimized or training optimized. You end up sometimes not finding where the problem was introduced because it's introduced during optimization.
That sounds painful. Yeah. But, well, having something to find them is really, really useful. We used to have really nice network performance benchmarks. And then Netflix went and hired Olivier, so now we don't get them anymore.
Sounds like opportunity.
Yes, I'm talking about you. No, I remember looking at several benchmarks. I know that at one point Olivier did bridge benchmarks, and our bridge performance was very, very sad. And I eventually wound up doing something about that, and now it is less sad. I'm not sure if it is particularly great right now, but it is, at least less sad.
We want to trend in the right direction, even if we never get there. Right? Perfection being the enemy of good.
Well, yes, that is a common thing that I find myself coming back to is, this is an improvement. Let's just take it, even if it's not perfect. I think that's I think John is about to kick us out.
There it is. Thank you.
Thank you to all our folks. And in particular, we had it was an accident that I picked almost all conference organizers, so I didn't mean to do that. But hopefully, just hearing different folks talk and having different topics, maybe you have some ideas of people to go bug and talk to offline if there was something that struck your interest. And I think we'll keep doing this. So If you didn't get voluntold this time, you might get voluntold next time if you keep coming. So I don't know if that's a feature or a bug. But the next talk we're going to get set up here is Brooks, and I probably will be assisting, talking about upstreaming Cherry to FreeBSD. So I think I need to detach. But I need to leave my laptop sitting here.
I need that IP address.
Oh, and you probably want to clip on.
Someone to get me something to drink.
Oh.
My throat is dry.
Could I get a volunteer to fetch a beverage for Brooks? What would you like? Water or some one of the fruity waters? You like the sparkly waters, don't you?
The strawberry is probably the best.
Strawberry, if we could get strawberry. And then I'm going to sit here at the keyboard, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to sit over on the other side there so you can see, but sure. Yeah, so I'm going to talk to, I'm Brooks Davis from SRI. I'm going to talk today about what Cherry is and about upstreaming support to FreeBSD. So what is Cherry? Cherry is a processor architectural protection model. We impose a capability system model with hardware and software and add new security primitives to the instruction set architecture. And that's implemented through a mix, and that's implemented in the CPU and the system on chip in the microarchitecture. Let's see. And from that, we can build a variety of new security behaviors. Thank you. So the target of Cherry is to bring memory safety and compartmentalization to C and C++ trusted computing bases. We can also provide benefits to managed languages and modern languages like Rust, but our focus particularly is in system software like Cherry, like a BSD operating system, hypervisors, firmware, et cetera. And so I'm going to tell you a bit more about how our implementation works, and then talk about the features we have and about upstreaming and why now is the time to upstream support for Cherry into FreeBSD. It is worth noting that there are multiple industrial implementations of Cherry. The screenshot here is a bit of Morello, the ARM Morello chip, which is a prototype architecture, and there's some others that I'll talk about later. So how does Cherry work? Cherry introduces a new hardware data type, the capability. It extends, in a 64-bit version, it extends 64-bit virtual address spaces with metadata that includes permission and bounds, as well as a tag, which is not part of the main memory and is managed by the microarchitecture. Capabilities are used for all memory accesses in a Cherry system. For things that are pure capability, that means direct manipulation of memory via dedicated instructions, so all loads are via a particular capability. There's also a legacy operating mode where we have a default data capability, so integer load and stored operations are bounded by that default capability. And there's also a program counter capability which bounds jumps and the like. Capabilities with the tag are protected with the tag. So if the tag's not valid, then you can't use the capability. And their validity is controlled by a guarded manipulation, which is to say there's special instructions for doing things like reducing bounds, setting the address, et cetera. And if you don't follow the rules, so you try to increase the bounds, you lose your tag. Likewise, if you store a bunch of characters on top of the capability, that's not a capability store, so tag goes away. Now you don't have a valid pointer that you could use. So we use Cherry capabilities to implement memory safety in C and C++ programs. We replace all of your pointers with capabilities. And so, you know, any programmer visible pointer becomes a capability, and the register file contains capabilities where you would expect stacks, bills, likewise. In addition to these explicit pointers that you think about as a programmer, we also protect implicit capabilities. So your return address that's stored on your stack, vtable entries in C++, and then your GOTS and the like are also capabilities. So in a pure capability Cherry C++ application, your memory is confined to those allocations given to you by the kernel. You can't access just random bits of your address space. You can only access the bits that are part of your process, or that were given to you explicitly. So you have your program, you have your runtime linker, you load another library. Those are all separate capabilities rather than just being things laid out in memory. So in a given thread, you can think about there being a reachable set of capabilities. That's, you know, the transitive closure of whatever's in your register file at the moment. You could reach, there's a bunch of capabilities, they could reach the memory, you can load more capabilities from that memory. But that's a subset, that may be a subset of the total memory that's accessible to in your address space. And we can use that in turn to build compartmentalization with Cherry. So we take this memory safety, and on top of that, we build a strong compartmentalization model where it's possible to have multiple threads that are completely separate within a single address space. You could conceivably have a single address space operating system, in fact, with no MMU. There are some research operating systems which have done that. We're not doing that in Cherry BSD. Virtualization is, in fact, extremely useful. So we like to keep that. Whoops, I've jumped ahead. There we are. And then here's if you were, the previous diagram where we had all the registers pointed to GOTS and to stacks and all that. Well, now you have two compartments in this picture. And then we can have selective sharing with Cherry capabilities. This means that we can have extremely fast sharing. It's just loads and stores. Atomics, of course, to ensure concurrency if required. But there's no process switching. There's no context switching, or very little context switching. So we can build extremely fine-grained compartments, potentially multiple orders of magnitude more than were possible with current process-based technologies. So Cherry has been demonstrated at a wide range of scales in terms of actually building physical things. So I'm demonstrating today on a Morello box. This is an ARM Morello prototype CPU. It's got four cores based on the Neoverse N1. This is the design that's the basis for the first generation Graviton servers in AWS. So it's a, at the time, best of class superscalar core. In the middle, there's a design coming from Codasip. They're primarily an IP vendor, building CPU IP. It's sort of a mid-range application core, dual issue, like 9-stage pipeline, I think, MMU. It can run, like Morello, it can run FreeBSD, Linux, et cetera, but it's a smaller, more restrained in scope. This is something you could call them up and buy today. Obviously, you've got to fab a CPU and a SOC from there, but you can buy IP in this space. And then at the bottom, there's Chariot. It was developed originally at Microsoft by a team run by David Chisnall. They took the RV64E. This is the smallest version of RISC-V, the most stripped down. And they said, what if we put Cherry in and it's a mandatory feature and we rip out the PMP, so Cherry provides all of your memory protection, and then we take advantage of the small scale here, where the amount of memory is small, so sweeping all of it is feasible, and in fact, it's all on die. In normal applications, it's going to be just some SRAM, and you'll decide how much you need. And also, let's build a real-time operating system with that, assuming Cherry is a first-class thing, and assuming that we want strong compartmentalization as our core primitive of the operating system. And so they have integrated that into C language annotations and the like. So there's a whole scale of things, from tiny things to big things, and we believe the whole scale should be viable. One of the things with Cherry, unlike past capability systems, which have met with market failure or not even arrived in the market, we can run legacy applications. We can run side by side. You can take a Morello box and you can install a standard Debian image or a standard FreeBSD image on it. It just works. It does all the things you expect. You don't need to change a single bit. But if you bring Cherry in, you can, with Cherry BSD, like in this picture, you can have an incremental deployment of pure capability software. So a pure capability kernel, pure capability window manager. Most of the applications in this picture are pure capability. And then in this example, we've got a legacy Chrome web browser and a legacy JVM. We actually have prototypes of both of those things. And depending how time goes and how people are feeling, we might try to live dangerously and show you Chromium at the very end. But we're having some integration troubles today with this particular machine. So things might get a little exciting. So if you want to learn more about Cherry later, cherrycpu.org takes you to our website. There's also cherryalliance.org is the Cherry Alliance. It's a growing group of companies and organizations who are promoting Cherry, trying to work together to develop things. And of course, we have been around for about 15 years, so we've written a lot of papers. The instruction set is quite long, and so there's 1,000 pages of reading material or something if you're so inclined. Cherry, in addition to being a research thing and coming to product, is being standardized by RISC-V International. There's a Cherry special interest group and technical group, co-chaired by Alex Richardson at G-Chips and Simon Moore at the University of Cambridge. And they're working together with a number of companies to finalize a draft spec. It'll be RV64Y. C was already taken, so it's Y for capability. Problem with using letters, so you run out of them. So yeah, it's on the way, currently scheduled for ratification in August. It might slip a little bit. I think things seem to be generally on track. We're not seeing a lot of big delays at this point. So it's probably the biggest thing ever adopted into RISC-V, though. So it has been quite a process to figure out what the process will be to add this thing. And now, of course, part of the reason why I'm talking about upstreaming to FreeBSD is we've got real hardware coming. On this slide, I have, we have a number of application cores. These are things you can run FreeBSD on. Right now, there's stuff you can run in FPGA. There's Morello. There's a couple more things you can run in FPGA later. And then on here, these products are, I think, fairly low scale, but nonetheless cores by Setkey. And then there are a couple other tape outs that I know of that are planned for the next year, but we don't have leave to put them on here. So there will be physical hardware we can buy next year. That's the current plan. And then, in addition to these application cores, we've got some sort of large microcontrollers and then tiny Chariot microcontrollers. There are a bunch of tape outs going on there. Lots of exciting stuff happening, and some pretty cool things. So, in addition to Cherry BSD, we of course have had to build a toolchain. So we've got a complete Clang and LLVM toolchain. It's a fork of LLVM. One problem is with all the different hardware, we also have forks of the toolchain. we're working on getting the number back down to something more manageable at the moment. But there are complete things. And then we have strong GDB support, thanks to John, and a bit of ARM and Linaro as well, adding support for all the things you'd expect from a debugger. So, and then in addition to LLVM and GDB, ARM has also produced a proof of concept port to GCC. They did it, they got Linux to compile basically, and they said, yep, it works. But at the time, they didn't want to spend the engineering effort to keep it going. So, but they did say that basically they don't foresee any problems. There's not an obvious clash between the software architecture of GCC and capabilities. And then I guess beyond things like compilers and debuggers, for instance, Mark has a nearly working port of dtrace that is getting in the final stages of review, and we'll get that into our tree soon. So Cherry, despite the strong memory protections, it doesn't prevent the kind of debugging and diagnosis that you need, which is, I think, really important. If you have a security thing that makes it impossible to debug your system, ASLR, then you know, that's kind of problematic. So we've avoided those things. Now, a bit more about CherryBSD. CherryBSD is our main operating systems research platform. It's FreeBSD-based research operating system. We've been developing it for, I don't know, 13, 14 years now. And it's we've incrementally deployed Cherry into it. So we use it universally. We have, running on this system, we have a pure capability kernel, so spatial memory safety in the kernel. And then almost all of the processes running on the system, actually I think all the processes running on the system at the moment, also have full spatial memory safety, heap temporal safety, and fine-grained compartmentalization at the library level. One thing to be aware of with CherryBSD, though, is the compiler technology was growing along with the operating system. So many of the changes we've made are engineering artifacts of the tools we had at the time. And that's one of the things that we need to clean up on the path to upstreaming to FreeBSD. It's worth noting also that we've demonstrated that the basic things around spatial memory safety in particular, the ideas are clearly portable. ARM and Codicip have both produced, have in turn produced a user space implementation of pure capability processes, and then a pure capability kernel.
For Linux, right?
Yes, for Linux. Yeah, so these are not just things you can do on FreeBSD. They're things you can do everywhere, but FreeBSD has perhaps done more of them. So with CherryBSD, we have lots of good features. We have spatial and temporal memory safety for user space processes, spatial safety for the kernel. We have all the usual debugging bits that you developers expect. We build friendly installers for Morello. We have a full KDE graphics stack, which when the HDMI stuff isn't being finicky, works great. And then we also have compatibility with 64-bit legacy applications. ARM chief architect gets cranky when we say legacy, the legacy ISA, but it's true. We also, for pure capability code, we have about 10,000 ports are building, and then we also build another 26,000 memory unsafe packages. That number is probably a little lower than it should be, but we install them in a non-standard local base, and that breaks a bunch of things. So we fix things that are a problem and don't fix the rest. We have a Beehive hypervisor. We have the Beehive hypervisor working with Cherry, so you can run CherryBSD in Beehive. It's great for kernel development. We also run it in QEMU, which both of them give you a nice debugging experience. And then we have an experimental library compartmentalization as well as a coprocess compartmentalization that I'll mention in a bit. And it runs on all the usual things. So we run it in hardware emulation and FPGA. So we did a Well, here's the sort of the current stack of the system. A study a few years ago ported the KDE desktop stack to Cherry. This was actually done for MIPS on QEMU. The total lines of code change required was less than 0.01% lines of code, and in fact, almost all of that change was adding cross-building support to the configuration and build system. There was just a tiny bit of change in C++, and this is our experience with modern C++ that's not too disgustingly systemsy, so that we have basically no code change. And so we have a kernel. We've got DRM and Pantrost, all the libraries, all the good stuff. Yeah, I've covered the rest of this. So, oops, actually it is going to be a little bit of a demo. So I'm going to give you a little intro here, and then John's going to help me walk through a few things. Actually, let's go ahead and pull up the console and do that now.
Which one do you want to do first?
Let's do a uname. So here's a uname output from the system. We've got, we're running a generic Morello PeerCap kernel, which means it's, of course, a Morello generic adapted for Morello, so Cherry support, and then PeerCap means all pointers or capabilities. The other little bit is that we've added an architecture type here, AArch64C. We similarly have a RISC-V 64C there. Let's see, let's do a procstat-a, probably through, just do a -a, and run it through more or less or whatever.
I'm a less person.
Yeah. So I guess the interesting thing here is you look in the emul line, which probably should say ABI, but it's emul. You see they're all ELF64C, which means pure capability binaries all the way through. Let's do procstat cherry, -a cherry. Those are all kernel processes, so they don't count. We should make them disappear. And then here we have, yes, these are pure capability processes. They're running with revocation enabled, which is to say they have temporal safety. And then this count is the number of compartments within the process. Do you want to maybe do procstat compartments on the ocular? That was bash. Well, that'll work. But yeah, so we have a basically a bit of the runtime has its own compartments. We have the bash binary. Each of the libraries is in a compartment, and then we've also have sub-library compartmentalization implemented by John, where we compile the library basically into a bunch of mini libraries. So from a linkage perspective and from a programmer perspective, it's still one thing. It all works the same, but we have a bunch of libraries inside. So in particular, we've taken I/O and we've put it in its own box. So things that link to the I/O bit have pointers to do I/O, and things that don't link to it don't have pointers to do I/O. In some ways, more interestingly, we have this JEmalloc compartment. So we put JEmalloc in the box because JEmalloc random code getting access to those. So putting it in its own compartment protects it from the rest of libc as well as the rest of the program, and only actual malloc allocations come out. And then MRS is actually a wrapper around JEmalloc. It holds some sort of medium privileged capabilities. Yes?
So, maybe I missed this, but how are allocations? Number 5.
So, if something's in a compartment and it wants to allocate some memory,
yeah,
does that memory go into its own compartment? Like, how does that happen?
So if you want to allocate memory in a normal way, you'll have a God entry to pointing to malloc. So you'll make a trampoline call. You don't have to think about this at all, but you'll have linked to malloc, and therefore you can call malloc. When you call malloc, malloc returns via a register an allocation. Inside the malloc implementation, When malloc needs some more storage, it does an mmap of some big space, and then it does whatever it does to chop that up, and then it'll return bounded pointers to you. So there is some allocators are one of the things that requires the most change in the system because they actually have to do things that the C language doesn't allow you to do to, say, set bounds on things. So, yeah.
And those bounds are tied to the compartment?
No, they're not.
Oh.
They're not in any way associated with the compartment. They are.
Okay.
They are the metadata on the capability that's returned.
Got it.
And they are enforced by the hardware when you try to perform accesses via the capability.
So if a pointer wandered from one thing to the other thing could access the data in there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Which is both good and bad depending upon where you are in your current security model.
Well, it is good and bad in that the fact that you can access it is granted by the fact that you hold it.
Yep.
If you are sloppy with what you do with it, then you've given it out.
Yeah. Okay.
And there's, sort of the usual mitigations apply. You want to zero things, et cetera. And yeah.
Thank you.
So let's see. You want to do ocular?
Okay. Oh, yeah.
2349.
I need a left.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is ocular. There's a few libraries in here, a few compartments. Yeah, this one's not so bad. I guess we haven't put too many weird things in here. These are all dynamically loaded. So this is an interesting thing with compartmentalization. You look at some compartmentalization models, and they're very static. The reality is, when you have something like Ocular or Chromium, you at build time could never know what all the libraries you're going to be using are, unless you've packaged the whole system up. There's just too much dynamism. When you update something, it may grow dependencies, et cetera. So yeah, so this here, can you go ahead and GDB Ocular? And then do an rbreak ping PNG underscore or something. Slightly smaller list to be there.
I need more help.
Just enter. It'll just add a bazillion breakpoints. And then continue. You may need to go click a button or something. Yeah, click something on the menu. That usually does it. Just any menu item there. And then, yeah, do a back tray or where or whatever. Yeah. So, yeah, if you look through this big call stack, you're going through a gazillion things just for some incidental PNG rendering. Like one interesting note here as we scroll down a little farther. Yeah. So you'll see cross-compartment call shows up in there. We're showing where you've transitioned to compartment boundary. But otherwise, it's an ordinary stack trace. This is not, we have not turned this into a horrible distributed system.
For example, one of the things you also do, GDB knows how to interpret the code capabilities. So you don't just get the address of a pointer, you actually get the permissions and the bounds of pointers. So when you're investigating memory safety bugs, you get a little more information when you're debugging things. Which is quite recently when I look at memory safety bugs that, what's the gentleman from MIT? Robert
Morris?
Yeah, Robert Morris submits all these lovely bug reports. And you can, he uses ASAN often to reproduce them, and you can use ASAN, but on Umbrella Box, if you take down his little test applications to compile and run them, you actually get this really nice experience where you can see all the information about the buffer overflow and you catch it sooner. You get to catch memory safety errors often at the time closer to when you screwed up as opposed to much further later when you've trashed things and you have to kind of reverse engineer back into history of when something actually went wrong.
So let's go ahead and get out of here and let's go back to the slides. And then get on the Nginx, the Nginx, first Nginx slide. There he is, 19. And actually, I think you're in the right directory, so you could run Python 3. Oh yeah. How about you go run Python 3 in the demo.py in the background.
Live demo figuring out what we're going to do.
All right, so let's go to the slides again. You can just pull them up full screen for a minute. So this is some work by Jing Li at Cambridge in conjunction with Google. She's got a talk about KASAN on Saturday, but we're not going to talk about that work today. Instead, this is an Nginx challenge. It was developed for the there's a version of Nginx developed by a team at DARPA for the AI Cyber Challenge. The goal was they put a bunch of vulnerabilities in a bunch of software, and then AI was supposed to like find the vulnerabilities and fix them. So they had a team of people who obviously knew memory safety because they were inserting memory safety bugs into code, and they were both reintroducing bugs and sort of adding their own, and then they produced ASAN exploits for them. They didn't know about Cherry at all. We didn't know about them. It just happened to be the case that the evaluation team for the program we're on at DARPA was also on the Cyber Challenge, and they said, you should look at this. So we did. So Jing Li went and attacked it, and we looked at all the vulnerabilities. So it's a whole set of things, and what we found is that except for one thing where there was a feature of Nginx that requires on a feature of KQ that's only on Linux, so we couldn't run it at all, we found all the bugs. We could hit them all through fuzzing or through ASAN triggers. So that's all good. And then we went farther. We kept fuzzing, and we had bonus bugs. Because it turns out that writing C code is hard. And even people who are super aware of buffer overflows, like they were contracted to add them to code, they used fuzzing in their processes, they still added extra bugs. So they added two bonus bugs, plus there was one bug where the ASAN trigger was required a full overflow of the object, because that's what ASAN can find. But Jing Li's work, in her work, she believes that that vulnerability is actually exploitable without triggering ASAN, and in fact, leverageable into a full exploit chain, because it was a sub-object overflow. So that, let's see, and I'm going to go, so we deterministically mitigated 114% of the vulnerabilities added to the software. So that's the fun punchline. John, do you want to pop up the screen?
I have a question.
Yes.
So that's really cool. Just so we're statement, not question. Can we use this as a way to find vulnerabilities in code that might not even run in this architecture?
Code that won't run it on it at all, no. Code that you've ported to it, which often takes...
That's sort of what I meant, yeah.
Which I will say, often takes no porting. And I'll show you, I'll talk over an example, which is the Chromium demo we'd like to have given in a bit. You can often do no porting and fix the bugs. And in this case, we just ported to Cherry. So we put bounds on the pool allocator, and we fixed a few compatibility things, which are the sort of things you have to fix with Cherry, not a lot of code changes. And that's it. We didn't try to fix any of these bugs.
That's really nice.
And in fact, you know, if you combine Cherry with fuzzing, and I think Jing Li will talk about this at her talk, you potentially have the ability to find bugs at a higher rate, or more, you know, and in more interesting ways. We didn't design Cherry though to be a bug finding tool, so we're careful not to make overly strong claims about it. There are some things ASAN can do better than we can. They can do temporal safety, whereas and they find things quickly, whereas we don't always. But for instance, we're not vulnerable to bugs where we jump way out of bounds and don't hit red zones and things like that. So yeah, here's a table we regenerated in the background, the table from before. We've got 3 columns here. So we have the legacy architecture. You know, some things crashed, just running the tests. So whether the bugs were mitigated or not, I don't know. When we publish this formally at some later point, we'll know. And then here, we crashed in almost every case. We got one case where we didn't crash at all, It was a temporal safety bug. And then we had a couple cases where when we switched to a mode where we do a full revocation sweep for every free, which is very expensive. So scanning all of your memory every time you free a capability. It's not something you do in production, but it's something you could do here. Then we trigger some things earlier in that case. So let's see. Let's go ahead and flip back to the slides. And I'll talk about another grand challenge problem. So we have a prototype port of Chromium. It's still largely due to the V8 runtime. It's still not super stable. But we can render mini web pages. We can sometimes do JavaScript. We like to not do demos on the live web because if you go, you go to bbc.co.uk or something, it's fine today, and then they like put a new tracker on or something, and it uses some feature of JavaScript we haven't tested. So we tend to do canned demos with this, but we ported in about 18 staff months. We ported Chromium's 27 million lines of code and any libraries that we hadn't previously ported that were dependencies. That's another 47 million lines of code. And then we ported V8, it's about 2 million lines of code. We're not all the way there yet, but like many more tests pass than don't. And we're sort of working through the test suite. Right now we're in a bit of a funding lull, so we're not working very fast on it, but it's there. And so here's the thing, like we had basically 2 people, 1 person mostly full-time for about a year, and 1 other person on and off. So about 18 staff months. It's a lot of individual pain and suffering. But Chromium's security team is over 100 people. So this is less than 1 week of effort by Chromium's security team. And we get some pretty cool vulnerability mitigation. So here's an example. This is a demo I wanted to give, but for a variety of reasons, I won't give you this exact demo. However, this CVE, if you go to a big company who has a web browser team, they will know this CVE. You don't even need to tell them the blast part. They still wince just looking at the number. Because this was a first-party bug that hit Google on Android and Chrome, and a second-party bug for Apple. Both Android and, so definitely iOS, and I think Android had 0 quick vulnerabilities, root exploits by nation-state actors. Super bad. This was well fuzzed. They followed best practices such as they are for C and C++ development. The problem is, it was so deep in the Huffman code, the fuzzing tools didn't get to the bottom and didn't find it. So it went undiscovered for years, and then due to issues in CVE reporting, was fixed and then not found, and was like found, reported, but reported as part of some other toolkit, and so it was found over multiple years. And it was a simple buffer overflow in the Huffman code. With this, if we click on an image that exploits this bug in our Chromium test, we just get the aw snap, you hit back, you're fine. If you're running an ARM64 version, silent memory corruption from a bug that's known to be a 0-day. So, and here's the thing, we didn't change a line of code in the WebP library. All we did is recompiled it. We had to change a lot of code around it, but that's super cool. That's why you want Cherry. There's a lot of it. So let's talk about upstreaming. I hope I've demonstrated that there's a lot of cool value in Cherry, and that there's a platform coming. I think the requirements for upstreaming to FreeBSD, our patches are not trivial, but not too bad, I think. We've been maintaining them for a decade of fairly continuous merging. It's pretty straightforward, and we're actually going to slim them down quite a bit, so I'll talk about that. So some thoughts about upstreaming. we were thinking about upstreaming both RV64Y. That's going to be a shipping product with a lifetime, unless everything fails. But we don't think that's going to happen. There's enough product coming, and I think I hope we're going to be soon at the point where we landed enough products where there's fear of missing out, and people have to start adding Cherry to their products. We also want to upstream Morello support. This would definitely be tier 3, which is to say, no guarantees that anything happens, no guarantees of stability in the system. If ARM decides they want to ship a product, it won't be quite Morello, and we'll just break the API. But Morello systems are available in limited quantity, and they're fast, they make good demonstrations, and they're they're usable systems. So we want to do both to give us sort of the best of both worlds in terms of a shipping product and a demonstrable product where we can provide resources to competitors.
And also, if ARM ships a future version of their architecture that has Cherry, there won't be a lot of source code changes.
Yeah.
The source code will be mostly compatible. The differences will be in things like opcode encoding that'll be kind of hidden inside the tool chain, but not necessarily a lot of churn inside of FreeBSD itself.
Yeah, I would expect there'd be a small amount of assembly change, largely because there are a few cases where, things where we've concluded there was a bug in the ISA design. There are some places where, some corner cases that no one got around to testing it, and so it got baked in, and we've had to do some minor workarounds. So we're going to focus on pure capability mode. We have a hybrid mode where we annotate selected pointers with capabilities. Has value in a number of situations. But if you apply it to the kernel, you have to annotate every pointer that might contain a user space pointer. So it's super disruptive. We have done it. We are not going to upstream it. And I'll talk more about that later. Have limited support for hybrid code and user space. It'd be a low priority. We'll absolutely support legacy 64-bit code. We have a FreeBSD 64 layer, just like FreeBSD 32, to run legacy code. And then we plan to land functionality in phases. So the first step is going to be spatial safety for both kernel and user space. And then the rest of them, we could have choices about ordering. So there's sub-object bounds, which is a higher friction variant of Cherry C, but prevents sub-object bounds disclosure or bugs. And I think we concluded that about 5% of memory vulnerabilities in the FreeBSD security advisories are sub-object. Is I think what Alfredo's numbers are.
And we currently run the kernel and CherryBSD runs with this. So it's not,
yeah.
You have to do some additional source code annotations in certain cases. And in many cases, the compiler can find them for you. Some of them you find at runtime, but it's not very invasive.
Yeah, it's just not going to be the first thing we do because it's more invasive, and also there's some patterns in drivers that the compiler doesn't find, and so we find them the first time we try using the driver. So it's an adventure every time you plug in some random new PCI card. And then we've got heap temporal safety that'll come as a separate stage, even though it's very critical to a bunch of our mitigation stories because it's more disruptive to the VM system. And then we have two kinds of compartmentalization, which I'll hit on a bit more later. One of them is, I think, quite well baked, although we're still actively working on it. And the other one is parts of it are a good idea, definitely, and other parts we're not sure about. And I think, generally speaking, kernel support will lead because we should be able to run existing CherryBSD user space on top of the kernel, but there's quite a bit of parallelism there. So I think we'll it's okay if we don't get there all the way on the user space immediately, but we'll see. And then we have QEMU user mode for Morello today. I think Codasip is probably going to do support for RV64Y. They're going to target Linux, so we'll have to support it on CherryBSD and FreeBSD, but should be doable. And so that's going to be fairly essential for package building. Yes, Warner?
What version of QU is that based on?
Something ancient. Codicip has a more modern version. So we're going to have to get pulled up one way or another.
Yeah, because I'd like some help getting our stuff also moved upstream.
Yeah. And then, yeah, so I mean, I think it's important to note that, like, if you go look at the Cherry BSD repository, the diff looks scary. Part of the reason it looks a little scary is because it has evolved over more than a decade. And like when we started out, we didn't have any compiler support beyond inline assembly for capabilities. We had little structs that we pretended were capabilities. And some of the code still looks like that in a few cases. So we're going to take a much more like straightforward and linear path to capability support in FreeBSD.
In particular, I think we intend Cherry BSD to continue as a place where Cherry folks will do research. And if anything, we'll kind of have the equivalent of a staging clone of FreeBSD, as it were, to kind of pull out a curated history of things. And it's also true that, in general, we try to upstream things that make sense already. One of the things I've been doing recently is changing various internal APIs in the kernel that actually use pointers, like various PMAP things, to use char star or void star instead of VM offset T. And when you do that, then effectively you have no diff with Cherry. And you get better type safety even on non-Cherry architectures, so making sure you're not conflating the things. And so many of those things we've been trying to do anyway.
Yeah, there's a backlog of, we merge things when we can, or when we have time while we're doing them. We try to land especially general functionality in FreeBSD first. Usually we manage, sometimes we don't.
Or when I get diffs when I'm merging upstream, then that usually motivates pushing some things upstream.
Yes, when there is suffering in the merge process. Yeah, so I guess, talk about the features. So the pure capability kernel first. This is, of course, a spatially safe kernel, and with all pointers having capability bounds, or bounded capabilities. And there are some, so there's a general split of highly privileged capabilities early in boot, so we only use the one we mean to. So if you're creating a pointer to user space, you use a capability that only has access to the user address space, and the like. And then we support multiple ABIs. So we have Cherry ABI, which is the default ABI. Turns out it really has to be the default. We tried it other ways, and it was sad. It was great suffering. We have ever implemented, I think, 4 between us, maybe 5 even, compatibility ABIs over time. Cherry ABI started there, and some others. So we've got FreeBSD 64, which is basically a fork of FreeBSD 32, slightly reorganized. You could support FreeBSD 32, but there's no hardware out there that does, that has 32-bit support and Cherry at the same time on a 64-bit system.
The thing that maybe that's a little bit special about FreeBSD 64 compared to FreeBSD 32 is in FreeBSD 32 you just get to take your 32 bits and sign extend it or 0 extend it to get the 64-bit native integer pointers you have in your kernel. In Cherry, we preserve kind of whatever the user space says it wants, but oftentimes you get an integer pointer with a size, like you think of like accept or socket things that take a sockadder T and a socklen T. In the kernel, we then generate a bounded pointer that's used for kernel access for copy in and copy out, so that we will actually prevent overflows in that case. So if we actually give some protection in theory, we can catch a few overreads in terms of system call arguments and kind of ensure that we don't allow the kernel to be kind of contaminated with invalid arguments from user space when we can infer what the bound should be. So that's why we have a little more diff in FreeBSD 64 versus FreeBSD 32, and we currently don't support Cherry in FreeBSD 32 because we need to basically add these little annotations for, well, this pointer needs to have this length, and that's kind of the things we haven't done in FreeBSD 32 at the moment.
And ARM chose not to.
Yeah, we don't have a way to
chose not
test
to include the ARM v7 in the processor just for space and engineering reasons. And likewise, similar thing on RISC-V. So yeah, And then Cherry ABI is the pure capability user space. This will come alongside the kernel. So we apply least privilege to memory access and configuration. And yeah, so every capability that you get within your user space comes from the kernel, either at startup or basically via mmap. And there's no all-powerful root capability in user space. It differs a little from the kernel in that the kernel obviously has to have access to all of the memory. But in user space, we can use the trusted relationship with the kernel to avoid that. There are some non-trivial VM changes required to do this. They're not too crazy, but there's some changes to the way the VM system works. And I gave a talk last year on the reservations mechanism that we use there. And then we require some changes to the various bits of the runtime, as well as some modest portability fixes. So, for instance, we in the original port, I think had to change like 3 spots in OpenSSH. These days we change 0 because they've changed all those things. And this is really the foundation for all the other user space work. So having a spatially safe user space is the thing you need to do the rest of it. So why no limited, why limited or no hybrid support? So annotations are expensive. You have to add them everywhere and maintain them. Some work on Linux to do a hybrid kernel used the user annotation there, and it sort of works. But it's actually the problem is it's in the wrong place. And so it sort of works by accident. As long as there's only one asterisk, you're okay. And in CherryB's hybrid kernel, we chose to annotate all the user space pointers, so it's just a lot of changes. And also, our experience is that hybrid C appears to promise gradual adoption, but almost everyone who does it discovers that was terrible. You churn your code base a ton, and you don't get much security benefit in the end. So we're just going to limit support and avoid the trap. So sub-object bounds. We've mostly done work in the kernel. There's been some work in user space. Probably actually going to remove most of those diffs, or at least not upstream them. Basically, it's incompatible with C in slightly subtle ways, and you need to annotate a bunch of things like container of use. Not very hard, and you can incrementally deploy this. So we could, for instance, do sub-object bounds on libc and make that work. But we've not looked at that. We do run it in the kernel, though. It's done as part of the pure capability porting work. Heap temporal safety. So we have augmented the architecture to make it viable to search all of memory for capabilities which have been freed. The reason you can do this is that for any capability, you can look at its base address, and that will tell you what allocation it was part of. And then we use a bitmap to indicate things that have been freed during the scan. So there's a simple check as to whether or not a pointer should be revoked. So we do a periodic scan. We have a bunch of clever VM tricks, which are mostly stable. Mark's made them much stabler. Still bugs, but so this will come along later, and we don't want to do it immediately. But it is really essential to the security narrative. Particularly strong compartmentalization depends on this. You need the ability to ensure that when you've handed something to a compartment and it says it's done, that it's actually done, and things like that. So there's a bunch of things there that need to be done. And then we have a I guess, linker-based compartmentalization. So you saw, well, we had all those compartments before, 100 plus compartments in Ocular and compartments in libc. We basically reuse the library abstraction, and the initial supposition is that often library boundaries are something close to security boundaries. This is clearly false, but it is the thing we can do immediately with essentially no cost. So that's useful. we think. So we impose trampolines across the PLTs on PLT calls, and we separate, we have separate stacks within each compartment. So we avoid a bunch of stack leakage problems and the like. And then we have a policy language which enables non-library boundaries, so those compartments within libc, for instance, to contain powerful capabilities. And we're actively working on this under the DARPA CPM program. And yeah, here's the example of the sub-library compartments. And these are closer to actual security boundaries. There's a bunch of nuance here, that some of which we're really still figuring out in terms of what the security boundaries are. Some interesting cases around, for instance, logging printfs give you an enormous, like some code that prints that does an fprintf to standard error vastly increases the power of a particular compartment. So it's something where the API is not right and needs to be corrected. And then co-process compartmentalization is another kind of compartmentalization. So Edward developed this primarily. The idea is that since you can actually have multiple processes within the same address space that are fully isolated except for an IPC mechanism. We can provide fast domain transition, probably a couple orders of magnitude faster than, say, Unix domain sockets or pipes. So really pretty cool. It's been on a side branch because it adds yet more VM complexity. And we're not totally sure which of the ideas are the right ones. I think people have successfully used it, and I think we'll eventually implement it, but definitely it's toward the end of the upstreaming process because we're not sure where it is on the research end yet. But I think a lot of people find it attractive, and we were initially motivated by things like the need to have something that has direct access to your GPU, which is highly privileged and full of bugs. And then also, need to run, access untrustworthy data. So you want to compartmentalize those things. You can't just put them in another process. So we run all sorts of things at higher privilege than we want today on phones and the like. So just a quick slide of, we're looking at contributing this. Robert told me I had to remind you of all the things many of the things we've upstreamed to the project already. So we did the RISC-V port. We added external toolchain support. The first cut of rootless builds and release and the start of releases. So much thanks to everyone who's polished all these things and making them usable within the project. But we did a lot of this stuff because we needed it in our CI environment or to allow students to work on things without giving them root on all the machines, things like that. We did the initial, Stacy's son did QEMU user mode for MIPS early on. A bunch of changes to the way we build system calls, libsys. And fixed a bunch of bugs as a result of our porting efforts. So, I think my favorite ancient bug that's probably of no consequence unless it is that you could hit tab on the T-shell command line when there was nothing there, and you would underread a buffer by a byte. Probably harmless, but you never know. And there's lots of little things. We're not finding huge security vulnerabilities generally. The code's pretty good. We're trying to poke at it, but we're seeing small things. That's hopefully an improvement. And then as John was saying earlier, we've made a bunch of API changes to sort of improve the overall code by clarifying our thinking about pointers versus integers and things like that. So conclusions. I don't know if you noticed, I should have called it out when I was talking, but a whole bunch of these features, so spatial safety, there's a Linux port, a couple Linux ports. They're not perfectly refined, but it's definitely there, and will be more production ready in the near future. Many of these things, though, no one started work, so we have a huge lead. We have temporal safety. We have compartmentalization. We have deployed subobject bounds. So we've got a chance to, be there early and demonstrate features that people might want. And what we found in like the technology access program that the UK government ran was there was some resistance at first. People were like, oh, I want Linux, I know Linux. And then they stopped complaining about it because they didn't have a choice. They buckled down and they did the work. They were like, oh, this is fine. I'm not missing anything, or I'm missing this little thing, but I can work around it really easily. Not universally the case, but we have opportunities to here if we can show that we have a better product. So we hope to bring all these things to FreeBSD and ship in FreeBSD 16. I will say that, impolitically, Linux upstream taking cherry changes is probably a 10 to 15 year, or a 5 to 10 year process. Depends on a lot of political things. There's a lot of resistance to some changes that are required. And I think we can do better. So some things to discuss. What resources is the project going to need to make this work? To make sure that developers can test things when they need to and whatnot. How do we handle releases? We're going to have an external tool chain, so we have a bootstrapping problem that we've been largely ignoring that we're going to need to solve. We have a variant of this version with package right now, but we can probably get away with putting package in the base system. Adding an extra LLVM to the tree, people probably get cranky. I would get cranky. I already maintain 20 LLVMs. What order do we merge things? So like compartmentalization and heap temporal safety, they're fairly separable. Heap temporal safety is much more intrusive than compartmentalization. It's mostly a user space feature. So what order do we want to do it in? We'll need to think about that. How do we manage patches to ports? Right now we kind of have we have 400 projects in our GitHub, for like 400 repos in our GitHub, like half of which are forks of things that we've patched up, and then we add a cherrybsd.patch to our ports tree, and that kind of works, but it's kind of gross. So there'll be thinking to be done there. And online, we've got a sketch of a project plan. It's the one project on our custard cherry org on GitHub. So yeah, happy to take some questions. I probably ran way too long.
What are we on time? Because I don't have my phone.
We're at 3:05.
Someone has a schedule in front of them? What are we supposed to do?
We have a break and then the foundation update. So we can do a few questions.
Okay, so we are supposed to actually pause now. So how about we'll pause? You can come find me or Brooks during the break if you wish to talk to us more about thoughts on this or concerns or what have you. But let's go ahead and take our break, and we'll be back in about 25 minutes. All right. So for our last talk for today, Deb yesterday morning had mentioned kind of a previewed a deeper dive into what's going on at the foundation. And so Ed, Alice, and Joe are here to talk about that. And so I'm going to get out of the way and hand it off to you all.
Thanks, John. So here's what we want to talk about today. I'm going to start off with a little bit of a discussion around how the foundation funds technology support, and so that's how we take on projects directly within the foundation software development that we do with our own contractors and staff and such, and talk a little bit about the year that we've had in the development world. Alice will talk about projects that we've taken on in a larger scale, and I think I'll get into a little bit about how that's a somewhat new thing for the foundation, but Alice will talk about the details of those projects that we've done. Joe will talk about GSOC and the individual point projects that we've been funding. I'll talk a little bit about the year ahead, but I think as we've alluded to in a few venues here, this is definitely something that we are mapping out and are very interested in feedback and collaboration and input from people in this room, from the core team, from Source Manager, and so we'll talk a little bit about that and have some opportunity for questions and discussion. One of the things I would like to do in this venue is have it, I don't want it to be me lecturing for 20 minutes and then Alice lecturing for 20 minutes. So I think there is definitely going to be some conversational aspect to it, and so if there are things where it's sensible to go off on a short tangent, we can do that, or if Joe's talking about some technology projects that we're funding and there's interest in the audience in a bit of a deeper dive on specific things, or we want to go and discuss them a little bit more, we can definitely do that as well. So starting off, I think there's probably not within this room too much, but there has been confusion around what the foundation spends money on and what its role and purpose is. And I want to say that I think this is the mission statement on the top line here. This is what the foundation is supposed to do, and there hasn't always been a realization that one of the things that includes very much so is direct software development and hardware support. And so I have a couple of snippets here from commit history. The earliest evidence I could find in our source history. So from 2002, we acquired a DVD burner to bring up support, and I think the first evidence of a sponsored development project that I can find where we were funding software development directly was Sam Leffler working on some network stack locking improvements, and both of these are before my time in the FreeBSD Foundation, but I think this is just a suggestion that it has been the foundation's mission basically to fund direct hardware and software support for quite some time. So, I mean, basically, yeah, in the early 2000s, most of our effort was individual project grants that typically developers would come and propose and say, I'm looking to do this, I've got time available, I'm in between jobs or something, and there's something I want to contribute to FreeBSD, and bring a proposal and get that funded, or individual hardware points. And then I think it's sort of probably 2010 and a little bit thereafter, we started moving into larger scale projects, and probably the first big example of that would be the ARM64 project, where the porting effort, where Andy Turner was doing a bunch of that work in the community. There was some corporate interest in FreeBSD on ARM64, and ARM and Cavium, a hardware vendor, was interested in FreeBSD on the platform. And there were a few different efforts going on, but there was an understanding and realization that it really needed to be a community effort, and it needed to be sort of, instead of just a number of different people kind of working on the same thing, the foundation had a role to play in bringing it all together. And so we ended up essentially coordinating a bunch of different efforts that were going on, and we ended up, we contracted Andy directly and worked with a contract house to do some additional work, but we brought all of the parties together to get a larger project going. And I think that where we are today, with the foundation's budget increasing and with the complexity of things that need to get done increasing, we've taken on a number of larger projects like that. And so Alice will talk a little bit about some of those that are that we have underway in a moment. But we also very much want to continue to support individual impactful project grants. So where there are things that are important to FreeBSD that aren't happening in the community, that's something else that we very much want to continue. And I will say that generally speaking, the kinds of projects that we want to take on are things that are not naturally happening by either corporate users or in academia, or the community is not able to accomplish sort of absent a specific effort. So there are many things that are happening in FreeBSD that are very, very well supported by corporate developers, sponsored developers within companies and things like that. But there are also other areas, so things like there are some toolchain components where everyone kind of wants it to be there and wants support, but it's not really on anyone's critical path to say, you know, this is something that I'm willing to carry the entire cost of making sure that this works. So that's a place where the foundation often has a role to play. So just a little bit about us. So the three of us, Joe, Alice, and myself, make up the team that sort of manages the technology projects that we have within the foundation. But I have here a slide of everyone who is working with or for the foundation in some technical capacity at the moment. And so some people on here are effectively full-time employees of the foundation. Some people are contractors. Some are contractors working on individual specific projects. And some are basically subject matter experts that are that we have a contract framework in place for. And so if there is something we need a bit of dedicated time on, we have the framework already exists to be able to have that person do some work for the foundation, but they may not be doing that on a very active and regular basis. But for the most part, people on this list are, you know, I would say people on here are, generally speaking, at least half of their time, most of them, is going into a development effort. Maybe 2/3, something like that, or 3/4 of the people on this list are in that kind of domain. So a little bit about what we've done over the last year. Like I said, the team has grown very significantly. So we have a substantial and sustained increase in the amount of effort that we are able to lend directly to development efforts. And along with that, we have the specific larger scope projects that Alice will get into. But we also continue with general support for ARM64 and AMD64 low-level things, and we've continued funding more individual project grants now. And I think Joe can Joe will get into a number of these a little bit later on. But you know, I think like the CIS benchmark is something that we recently that we did over the last year. There was this is a set of security standards and configuration options and things like that for a secured FreeBSD installation. It had been done for FreeBSD 4 point something, something like 15 or so years ago, and had not been updated, and basically had sort of aged out and was not relevant. So we funded an effort to produce an up-to-date version, and that has for people in certain industries, that is very important. That it's a requirement for deploying any operating system in certain industries. OCI containerization is something that is not a direct project of the foundation. That effort has been essentially spearheaded by Doug Rabson as a volunteer effort, but we've lent support in terms of helping to organize meetings and track issues and sort of just provide ancillary support to make sure that it can happen. One of the things that we did over the last year was our initial interaction with Alpha Omega that's been referred to a little bit earlier, but Alpha Omega funded a code audit of Beehive and Capsicum, which are two high priority subsystems within FreeBSD from a security perspective. So we basically looked at what are the things we could usefully target in a code audit in FreeBSD that would have high value and have good results in having a targeted review by an offensive security firm. And so I think let's see here. So there's a link to the report, I think, which has both the audit report that Synactive produced for us, and then as well a comprehensive report that the foundation produced that interpreted the results, talks about how we address the specific vulnerabilities that were reported to us, and then also what the next steps are to try and make this a sustainable and durable improvement to our process. But here we have a list of the specific security advisories that came out of that effort. Some of these are more or less important. The second one on the list there, the Umutex use after free, is a pretty serious issue that had actually been discovered outside of this effort prior to our. I think it had been discovered several years ago, and it was known in certain circles, but was very good for us to fund and discover it and fix it, and then a number of people published a write-up, or different people published write-ups on the flaw after the fact. So this is a really important one, specific issue that got fixed as a result of this. And then finally, we also fund hardware on a relatively ongoing basis. So this is the most recent effort the most recent hardware purchase. I think it's a total of 13 different servers that are going into the NYI Chicago site. So NYI New York Internet has a colo in Chicago. The colo that they own, or the colo that hosts most of our equipment, used to be NYI's site in New York, except it was actually in New Jersey. But that was sold to they sold that site to another. They sold that site to another colo company who is now a sponsor for the project and is hosting that equipment for us. But we want to. The project has desired to stand up the Chicago site, and so now we have a bunch of hardware that is going to be installed there. And then the laptop support and usability project, I think, is one I wanted to highlight specifically, because I think this is something that has started to have demonstrable results. And I think it's people sort of say, why are we doing this? FreeBSD is a server OS. Why invest in the laptop effort? But I think the real reason that it's important to me. I use FreeBSD on my desktop, on my laptop as a daily driver. I think many of us do here. We have people have commented in the past that there were lots of Apple logos at developer summits. If I look out in the audience now, I still see a number of Apple logos, but I see lots of framework laptops in the audience as well. And I think
the key reason that we want to invest in this is so that FreeBSD is a viable platform for software developers to use as their day-to-day environment. So it's the developers themselves that we want to have a compelling platform for, and it's the next generation of systems programmers. We want to be able to make sure that if someone is interested in learning about and developing as a systems programmer, they can do it on FreeBSD. And a high-level view of sort of where the money is going. So we have, or where it went rather over the last year. So a number of laptop projects are pretty significant. Pretty significant efforts, and then the STA projects that Alice will talk about in just a moment. So I think with that, I will hand it on to Alice.
Oh, is this the thing?
Yeah, that's the forward backwards.
Is the mic on? Okay, cool. Hey everyone, I'm going to tell you a bit about the direct funded projects. All right. So over the last year or so, the foundation has expanded the source of funding that it gets to include funding that's linked to specific outcomes. So rather than having donations, which go into a pot and then can be used for whatever the foundation chooses, these investments are very much tied to specific work and have come from usually just one source of funding. So you can see here that we've got 3 specific funding sources in 2024-25. Notably, we've got Quantum Leap Research, and they've given $250,000 towards the laptop project. The foundation has also put a large sum towards that, around $500,000, probably more by now, or probably will be more by the time we finish. The Sovereign Tech Agency, previously known as the Sovereign Tech Fund, a group based out of Germany, German government, they gave us actually a euro amount, but it's roughly $745,000 US. And then Alpha Omega, who funded a couple of projects, including all-around security, including the code audit and a process audit. And I should really give a shout out to Greg, who's sitting right at the back there, who was very instrumental in helping get the funds in. All right. So I'm just going to talk about 2 of the projects today because it's a lot of money that's gone into these projects, and as you can imagine, a lot of money can buy a lot of work, and it's difficult to fit. I don't think I'd have time to tell you everything that you might like to know about these projects, so I'm going to focus on the 2 bigger projects. We've got, on the left-hand side, what we sort of tend to refer to as the laptop project, but it's laptop support and usability improvements. Then on the right-hand side, we've got, internally we call it STA, because that's the name of the sponsor, but externally we call it infrastructure modernization and tech debt. So the left-hand side one is the laptop one, and the right is the tech debt and infrastructure modernization. They're both similarly sized projects of around $750,000. As you can see on the left-hand side, Quantum Leap Research is a private company. They have actually recently updated their website, so it says a bit more on it than it used to, but it's kind of government military stuff. They want to use FreeBSD as a laptop operating system, and they had specific functionality that they wanted to be able to use. So they got in touch with us and asked us if we could help focus the development or move forward some development on that. And as you can see, I will share a bit more details on the scope in a minute, but we've got contemporary Wi-Fi, audio, modern suspend and resume, and other features. This project started just before the beginning of 2025 and will run for more than a year. probably about a year and a half, depends how long the money lasts. Sovereign Tech Agency is, when we got the funding, it was part of the German government. It's now spun out into being its own entity. But its focus is actually really different to Quantum Leap Research. So they have commissioned a package of work around modernising the infrastructure for FreeBSD, CI/CD build, zero trust builds and things like that. Also some tech debt. We're not doing the work for them. We're doing the work to improve the diversity and security and efficiency of a very key part of the open source ecosystem, that being FreeBSD. So in terms of diversity, FreeBSD helps to provide more operating system diversity in the digital ecosystem. So we are a good candidate for them to invest in. So let me just tell you a bit about the infrastructure modernization project. There are 5 work packages. So I'm going to show you all of them. They're labeled, or they're named A through E. And what I wanted to get across to you in these slides is I'm not going to read them all through, but I wanted you to have a chance to look at the scope and also to see what we've done on that, how far we've got through delivering that scope. So work package A, that was the one we started first. We started August last year, and that will run all the way through to the end of this year, but nearly all the work was done in the beginning, so it's just down to a small amount sort of every month now. So as you can see, technical debt, on the left-hand side, this is what was in the contract with the Sovereign Tech Agency. On the right-hand side, the scope that we co-created. So all of these work packages have got very, very high-level, lightweight contractual obligation, but actually gives us the chance to have co-ownership as the foundation with the FreeBSD project to deliver things that the project already wanted. So as you can see, we've got a bug characterization dashboard. We delivered that with an open source tool called Grimoire Lab. We got that hosted on FreeBSD. It's never been hosted on FreeBSD, and we've upstreamed the instructions on how to do that for other projects to use. We've also funded some Bugzilla upgrades and a few other things that you can see there. The green ticks means it's done. And the yellow circles means it's still in progress, because I couldn't find an icon that indicates still in progress. All right, work package B, zero trust builds. That started in January, so obviously we have not been working on this one quite as long. I guess most people have an idea of what zero trust builds means, but we had a fairly lightweight scope, sort of contractually. And then you can also see we've got essentially a prioritized list of deliverables there, or requirements. And that we ran a process to engage with core source manager and sec team to come up with these requirements. We didn't dictate them ourselves. So you can see that the ones that are in the must category are the ones that we really feel we must deliver, and then should and could decreasing priority. And we're part way through. Work package C also started in January and is improving CI/CD automation. We do have a couple of items completed on this one and a few more that are in progress. So that one's moving along nicely. And these slides will be available if you want to take a look at them. Ports and packages security. You can see that this is a lot about the vulnerability database, and putting it into a new format, migrating the data, and then rolling that up into an SBOM on demand. And so that one actually, I'll just go back, that one started in April, so we've literally just brought on a contractor to help with that, and we're about a month in, 6 weeks. Similarly with Work Package E, but this one's all about SBOMs, whereas the other one was only a little bit about SBOMs. So at the moment, we are just working on evaluating exactly what we want to get from the SBOM, and with all of these, the scope was co-created to make sure that we would be delivering things that would be useful. Okay. So obviously that was a bit of a whistle-stop tour. It would be great to give you places to go to find out more. There are some links here to the initial project announcements if you want to know more about Sovereign Tech Agency, why we're doing this, etc. That's the one to look at. Then as key bits get finished, then we're sort of announcing, this thing's completed. So, for example, we've got one for the Grimoire Lab going live. There's a blog and so on for that. And there's a podcast as well, actually. You can listen to the podcast. Then there's the quarterly updates, the FreeBSD updates that you can look at, which always contain information. Okay, so laptop support and usability, not as many slides for this one, but just as much work. Just a chunkier, development. So I think Ed had alluded to some of this. We've got Wi-Fi, which it was, everybody's top thing that they wanted to be able to do on laptops. Then we've got the graphics, which was mainly based around porting from Linux graphics drivers. And I think we've just got 6.7 and 6.8 merged now, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Audio, there's a few things for that. We were talking about package base and the installer earlier, so there's some work that we're targeting for 15.0 for that. Hibernation and suspend and resume. And then we've got a few other bits related to hardware and that sort of thing. All right, so how are we getting on with this? Pretty well. If you can get your binoculars out, you'll be able to see, hopefully read what we've got here. In January, we got a couple of things done, some technical debt, and a lot of other things started. Then we got a tool to transition systems to using package base, and a bunch of things went into review. Then you can see that in March we've got Wi-Fi 4 and 5, and Mark, technical storyteller, has done some nice videos about the Wi-Fi updates. In April we got an additional Wi-Fi driver, the installer to include package base, a bit of security work, and then this month, last month, we've got some more installer updates. And you can also see there's a long pipeline of other things coming through, which will be landing, as the months go along. If you look at the QR code at the top, that'll take you to the repo where everything's being tracked. If you want to read more about each of the months, that is, there's a report for each month at that link. And also in that repo, you'll find roadmaps. So we got a roadmap for Q1, a roadmap for Q2. That is, the roadmaps cover more than one quarter, but they're updated quarterly. And you'll also find more links and stuff like that. How are we doing for time? All right. Yeah. So where you can find out more, we've got the project board. So the project board on GitHub is we're not doing source control on GitHub, we're just using it for project management. So there's issues on there, but you won't find code commits. The monthly reports that I just mentioned. We also have a laptop and desktop working group, which is a monthly call hosted by Chris Moores. And you can join that, there's details on the wiki. There's a desktop mailing list. You probably already know about it, but we also send updates there. And again, quarterly updates and summits and such like. I'm just waiting for people to take pictures. Got it. Cool. Are we doing? No, we're not doing questions.
Yeah, but we can if we
No,
want.
it's fine. It's fine. We'll-
Yeah, I just reiterate what I said. I would much prefer to have like more of a conversation than just talking to people. So if you want to jump in anytime.
You can use this.
So I thought, as with the past dev summits, I'd start with a higher level kind of view of the impact. I was kind of considering whether it was worth putting these kind of commit stats into the talk again this year. But I thought it would be valuable just so we can see how things have changed over time. And I'll also mention the usual caveat that commit data, it's a crude way of kind of summarizing development work, but it's very simple. Like I can, put a picture or two up and it gives you a rough idea. So I just wanted to mention that it's not a perfect picture. So the donut plot on the left is a breakdown of the sponsored commits over the last 12 months. And with respect to the foundation, not much has changed. We're still around a third of the sponsored commits. Some other things have changed. So some of the other top sponsors have kind of shuffled around. I think Brooks and John and some other people have been active with, I think that's the sponsors, the Air Force Research Lab and DARPA. Netflix is still up at the top. And what can we take home from this plot, I think, is that sponsorship is healthy and that there's a diversity of sponsors, like in the past. The plot on the right might tell a bit of a different story. It's a breakdown over calendar years of the proportion or the percentage of commits that have been sponsored, of all the commits to the source tree that have been sponsored by the foundation. And it almost tells the opposite story in that we've seen a big jump in this year so far in sponsored commits from the foundation. We're starting to approach a quarter of all commits to the source tree are sponsored by the foundation. And so Ed wanted me to be sure to talk about, this could be considered a good thing. I mean, we're the entity whose sole purpose is to make FreeBSD better, but do we really want one entity contributing so much? I think I'd be more concerned if it was like 30, 40, or 50%, but it's something to keep an eye on.
I think the other thing I would point out on this graph, I think that's really interesting. You mentioned diversity of sponsors, but I think there's also an interesting diversity of type of sponsor, or like the class of sponsors. So ARM and Chelseo are both upstream vendors who sell, essentially vendors who sell products on which FreeBSD can run, or that you can use with FreeBSD. Netflix, Netgate, companies building products on or using FreeBSD in their product. The DARPA work as sort of the academic and research community, and Clara as a consultancy doing work for, generally speaking, doing work either for others or their own internal use for FreeBSD. So I think that is a pretty healthy and good mix, that it's a variety of different people bringing things to FreeBSD for their own reasons and a variety of different reasons.
And on that note, inside this chunk, there's also a lot of good diversity, from people like Colin, who has his own companies, to lots of diversity in that chunk. Americ, you had a question.
Yeah, I think it would be interesting to see also the absolute numbers for this. Is the total amount of commits staying pretty constant, and the percentage going up, or is the percentage going up as also other companies are committing in absolutely the same amount?
So I can share it's just a simple shell script that I use to generate this. I can share that. I can say a couple things. I'm not sure if I'm going to exactly answer address your concern here, but I was going to say a little bit about why I think this is happening, this spike in 2025 so far. And first is the obvious reason is that we have more funding. So we have more developers, so there's more sponsorship from the FreeBSD Foundation. But the other thing is a trend that I've mentioned in the past. It's work in the source tree. The proportion of work in the source tree that's sponsored is going up and up. And in fact, this year so far, we've just crossed the 50% threshold. So more than half of the commits going into the source tree are sponsored, which is, I'm not sure what to say about it, but it's definitely kind of a big deal, I think. But I will share that script with you. Any other questions? Yeah. Yep. Sorry, I'm having a little trouble hearing. Here, I'll bring you mine. I'll just walk up.
Thanks. So my question is, what changed in 2025 from 2024 and 2023? How did you get more funding? What did you guys do differently?
So Greg over here was working for the foundation, and he got a couple big grants. So the stuff that Alice talked about, we got funding from Alpha Omega, we got funding from the Sovereign Tech Agency, and we got funding from Quantum Leap Research.
And I will say that all of the work that we're doing under the STA investment and the Alpha Omega grants and QLR's sponsorship, that is all, it's all work that was somewhere on our to-do list or somewhere on our agenda. Maybe it wasn't something that we had expected to start this year, absent specific funding showing up for it. So it's all things that we wanted to do or related to what has been on a list of good things to do for the project for a long time. So I think it's sort of the fact that these companies or organizations or agencies had funding and had money available with a mission that overlaps with things we wanted to do, basically was just a good confluence to allow this to happen.
Yeah, so for example, we've been sponsoring work on Wi-Fi for a number of years. It's just organization, things change, you get more money. You can hire people like Alice to organize and manage the projects, stuff like that. Okay, so as with past Dev Summits, I say a sentence or two about what everybody's been up to. I think a lot of the people here know a lot of the people on this slide, but there might be some people here that are some faces that are unfamiliar. So let's see how this goes. It's hard to keep track with so many people, but that's a nice problem to have. But I'll do my best here. So Konstantin's been with us for a long time. If you follow source development, you certainly see at least Konstantin's work go by. He's a senior kernel developer. He's an expert in x86 operations. The last big project he did with us was to implement an AMD IOMMU driver. Olivier has been working with us for a number of years. I just had a conversation with Olivier last night to remind me of all the good stuff that he's been doing. So the big one that comes to mind is like allowing unprivileged users to modify process credentials. So some tools like MacDo, and he's going to be giving a talk on that. So if you want to know more about that, go to Olivier's talk. What else? I know you fixed the freezing issue in AMD GPUs. So if you have an AMD-based system and your system's not freezing up because of the graphics kernel module, you can thank Olivier. You've also been working on the CPU scheduler. So we have these heterogeneous cores now, and Olivier is going to work on the CPU scheduler to support them. Move on to Tom maybe. So Tom has been doing some networking stuff, some wireless stuff. He's working on USB debugging. He's worked on a couple of journal articles that sound really interesting. They'll be coming out soon. I won't spoil and say what they're about. Lee Wen, I know a big chunk of Lee Wen's time goes to CI stuff. He does a lot of mentoring. He's serving on core. He's very busy. Christos has been doing a lot of audio work, and he's also giving a talk here, so I will refer you to his talk. I'll say more about what Bjorn and Isaac have been up to in a moment. Shiva was I'm told, one of the first co-op students with the foundation, and now he's back to do bug busting, and I learned that you might also be looking at the unprivileged builds in the ports tree, something to do with that. Mitchell was here last year to talk about his work. He's basically interested in RISC-V stuff. He works on tools. He's been doing a lot of editing on man pages in the last few months. Pierre's been with us for a number of years. I know Pierre did some security stuff with Alpha Omega, like that security audit. You were heavily involved with that, right? I know you just got a commit bit, so so he'll be free to do lots more now. Philip is his mentor. You did a lot of work on that an optional graphical installer, some port stuff. I'm sure there's lots that I'm forgetting. I'll say more about Harold in a minute. Americ's been working on modern suspend, and you're also giving a talk here, right? So I won't say anything more. Moin does a whole lot of different stuff. He helps with CI. He was on Port Manager. He helps with cluster admin. I think he manages Fabricator. He was doing stuff with the wiki. For Moin, I often recognize Moin's work when I'm searching through the ports tree and I want to find or determine if some software has been ported. And quite frequently I find, oh, it's already in the ports tree and it was put there by Moin. Kalina started with us recently to do some CI work. So if I understand correctly, we want to basically take a pull request and spawn jobs off in the cloud. I think she's looking at Nuage init to do that, like BAP's tool, Nuage init. Mark Linneman is doing a little bit of bug triage for us. He's been doing that for a while, but now he's doing it with some sponsorship. Sai, I think I emailed Sai a couple of months ago because we heard from some users that, so this has been an ongoing conversation. I remember there was a post on, or a thread on developers debating whether or not we should migrate from Heimdall Kerberos to MIT Kerberos, and it was a very long thread, and there's lots of arguments back and forth, but that was like 2017, and since then, I think a lot of the arguments have, the case for a lot of those arguments have grown. So if I remember from the conversation with Sai, he was maintaining Heimdall, and there was some major upgrade from 1 point something to 7 point something, and it was a lot of work, and he got it done. And then there was a security point release, and he realized just for this point release, there was a whole lot more work, and that's when he decided, yeah, maybe it's time to take a closer look at slowly migrating to MIT Kerberos, and so that's what he's doing right now. I saw a flood of reviews come in just today, so progress is being made there. Shaggy is interning with the foundation, and he is giving a talk on ABI stability here at the conference, so I'll refer you to that. Tuka, so Tuka gave me a lesson on how to pronounce his name, and I'm sure I'm not doing it well. He's Finnish, so there's a long, like, Tuka. He is working on SBOM stuff, so software bill of materials. So it's basically, if I understand correctly, a big inventory of all the components that make up a software system, like FreeBSD. I think he's also looking at integrating OSV, so basically an alternative to Vue XML into package. Alfonso has been doing vision accessibility work with us. He gave a talk at BSDCan in Dublin about his work. I think he just recently shared an outline or a table of contents for a vision accessibility handbook that he's nearing completion. Jean-Sébastien, he's been doing that graphics work, and Alice mentioned that work to port DRM kernel module from Linux was just merged, and that's in the DRM KMod repository under the FreeBSD GitHub account. It's not yet in the port tree, but that should come soon.
And so that gets us to 6.8, and then work for 6.9, 10, 11, 12 will follow, and then once we get there, there'll be more work for later, but 6.12 is a LTS release, so that'll be a good, getting to 6.12 will be a good place to sync up for a while.
Yeah, so we got 6.7 and 6.8 at the same time. I'm not sure why that happened. I think I have separate slides for Haizam and Roman. Ivan is a volunteer intern for the summer. He's working, are we good for time? Yeah. Ivan's a volunteer intern. He's working with Gleb Popov. So Gleb is interested in desktop things, and a lot of these modern desktops like KDE and GNOME require these dbus daemons. And so Ivan is going to work with Gleb to implement a lot of the ones missing for FreeBSD. And then we have Mark on here. Mark used to be very active with the foundation. I think you're mostly, Mark's in high demand, so I think most of his time is going for Clara and Innovate UK. If I look, that's going by the commit logs, but he's officially available, and I don't know what gets billed or whatever, but I see lots of work for Mark that's really relevant to foundation work. Like, for example, the stuff for Psi, I saw that you were reviewing a lot of that for the Kerberos migration. Anything else I should say here?
I mean, yeah, he CC'd me on him, so.
Mark can't help himself to help.
Mark does a lot of work whether he gets paid or not.
Yeah. Okay, do we want to, so one of the disadvantages of talking last on the last section of the summit is that I think a lot of this stuff has been talked about already, but maybe Wi-Fi is worth speaking about a little bit more about, because a whole lot of work has gone into this. So 14.3 is the first release that has, so I'll use specific terms here, Wi-Fi 5, so 802.11c. And from my perspective, so I have a Framework 16 that has a MediaTek card, but that's not quite supported yet, so I swapped in a AX210, I think it is, that is well supported, and it's worked, it's only been about a week, but it's worked phenomenally. This is a speed test that I did, so I'm getting consistently 300 megabits up and down. It's very reliable. I've seen 400 on occasions. The caveats are there's some issues with suspend resume, and you just have to have one of the few cards that are supported right now. And Bjorn claims that if you have the right AP that supports VHT 160, he's getting 850 megabits UDP. And so since this time last year, and so most of this work for Bjorn, I think, goes into the Linux KPI. And since last year, I counted about 200 commits from Bjorn, mostly from Bjorn, to the Linux KPI, Net 802.11, or Wi-Fi driver code. So other people that are doing Wi-Fi stuff is Adrian's is active again, and he updated the RTWN driver to 11AC. And Tom, so both of those used the Linux KPI shim. Tom tried something different. So there was a lot of debate whether using this Linux KPI for Wi-Fi drivers was a good approach. And I think some of the detractors might have had a point considering how hard it was to get here and how much time it took to get here. And so Tom took a different approach and imported a native driver, IWX, and that came from Future Crew, and Future Crew got it in there from OpenBSD. I haven't tried it yet, but I've heard, like, Tom still is working on it, but apparently people are getting pretty good speeds there too. So maybe you could describe wireless as, in 2023 it was arguably bad.
It was almost usable.
Almost usable. Last year it was not bad, and now this year I think it's pretty good. I mean, I'm curious to hear how's Wi-Fi worked for everybody here has anybody had problems other than the suspend resume issue? On a supported card running 14.3 or greater.
I've had the experience that it's working every other boot.
And what are you running?
Well, no, it's not this thing here. That'll be easier. It's a book a notebook I can bring down. I haven't been using it during the conference. It's up in my room.
So I'm not going to probably be able to help you. The best thing is to submit a bug report.
Yeah, I hadn't got to that state yet, but you just asked.
Yeah.
And I upgraded to 14.3 here, and it seems to grab the Wi-Fi every other boot.
Okay.
But also the Wi-Fi here is sometimes.
There's a problem here, but I don't think it's related to the Wi-Fi. I think if you look, this is my guess, you'll see that you're not getting an IP address because I think DHCP got bogged down.
Well, my other device is working fine now, and it's still every other boot.
Okay.
So, I don't know.
This laptop we're presenting from is a framework that we installed 14.3 on from scratch a couple of days ago. Yeah.
Just worked, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so moving on. We heard from, I think it was mostly enterprise users, that they really value OpenJDK, a well-supported OpenJDK on FreeBSD. So a lot of the applications in the enterprise space use Java. Some of the even mainstream applications like LibreOffice depend on Java. So we decided to fund someone. We fund people in the past, and people like Greg Lewis have been doing a lot of volunteer work, but you essentially have, like Greg had a repo with a giant difference from what was upstream. And so what we really wanted was more than just, get the next version working and then we'll move on. We wanted to establish a relationship with upstream, so eventually the, FreeBSD would be part of upstream. And so that involved things like code refactoring so that code could be accepted, fixing tests, that sort of stuff. And Harold's done a great job so far. So libvirt is a framework for managing virtual machines, and we felt it would be good to have better support in Beehive for libvirt. So we contracted Roman, and he's been very busy implementing missing features for Beehive, updating tests, fixing network configuration, and some of the stretch goals for this project is to enable snapshot and resume support and firewall abstraction to configure NAT. I think we've probably talked enough about package base. We know FreeBSD update is past its due date. And so Isaac wrote package baseify, and the goal there is just to get more people. It's just an easy way to get a system that supports package base so more people can test. HiZom. Yes. A package baseify? Just search FreeBSD wiki package baseify. There's a link on the package base wiki page.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Any other questions? So HiZom came to us with a proposal for a web GUI, like a Proxmox-like web GUI. It's been a couple months, but if I remember the conversation correctly, HiZom basically said he has lots of customers and he would really like to have them use FreeBSD, but they have to be able to self-manage this, and learning FreeBSD was just too big of a barrier. And so he thought he would create this GUI. So if you're familiar with Proxmox, it's a similar idea. Jail management, ZFS integration, so you can do all the things ZFS does through a web GUI. Yeah. And then finally, maybe I'll say a few words about GSOC. Again, we talked about this yesterday, so I'm not sure how much I should repeat, but we've got, I think it was 12 or 13 projects this year, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. I think it's 13. 12. It was more than we had since 2016, I believe. And usually in the last few years that I've been involved in GSOC, we get like 12, 13 applications. We got 64 this year. So it was a nice problem to be able to pick, from a bunch of different applicants for each project. Maybe I'll say a little bit about one or two of the projects here. So, and maybe I'll be a horrible person and call out some people here because I know some of the mentors are here. So I know we've had conversations about the future of Rust. I still remember Brooks' comment from last year, like it's gonna happen, it's inevitable. So it's nice to see a Rust project here. It was proposed by George Neville Neal, and Alan Summers is very interested in Rust in FreeBSD, so he volunteered to co-mentor. John is mentoring a project for VMM accelerator support for QEMU. So talking to Ed, I understand that VMM is basically the kernel part of Beehive, and this is going to replace like QEMU over VMM. Is that essentially it?
Well, the ability to have QEMU use Beehive, kind of like it uses KVM on Linux.
Okay.
So you use QEMU's device models instead of Beehive's device models.
So basically fast QEMU, is that another reasonable, succinct way to put it?
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
Robert and Alfonso are mentoring a full disk administration tool for FreeBSD. So if I remember conversations with Robert, Linux has these nice graphical tools where you can resize partitions and do all kinds of things that are just easy in a graphical interface, and that's missing from FreeBSD. So that's the project they're working on, or that's the project they proposed. Ed and I are mentoring QCOW2 compressed image support for Make Image. So Make Image can generate QCOW2 images, but it doesn't have the built-in compression, and so this student is going to add it. This is a really simple project, which I think we need more of. Basically, the sock stat output is just suboptimal, and Alan had some suggestions for improving it. Warner, do you want to say a word or two about your project?
Yeah, the project is to move ACPI into the bootloader. There's a number of things that we've wanted to do but couldn't because we couldn't evaluate ACPI objects, just the ACPI tables. And this will do that and additionally give us Lua bindings so that we can make it a little bit more scriptable if we need to.
Cool. And you can hold on to the mic because I'm going to probably ask Olivier to say a word or two about the project that he's mentoring.
Yes. So I'm mentoring a project about improvements of MacDo and MDo. I'm presenting a talk on these topics tomorrow morning. In fact, it's about control the credentials transition without setuid executables. So we have now, I would say, a stable foundation, but there are lots of nice to have or enablers that I would like to have in those components. So for example, logging why credential transitions are refused. This is for auditing or also for debugging for administrators. We'd like to support thin jails scenarios, so that entails a few changes because today the path of MDo is not really configurable, and some other improvements in MDo to transition to an explicit list of groups to support more scenarios. So, and we have this student working on these topics.
Cool. So Colin, you have mentored projects to speed up the FreeBSD boot process in the past, at least 1 year in the past. 2? Just one before. Do you want? Is there anything you want to add about this one that's different or novel or like a sentence or two? Just maybe pause for 1 second. Here, I'll bring this microphone up.
This project is a little bit different from most GSOC projects in that most GSOC projects have a sort of clear goal you're heading towards. Here, the goal is, well, make stuff faster, but the first part of the project is sort of exploration. First we need to figure out what is slow, and then we need to figure out why is it slow before we can actually go to the last step, which is fixing it, making it faster. So this is a bit more of a research project and less of a here's something specific we want written project. But we're already making progress in identifying problems, so we should make things faster by the end.
Thank you. And Americ's here, and he's mentoring a Wi-Fi management UI. Do you want to say anything about it?
Sure, yeah. So I'm mainly co-mentoring this. Getz is the primary mentor on this, but it's going to be to have like a non-ncurses UI thing, and it's probably going to involve a lot of improvements to Netlink and touch on a lot of that stuff. And so, yeah.
Implementing journaling for FreeBSD ext3 and 4. I didn't even know. I think we support ext3.4 as a read-only file system. Is that right? Or
ext4 is read-only, or i3 is read-write?
it is. Okay.
I'm not 100% sure.
I'm not sure either.
It is read-write. I mean, you wouldn't journal something that was read-only.
That's a fair point.
It is read-write.
Okay. And FreeBSD Power Profiling Tool, that sounds like it really works well with our laptop initiative. Is there anything you want to say about that one, Americ?
Yeah, that will be adding something like what exists on Linux with PowerTop. So you'll be able to see what processes are consuming how much power, and yeah, and there'll probably be some historical monitoring of power usage for different processes. Yeah.
And then port FreeBSD to QEMU micro VM. So if I think Tom did some work on micro VM, and so micro VM if I understand correctly, is kind of inspired or similar to Firecracker in that it's a machine type that's really simplified. Like it gets rid of PCI and HCPI, gets rid of a lot of stuff, so you can have really small VMs that are short-lived. And Tom did, as I said, did some of this work, but it needs more work. And I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think this pretty much brings us to an end of the kind of main content that we wanted to present. There's you know, some things that are on our coming up for us in the year ahead. In particular, we recently have started another Alpha Omega engagement. What Michael was talking about this morning with the beach cleaning, we basically are going to look at around 100 or so pieces of software under contrib and syscontrib and the other 5 or so directories that have contrib software, and try to get some sense from those which ones are in good shape and which ones could use some help. The upstreams, if they're inactive or unmaintained, or trying to just even understand what all of the third-party software that we have is. So that's one major project that is getting underway now. And beyond that, we have ongoing work still in the STA and in the STA projects and in the laptop and desktop usability. And we'll continue with continue with our Tier 1 architecture support and individual point projects that come in. But I think one of the main themes is we really want to collaborate with the core team and with Source Manager and really understand sort of what are the big things that we want to invest in, I think, and try to find the next project like the laptop project that maybe we can have as a path forward and see if we can find an unexpected source of industry funding to go along with that. And so I think to that point, I'd like to really open it up to kind of questions and discussion and get feedback if there is any in the room, but we'll also, this will be an ongoing process with Core and with Source Manager and Port Manager and Docs.
Have you already identified certain companies or types of companies who might be interested in funding laptop improvements?
I don't think we have anyone at the moment who is not already funding it, who we would also try to work with. So we have QLR, who is interested in the long-term viability of FreeBSD on laptops. So I think there's a good opportunity for us to. It shouldn't be a one-time thing. I think they realize that this is going to be something that requires some sustained effort, and we may well come back with a proposal for additional work with them. And we've been collaborating quite closely with Framework. They haven't been funding our development, but they have been very helpful in making hardware available, doing a bunch of development with their own internal developers, and really just kind of facilitating the ecosystem and answering questions and sort of helping move things along. So I think those are the two sources where we expect support to continue to come from. Dell has code contributions in flight that will go into the laptop effort. That should arrive soon. So a USB-C or a USB UVC webcam driver is in flight from Dell, and so I think
I ask because, as you say, I don't think it should be a one-time thing because, it's cool that now we're sort of quote-unquote catching up. But, if QLR decides that that we're caught up, there still needs to be a steady source of funding for laptop-related contributions.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't do us any good to sort of get to a spot where we say, okay, the Wi-Fi is pretty good and laptop or in the graphics stack works really well on any sort of contemporary laptop you can buy, and we're done. And then we just leave it there, and then we wait 5 years, and then you know, things are in poor state again. I mean, that certainly is not not a viable path.
Yeah, I mean that funding isn't fully.
Wait.
They provided a quarter of that funding, and so we also used internal investments as well as the Silicon Valley community grant that we received last year to help fund this too. So that was a separate grant that we didn't apply for.
To get FreeBSD running on the desktop or the laptop. Some examples that I can think of for like Linux is DaVinci Resolve is a big program that needs desktop working fine. Or Steam or Valve, they need the desktop working for their gaming. Do we have any kind of software that is commercially driving FreeBSD on the desktop that could potentially be a source of funding? Does anyone know of any?
I mean, it's a good question. You know, I think QLR's interest in FreeBSD on the laptop is not just sort of altruistic, because I think it would be a good thing. Like, the long-term goal is to be able to have it as a viable platform for building a product or selling a service that uses FreeBSD as the desktop or the environment that's available. I think there are a number of examples that are unfortunately somewhat old at this point, and I think that have been migrated away, but of companies that used FreeBSD in a end-user desktop type environment. I think a number of those have migrated away from FreeBSD for reasons like outdated Wi-Fi support or outdated Linux or outdated graphics drivers. And so, I mean, I think whether or not those companies would come back to FreeBSD with that available, it's harder to say. And I think some of those, I'm aware of a few examples of those sorts of things. They generally haven't been too interested in having that be publicly known. I think it would be very interesting to find other cases where companies have an interest in potentially doing that.
I can't think of any particular software, but I remember either Jonathan Looney directly saying it or hearing Ed say that he would like his developers at Netflix to be able to develop with a FreeBSD desktop. I think it's also, it's like a bit of a chicken and egg problem. Are these companies going to want some desktop-y application to run on FreeBSD if wireless and graphics isn't working well? So we have to get that working well, and then we might get some of these companies that want to target FreeBSD for some specific application.
I mean, I think the really key thing for having FreeBSD as a viable desktop and laptop environment is really just so that, like I mentioned earlier, that people in this community or people starting new to systems programming and going down that path, one or two of those people are going to do a startup sometime, and they're going to pick FreeBSD because it's what they're familiar with, or because they just the project they're working on grows into something, and it carries on from there. I mean, the reason the reason I'm here and the reason I'm involved in FreeBSD is I was working for a company, and they needed to be able to handle large numbers of TCP sessions, and ePOL was an experimental feature that was under development in Linux, and KQ existed on FreeBSD. And so they ended up, like, it was in a release, KQ was already in a release. And so they ended up going with KQ for their product, with FreeBSD, and using KQ in their product. And that's how I ended up getting involved in FreeBSD, and sort of that's why I'm in front of the room here today, right? And so I think that's the sort of thing that, you know, if you can't use FreeBSD on your laptop, then you're not going to be using FreeBSD when you try and do something interesting and end up in a, you know, the little spark that ends up going and leading to something interesting from there.
Yeah, I agree with Joe about it being kind of a chicken and egg problem. I think, though, once we do get it into a state where the experience is generally great on desktop and laptop, it might invoke some companies to want to invest more. And we've seen this in Linux desktop, especially with Valve pouring money into them to get the graphics stack and the audio stack, basically beneficial to the entire system. So it's just, I guess, something to look into to get the ball rolling, and then, you know, that fuels more people to come on because more money's being put into progressing everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And the graphics and the wireless, I think Benedict was next. Graphics and the wireless are kind of like the foundation, no pun intended, and then they can build off of that once we have wireless and graphics, I think.
So I'd like to touch on, I mean, this is great work by all means. I'd like to touch on something that was mentioned during the round robin. And that was basically something smaller, like thesis work with professors that are doing like master thesis, which typically goes like over 6 months or so. So I did something like that recently over the winter term with a student of mine. And yes, we're presenting that on Saturday, shameless self-advertisement. And so that is kind of a GSOC light in certain ways, because the students don't get paid, but they need to do some kind of thesis over the time that they are at the university to finish their studies. And maybe we can find something there to give them some kind of mid-sized project that they can do over the course of the thesis to do some contributions to the project, and through that get contributors also, not just via GSOC. I mean, GSOC is a great way to get more people involved, but maybe we could do also something over the winter term that is a bit more light in the load, because we have individuals from the university that are taking care of supervising the students, and also maybe someone from the projects that would provide some technical background that maybe the academic people wouldn't so much be able to. Is that something that is of interest maybe? I know maybe Sato-san, have you something like this? Or similar? Or could be? Okay. Yeah, just a thought.
Americ.
Yeah, my question was, I noticed Bluetooth was absent in the slides.
What was absent?
Bluetooth. Is that something that the foundation is looking into, or is that going to be like a down the line kind of thing?
So, do you want to take that? I have maybe some things I can say about it, but not very much. So I know Christos looked at, so Christos is doing audio stuff, and he looked at Bluetooth audio a little bit, but we kind of put that on the back burner for a while. It's definitely something that's come up, but I can't really say much more. I don't know if anybody else has anything else.
Yeah, it was on a slide, but it wasn't prominent. But it's in the roadmap for the laptop project, and we've had input that it's sort of like a bit of a table stakes for a laptop to be able to connect Bluetooth headphones or peripherals, that kind of thing. So yeah, it's on the list, but it hasn't been started yet.
I had an email exchange with Bjorn recently. Apparently the Bluetooth that's on the AX210, somebody, I forget who now. Anyway, there's some sort of support for that. So there is some kind of spotty support. I've never used it myself, so I can't say much, but it definitely needs more work, and it's good to hear it's on the roadmap.
So, Benedict, I want to address your your question or feedback. So we have been providing like stipends and hiring interns over the years. So Lee Wen, actually he looks at me, he has students that sometimes they'll intern for us. So either they go through his university, and many of them may be unpaid, but he's been really good at bringing students into the project. I think Mihai from the University of Bucharest, I don't think that's the technical university. We've actually provided some stipends to those students on Beehive a few years ago. We also work with University of Waterloo, or we participate in their co-op program. So that's actually how we got Shiva. He was our first intern, and had a few over the years. And
I've been actually doing a co-op through the University of Ottawa, one of the people that was on the slide.
I think we have one more in the Netherlands through Haruki.
That's in the UK, I believe. Dr. Honda in the UK is working with a student. I forget the details of the project, but because it's all Haruki and Dr. Honda are the evaluators.
Yeah, so we don't have a formal program, but I mean, we're really open to, say, if you have a student and then you come to us and talk to us about that.
Yes. Any other questions?
Well, it's like 5 till 5. And
Yeah.
I think, the food coma might have set in.
Wow, I did not think we were going to use the whole time. There was, yeah. So just one thing to mention, we do have some stuff on the website about submitting a proposal. If you're thinking about submitting a proposal, feel free to talk to Ed and me. And we can sort of just give you a heads up if it's something that's plausible, or maybe we can help you kind of redirect you.
All right, thank you.
All right. So this is kind of the little closing session that we have. One note I have that's not really on the slides. If you presented and you have slides that you would like to share, you can either attach them to the wiki directly, if you know how to do that, or if not, you can email them to me, and I'll figure out how to get them onto the wiki, or email them to the Dev Summit @ we do have a survey that we would like you to fill out. And so I'll at the very end, I'll have the QR code up anyway, but here's the URL and the QR code, and I'll leave that up once we're actually finished for real. We'd like to thank our sponsors again. So our gold sponsor this year was the FreeBSD Foundation, provided a lot of logistics. Also Scale Engine for providing our video streaming service. And then a few other folks. Thank you for speaking. We have to have content. We could all sit here in a room and look at each other, but that, that'd be kind of different. So it works a lot better when people give talks. So thank you to everyone who spoke. Thank you also for everyone who came and attended, because if we could have people who sit in here and spoke to an empty room, that'd also be kind of weird, and we avoided that. So thank you also for coming. And thank you for all the folks who participated in our round robin chat. Thank you to Diane and Andrew for pulling off our picture. It's always very cool every year. Thank you to our live stream team for manning the gear. And for our folks who are able to participate remotely. Lastly, thank you to our organizing committee for working with soliciting speakers and doing all the logistics and managing things. We have it down to a bit of a science, but it still takes work every year, just like any other little conference. And so please fill out our survey, and we'll see you next year. Thank you all.